Members of Council, if I can please, I would like to call this meeting to order. Would you please stand for the national anthem? Please remain standing for a moment of silence, and during this time, remember the following persons who have passed away: Robert Timothy Stansfield Frankfurt, Peter Marceline, Immaculata Nunziata, Irving Ungerman. Thank you. Members, today we gratefully acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation and home to many diverse Aboriginal peoples. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at toronto.ca/council. Members, we have a presentation this morning to recognize Linda Taschereau, Executive Director, Strategic and Corporate Policy, on her retirement from the City of Toronto. I would like to call upon City Manager Peter Wallace to come forward for this presentation.
Linda, I'm going to make you stand up there. I will say personally that this is a tough moment for me. I have to overcome my personal disappointment and, frankly, my reluctance to let go, to recognize and celebrate Linda's contribution. I want to speak personally, Linda, about my experience with you. You have brought, in this job and in my previous role in the Government of Ontario, you have brought extraordinary policy skills on behalf of the residents of the City of Toronto, a genuine capacity to think things through and get things right. You have also brought fantastic relationships, and your capacity to work with staff members across the Toronto Public Service, with agencies, with councillors, with other governments is frankly unparalleled. And you have done that by bringing a level of personal grace, integrity, and capacity to what is an interesting and sometimes difficult job. So congratulations to you as you choose this moment to retire against my better advice. But you will be missed, and you will always have a warm welcome and an honored place in the Toronto Public Service family. Congratulations, and thank you so much, Linda.
If I can ask the mayor to come forward to make a presentation.
Madam Speaker, it is the same presentation, but it deserves being done twice from the perspective of remarks that I will make on behalf, I know, of every single member of this council, both present and past. And I'm glad. I was going to ask you to come up and stand here for a number of reasons, but one of them would include the fact that you should stand even closer here so people on television can see you, because one of the points I wanted to make is that one of the rare experiences we get as people who are elected to the City Council of Toronto is the chance to actually work with the public servants. And what we can see is that the stereotype that often exists of public service couldn't be further, as is the case with most stereotypes, from the truth of what people do and who they are and what they contribute to the system. And nowhere is that more true than in the case of Linda Taschereau. And I hadn't focused on the fact that Peter, of course, would have known Linda as someone on the other end of various negotiations and discussions of matters over time. So in that sense, he has known Linda longer than I have. But I can tell you, in my short 1 year and 1 month here, and the 1 month is important because it was the transitional period when I was preparing to become the mayor, there is no one who would epitomize public service and the way it can be done and the way it should be done and the way it is done, more so than Linda Taschereau. 28 years, and I don't know how that happened. You must have started out of high school or before. But having said that, 28 years of service as an inspirational and committed leader in this city. And we were chatting the other day, because I will tell you, without speaking out of school, that I just reiterated the point that you would want me to reiterate on your behalf and that Peter just made, which is that there's always a light in the window, as they say, because, if Linda said after a month or a week or a year that she would like to come back and be a part of our team here again, then she'd be most welcome. And I've conveyed that to her. I know Peter has done the same, and that's all part of us saying, are you sure about this? But, these are important personal decisions people make. I think, that Linda received in 2014 the Ombudsman's Award recognizing outstanding public service. And those awards were given from a particular perspective of trying to help solve problems for people inside this building and people outside this building who we serve. And if you go through, Peter used all the words that could be used, that my own brief experience and many of you for a much longer period of time and others in this building in the public service, that there's just everything you would want in the consummate public service, intellectual ability, hard work. And I think what I've seen the most of, and it's something Peter made reference to as well, is just an ability to get along with people. He used the word grace, and that is a great word to use to describe Linda and the way she goes about things. This is not an easy place in which to maintain a sense of grace, just because the issues are tough, and sometimes the differences of opinion people have are tough. But if you look at issues like the accountability framework, there was something, that was a very difficult issue in the history of this city that had to be addressed and was addressed. You look at the governance and decision-making model, and as much as it has flaws here at the city and the city council itself, Linda was involved in designing that. The public service bylaw, the relationships we have. I mean, the relationships with the other governments are absolutely crucial to our ability to get anything done here on just about any front. And as you heard Peter say, speaking as someone who had dealt with Linda at the other end, she was instrumental to making sure those relationships were good. And so, Linda, I just want to say thank you. On behalf of my colleagues, on behalf of all of the people of Toronto, because they won't realize, and hopefully when they see you standing here for this brief moment, that they will understand how indispensable you have been to continuing to move this city forward, to make it stronger and fairer, and to say that we give our thanks for that, and we wish you every bit of happiness that you could possibly have in whatever you choose to do, and to remind you just one more time that there is that light in the window. We'll put it in any window you want. We'll actually put a light there if you like, but that you are always most welcome here as a visitor or in any other capacity that you want. I'm not going to read it because it really just repeats the remarks that both Peter and I have already presented here, but we will just give you this as just the tiniest little indication, but it comes with all the sincerity and all the gratitude in the world from a very grateful City Council and a very grateful City of Toronto. Good luck. You want to say anything? Okay, that's fine.
1
not true.
I just wanted to say a couple of words. I just wanted to say a couple of words. And thank you to the mayor and members of council, speaker, and to the city manager. And thank you so much for those kind words, Mayor Tory and City Manager Wallace. I've really, it's been such a pleasure to work with both of you over the last few months, and with, of course, a number of city managers and senior staff over the years. I'm so grateful to have had the chance to work as part of such a smart, dedicated, caring, and professional public service across this government, but especially with my division, with Maureen Elliott, Helen Kakamusias, Peter Notaro, and Fiona Murray, and every one of the staff. They are the best of the best. They're all sitting up there and over here. And it's been a great honor also to work with all of you, past and present, such wonderful representatives of the city and your communities, and to play a really small part in the very beautiful democratic process that unfolds here every month on behalf of the people of Toronto. I say some magical combination of good fortune and good judgment brought me here many years ago, and it's been a wonderful career. I wouldn't have wanted it any other way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis, I understand that you wish to make a brief announcement.
I do, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Mayor Tory, my fellow councillor, staff, ladies and gentlemen. I rise today to welcome members of the Canadian, Burma, Myanmar diaspora in Toronto to this City Council meeting. I want to congratulate the people of Burma and Myanmar on the general election held on November the 8th, 2015. The National League for Democracy, led by the honorary Canadian citizen Aung San Suu Kyi, won a landslide victory. This was the country's first national vote since a nominally civilian government was introduced in 2011, ending nearly 50 years of military rule. Members of the Canadian, Burma, Myanmar diaspora have watched and continue to watch with interest the government transition to democracy in Burma and Myanmar. Myanmar. Thank you. And they're sitting up in the first row. If I just can get you to stand and wave.
Councillor Doucette, I understand you would like to make a brief announcement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As a member of the Toronto Library Board, I would like to invite all councillors to go to Committee Room 3 at lunchtime today to look at the new strategic plan we are working on for 2016 to 2019. We're looking at expanding access, increasing opportunities, and building connections. You'll be hearing our priorities, and what we're doing right now is outreaching to councillors to get input, as I say, on our strategic plan. So Committee Room 3, up till 1:30 today. If you'd like to drop by, please do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call for a motion to confirm the minutes. Councillor Holyday, you have a motion on the minutes from the meeting on November 3rd and 4th, 2015.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. That City Council confirm the minutes of council from the regular meeting held on November 3rd and 4th, 2015, in the form supplied to the members.
Thank you. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce the reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Tory, you have a motion to introduce the Executive Committee report.
I do, Madam Speaker. I move that report from Meeting 10 of the Executive Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you very much, and I'll just say a few words about the meeting, which was, again, as usual, wide-ranging and with many members of the public visiting with us and members of Council to talk about some of the items in question. I want to just focus for a minute on, and I'll have a chance to speak on it later because I have designated it as one of my priority items, the open doors policy, which I think was an important step forward. My very firm commitment, and I believe our joint shared commitment to do better when it comes to the supply of affordable housing in the city. And as you know, this program, which will be before you shortly after we conclude finalizing the agenda, will help us to get more affordable housing built faster in the city. And that's not without care, but just faster by facilitating in different ways, ways in which we can get the private sector in particular and the nonprofit sector to be involved in this. And I'll have more to say about that and really what the derivation of this program was when I speak to the program when it's considered after we finish the agenda here. But we can't do this alone, and the bottom line is we have to do it. May I just say, as I'll say again when I speak on the matter, Madam Speaker, how much I appreciate the great leadership that Councillor Anna Bailão has done on this file, has provided on this file, and continues to provide up to and including this day. We also, and we will deal at this meeting, of course, with the budgets, the rate-supported budgets, solid waste and Toronto Water. And again, I find as I go around the city that this budget, which we will consider today, is one that people understand the principle of it better than they understand some of the more complex and sometimes Byzantine thinking that lies behind other parts of the budget. They understand and appreciate the fact that we are making the investments, that we are setting aside the money to make sure that we can make up for lost time and make up for some of our failure to plan and finance things in the past so that we can deal with basement flooding, so that we can make sure we don't have problems with infrastructure breaking down. And these budgets really continue along with those long-standing policies to make sure that we both treat the ratepayers as fairly as we can, but at the same time make the investments that we have to make. And it achieves, I believe, that balance in these budgets that will be presented for your consideration today. And I want to again thank Councillor Crawford, who spends, and the members of the Budget Committee who spend a huge amount of time on this. As Councillor Carroll and others know, have been involved, Councillor DiGiorgio, the budget process has a much more public phase to it starting about now, but it reflects months of work that have been done by the staff and by the elected officials in this regard. I would not be doing my duty here and doing something that is an absolute pleasure if I did not acknowledge something that I don't know that it will get a lot of discussion today but it should if we had all the time in the world, which we don't, I would point out. But that is the proposal that's before you to redevelop some of the land underneath the Gardiner Expressway. And the extraordinary part of this, I think, is twofold. Number one, I think it will create an extraordinary public space that will become known in this city as something that's known around the world as a tourism attraction, as a great use of, unusual use of public space that might have been, as it has been, kind of just written off in perpetuity. But I think the second reason it will become better known, and it already is in the city, I can already tell you it has led to phone calls to my office from others who want to follow the example of Judy and Will Matthews. Because to me, it says a lot about Toronto, and it says a lot about them in particular, for them to come forward and say they will donate $25 million of their money to make this happen. And, it might have happened some other way, it might have happened some other time, but now, subject to your approval, it's going to happen soon, meaning in the next year and a half to 2 years, because they have made that happen through their generosity. And I just want to say to them, they're not here at the moment, but we'll bring them here at an appropriate time. Thank you for that. And I want to say that I'm most grateful as well that Waterfront Toronto is going to be involved in this. That was at my original suggestion. I sent them over to meet Waterfront Toronto, which they hadn't done, and they're now functioning in the kind of partnership that we would all expect with the city, with Waterfront Toronto, and with the Matthews and the people who are advising them. The final word I wanted to say is, and again, it's something that's on the agenda that may or may not get much discussion, but I said last night, you have various moments that strike you as moments that you're proud to have the job you do, not because it's about the job I have, but about the privilege to have this office. And I named one as being able to be back at the Pride Parade. I named another one as being at the demolition with Councillor Cole that started the Lawrence Heights redevelopment. And a third was last night, just to see the hundreds of people who were in the rotunda. And some of you saw it, certainly Councillors Cressy and Mahavik did, and they've been a big part in making all this happen. Just to see people and to see the contrast between what was going on in the rotunda of our City Hall compared to the debates that are happening elsewhere about how we're going to receive and benefit immensely from the presence of the people who are going to come to our country to escape unspeakable horror that they faced elsewhere, and how this community is behind making sure those people are settled well, they're settled with a warm welcome, they are settled successfully, so they can make the kind of contribution every previous generation of refugees has made to the building of this city. And it was a great moment for the City of Toronto last night to see those people. And there is another meeting happening in Scarborough, and I think another one after that. Hundreds of people doing that, and I want to say thank you to them. Thank you to our staff who are really laboring a lot of hours to make sure this happens, and thank you to all of the councillors who have been behind this and have shown the leadership to make sure that we can make it happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mihevc, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my privilege to introduce the report of Meeting 8 of the Board of Health listed on the agenda of Council to be presented for consideration. There are basically two items. One is around pharmacare, and that's an advocacy piece, noting that if the federal government were to do it, we would, as Canadians, actually save a lot of money, both publicly and privately, and we would be providing a lot more coverage to people in need of pharmacare and have an all-around healthier city, province, and country if we were to do that. The second piece is a very important one as well, and that is action on intimate partner violence against women. One of the things that I note in that report is that it was dedicated by staff themselves to the memory of Zahra Abdillah and her two sons, who a year ago, almost to the day, were killed in an episode of intimate partner violence. And staff in Board of Health then did research, well, of course, traumatized by that, and following up with research on its frequency and its prevalence in our society, put together an excellent report. One, encouraging us to be model employers so that anyone who is suffering from intimate partner violence in our City Hall family with employees has a way to bring that forward, and will get all the supports necessary to deal with it. And also to our society at large, and also other orders of government, that we put in place programs and policies that express an openness to deal with it, to overcome it, and to provide the supports for the folks who are its victims. So it's a very good report, and I, of course, commend you to it for passage. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the Community Development and Recreation Committee report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from Meeting 8 of the Community Development and Recreation Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. There were a number of substantive items in committee this past cycle. Of note, at the top of the agenda is the update of the Toronto Senior Strategy. To date, in the last 2 years, 86 of the 91 recommendations have either been partially or fully completed. The conversation that we have about an aging society, an accessible society, is throughout this document. We're making every aspect of society accommodating, open, accessible, preserving the dignity and respect of seniors, and making sure that whether people grew up here or came to our shores, that they are treated properly, as societies are often defined the way we treat our aging population. Within the motions before you is a recommendation that we select a seniors advocate for the City of Toronto. My recommendation is that Councillor Matlow has been a strong voice and a leader on this public policy issue, and that he would certainly make a most worthy person to represent the city and be an advocate as the senior strategy moves forward. Also on the agenda is a specialized program for interdivisional enhanced responsiveness. This report comes before us for the purpose of implementation, what we nickname SPIDER, on an ongoing basis, and identify funding sources. This policy, which I strongly urge all of you become familiar with, because we have various exceptionalities and challenges in our various neighborhoods with individuals. What it does is it responds to the vulnerability and it aligns interdivisional information sharing, which has not been there in the past. And is giving staff the training, vulnerability, and risk management that is helping many of our local communities. Also on the agenda is access to city services for undocumented Torontonians, an ongoing discussion that is before us as a request that the Executive Director, Chris Brillinger, Social Development, Finance and Administration, work with police services to identify and clarify a number of different actions and procedures by police services. These include, but are not restricted to, procedures to ensure victims and witnesses of crime will not be asked about their immigration status, and police mechanisms to encourage victims and witnesses of crime to come forward without fear, and also for police services to provide the data on a number of times a person was investigated, reported, or arrested on an offense related to an Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. I wish Mr. Brillinger all the best. I urge him not to sit by his phone because it has been extremely frustrating in getting this information from police services. Also within the agenda is a comprehensive review of the state of community-based sector. Government alone cannot deliver the supports and services that we need throughout our large city. We rely heavily on community-based organizations. City staff have taken the robust view that we recommend a review on ways in which we can better support and fund these different agency boards and commissions that help us implement city policy. Finally, on December the 3rd, I was asked to represent the mayor and the city at a roundtable on immigration, particularly focusing on Syrian refugees at the Costi immigrant offices at 760 College Street. I attended the roundtable with Federal Minister John McCallion, Federal Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, Provincial Minister Michael Chan, and Health Minister Eric Hoskins. And this involved a number of different stakeholders who are mobilizing to ensure that people who come to our shores are given every opportunity to succeed. They understand what supports we offer. They understand the role that the private sector must play. And we want to make sure that they integrate into Canadian society and make sure that they leave all conflict zones behind. Executive Director, Social Development, Finance and Administration, Chris Brillinger, also joined us when we drilled down to the three main asks. The City of Toronto was asking for a federal national housing strategy in which housing allowances are provided after the government-sponsored refugee funding ends, a national strategy on mental health, and the renewal of our grant of 300 and some odd thousand for our newcomer office, which expires in 2016. I believe we have a very open ear and an open partnership and strong partners at both the provincial and federal government to get this done.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, you have a motion to introduce Economic Development Committee report.
I do, and good morning, Speaker. That the report from meeting number 8 of Economic Development Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Speaker, I just want to identify a few items to members of Council. First of all, item 8.3, the Deputy Mayor's Economic Development Roundtable Advisory Body, which was led by Councillor and then Deputy Mayor Kelly. I want to thank him for his work. Those reports are now coming forward. One that was very important and had a tremendous amount of effect at committee and discussion was the Black-led business advisory roundtable report that came forward that looked at the Black-owned businesses in this city and some of the challenges that are being experienced and opportunities actually that are available to us in terms of working with the community to assist in creating jobs and opportunities to help young members of the community to divert them from some of the activities relating to policing, carding, and other materials like that. And I think that's a great thing. So I want to acknowledge Councillor Kelly, the other things that we discussed about the manufacturing roundtable, technology roundtable, and so on. Those are extremely important. Women's roundtable, the advisory body on young entrepreneurs as well. So I'd like to congratulate Councillor Kelly and Mr. Twitter and Vice Chair of Economic Development Committee for his great work. And so, and I love your Movember look as well. So, Madam Speaker, members of Council, there's another item that will be on the agenda that we discuss at committee, the Canada 150, celebrating Canada's 150th birthday. There are a number of recommendations that have been put forward by the committee. I will be making changes to recommendation number 5 and 6. I will be putting forward a monetary amount that I think we should consider as council in terms of what we should be investing with respect to our celebration for Canada's 150th birthday. In addition, Speaker, I also want to express to members of council, we had the strategic plan and direction that has been brought forward by Shauna Levy, who is the CEO of the Design Exchange. I want to congratulate Ms. Levy and the members of the board of the Design Exchange for the work that they've done, because we're looking forward now to seeing that organization being profitable. And I can see that we can see the light, obviously, at the end of the tunnel, and I want to congratulate the board and Ms. Levy for the outstanding work that they've actually done. And also the EDIT EDIT initiative, it's Expo for Design and Innovation that they're actually working on. I think that's something that this council and budget committee should really consider. I think it's a great opportunity for the city to create more initiatives and to obviously attract more attention in the areas of design and technology. And finally, Speaker, I just wanted to highlight the fact that we are moving forward in terms of further discussion on the redesigning the vacant commercial and industrial tax relief program, which many members, and I know Councillor Davis has been very active on that. I want to thank her for her outstanding work in this, and Councillor Carroll as well, and many others. It is, in my view, not appropriate for empty spaces to be left in our avenues and our streets, and this city is helping and encouraging by providing obviously a relief, and there are many other opportunities that we could actually look at implementing to really address this particular issue, whereas to create employment, create jobs, create new entrepreneurs in particular program initiative, because space is always a major issue. And so the time has now come. There's going to be further discussions with BIAs and members of council and others, of course, who have an interest in this. And part of it where we need to be looking at is what we can do with those resources that we actually put out forward to businesses who simply have a derelict property or property in the community and on our streets or on our avenue that is actually not conducive to create economic prosperity for our city. So, Speaker, those are some of the items, and again, I want to stress the fact that I will be putting forward a motion as we move forward in the course of this committee process, where I will be making some recommendations in terms of what we should be investing in the Celebrate Canada 150th birthday. Thank you.
Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Government Management Committee report.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. The report for meeting 8 of the Government Management Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Berardinetti, you have a motion to introduce the Parks and Environment Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to present the Parks and Environment Committee report to Council. One of the items, revisions to the tree bylaw. Thanks to Councillor Robinson for her work on that too. This item will enhance enforcement, facilitate the issuance of permits, and include new procedures related to boundary trees, clarify processes, and add new revised definitions. Also, we've had a number of awards, and I'm just going to have Jim Baxter present just for use a minute of my time to talk about the awards that Toronto has received.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the brief opportunity to talk to you this morning. I just wanted to say that the City of Toronto participated in Civic Action's Race to Reduce program, which started up in 2011. And they had a 4-year program within which they wanted to, they set a target of an 8% reduction in energy consumption across the population. And I think about 150 buildings participated in this within the Greater Toronto area.
Hey, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, Councillor. When you're introducing your report, we can't have staff speaking. It's
Okay. Done.
okay. Just a sec.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
So what we'll do is we'll arrange for tomorrow morning at the pleasure of the clerks to have Jim present and talk about the awards. And so just the second item is regarding Grenadier Pond, and the report before council seeks to strike a balance by establishing an ice monitoring program. And it's been a difficult issue for our staff to strike a balance, but I think that we've achieved that at the committee. So thank you again to staff and the councillors who have been involved in working on these important issues.
Oh, sorry.
I should introduce the report. And the report to the meeting aid of Parks and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Growth Management Committee report.
I do, Madam Speaker, that the report for meeting 8 of the Planning and Growth Management Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. On it, there's a few matters that I'd like to bring to your attention. In particular, which we've spoken about a few times, was a Tippett Road area regeneration study. And I know to most of you in other parts of the city, that probably won't mean much. And even being a North York councillor, until I actually knew where the spot was, it probably didn't mean much. But it should mean a lot to you. It's a former TTC parking lot given to Build Toronto. And I would point out to you that one of the conditions in that is that a minimum of 20% of housing will be affordable on all the sites in public ownership or having public interest or authority. 20% of the site, which is relating to 250 units of affordable housing. And with that, which again you probably wouldn't have noticed because the North York agenda buried away, is the final report on 30 Tippett Road, which is the first part of the site that's being sold. And in that, there's 50 affordable housing and there's 50 rental housing units on that site alone. These are lands that were given to Build Toronto. Build Toronto took the initiative under the new board to do this, and we're delivering that through these reports here today. But I've mentioned it before, and unfortunately, Mayor Tory, sorry, I won't be able to be here for the affordable housing debate. I have to leave for a personal matter. But when we looked through the agenda, we found only one other site that had affordable housing on it anywhere. And when you speak to the issue of affordable housing, you can't just talk about it, you have to deliver it. And each and every one of you, as I've said previously, has applications that go through your wards, and you have to negotiate that as you go forward, or you won't get it. And you cannot depend alone. Sorry, Mayor Tory. Councillor Thompson, please. I know, but this is, you know what, Mayor, I'll wait. Sorry. I apologize, but I can't be here later. I am the Speaker and members of Council.
Okay, please.
What's
Councillor Shiner, continue.
Most important when we go forward with the affordable housing policy, which I said we can't be here, is that each and every one of you participate in trying to deliver that in every single application that comes through the communities that you represent. That's the only way. That's really the only way you can do it, and you can't expect that you're going to see it on city-owned land every time at the taxpayer's expense for that land. So, the other items that I would bring briefly to your attention is PG 8.5, the official plan 5-year review, and the fact that we're trying to protect neighborhoods by saying new development and neighborhoods should be the same as the neighborhoods that they're in. And it's a very, very important policy that we're trying to have because very often infill housing isn't that way. There's also the Davenport Community Rail Grade separation, which I'm sure, Madam Speaker, you'll have an issue with later. And it's one that our friends at Metrolinx are trying to go forward and not do the type of separation that the community and the city wants by rushing the approvals for it. and it's something that we're trying to deal with, and we're trying to help the Speaker and her community on that. It'll be up for discussion, and Councillor Bilo. And the other one is 8.1, which my colleague, Councillor Ainsley, has held audiovisual recordings of committee adjustment meetings. And that was an important one for us to get through, so those of you that may have concerns raised to you about what might happen there, you'll be able to see it, and we're hoping to have those broadcast live as well, so you'll be able to watch it, and so will the public. And that is my comments to you in regards to the report that's in front of us today.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, you have a motion to introduce the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from Meeting 9 of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration, and I'll just say a few brief words. Public Works, again in November, had a very productive meeting, and as we close out 2015, I'd like to thank the hard work of our city staff in Toronto Water and Solid Waste, Engineering and Construction Services, as well as Transportation Services. They really got our committee off to a great start in 2015. I'd like to also thank the members of the committee, since we're at the end of our year, and that's Councillor McMahon, Councillor Holiday, Councillor Perruzza, and Councillor Moser. We've had very jam-packed agendas all year long, and the meetings have been very lengthy but very productive. And I want to just talk a little bit about what was front and center this year, and that was congestion and gridlock, something that's on top of mind for residents across the city. And we've backed a number of initiatives to improve traffic management. So this fall, we approved the new 5-year congestion management plan, and we also reignited last winter's blitz on cars parked illegally during rush hour. We extended our cycling network in the downtown core on Richmond and Adelaide, and we've sped up construction work on city-led projects like the Gardiner to get roads reopened more quickly, and that's been very effective. Some of that construction work that's been fast-tracked. We're just great. We're hitting great deadlines on that, and it's actually very impressive the work staff have done on that. As well, this year, Council approved the vision, guiding principles, and the evaluation criteria for the city's long-term waste management strategy, and that strategy will guide our waste management practices and policies for the next 30 years. So we definitely are excited about the fact that we've expanded our Blue Box program, and we're allowing more items in, specifically soft plastics. And so we encourage people to help us work towards our diversion rates of 70%. We're not there yet. We need to get there. There's a lot of hard work for us ahead. In the new year, we're going to be launching some of the aspects of Toronto's road safety strategy, and I had the good fortune of meeting the ambassador of Sweden, who have been world leaders in the initiative Vision Zero. So 2016, I think, promises to be a great year for City Council and for Public Works. So thank you for everyone for your efforts.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, you have a motion to introduce the Striking Committee report.
Yes, that the report from Meeting 7 of the Striking Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you.
Well done, well done.
That was like 3 seconds. Councillor Grimes, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Madam Speaker. That the report from Meeting 10 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Ajamera, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Thank you, Speaker. That the report from Meeting 10 of the North York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Lee, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Thank you, Speaker. That the report from Meeting 10 of Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you.
High five.
Councillor Layton, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That the report for Meeting 12 of the Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. And just as I have at past meetings, I would like to thank the clerk staff for all their work. Toronto and East York Community Council has not granted additional clerk staff for their meeting, although we had 110 items at the last one, compared to 50 for Etobicoke, 50 for North York, and 20 for Scarborough. And just to point out, there were 14 preliminary reports that total over 250 stories of new residential development. These are preliminary reports, so not the ones that we're appointing. And we're doing this with the same level of resources as every other community council, and our clerks are moving mountains. So thank you very much to Roz and others.
Councillor Bailão, you have a motion. Councillor Bailão? Where is she? Okay, can somebody else? Pardon? Councillor Bailão.
Anna, you have a motion?
You have a motion to introduce the new business from city officials?
Yes.
That's where it belongs. File it under G.
It was filed already, Madam Speaker. That the new business from city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, on favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest? Please indicate the committee, the item or motion number, and the nature of the interest. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 8, PG 8.6, I have a property in the immediate vicinity of the development there.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On page 4, item EX 10.23, 2006 rate-supported budget, Toronto Water, and recommended 2016 water and wastewater rates and services. My wife, while currently on leave, works for an organization that receives a small operating grant for the Blue Flag beaches.
And why is she on leave?
Just pertaining to the Blue Flag beaches.
Why is she on leave?
Why is she on leave, Papa?
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to declare an interest on EX 10.27, EX 10.28. So 2.27 is operating variance, 2.8 is capital variance, and TE 12.2. The reasons are they have within them components of funding for Toronto Public Library. My wife, although on leave, is an employee of Toronto Public Library.
Thank you. Are there any petitions at this time? Councillor Bailão, you mentioned, oh, sorry, there's some more. Okay. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to stand with a petition with 5,773 signatures for Mayor Tory and councillors. Toronto needs to ensure legal protection of our natural heritage in order to bequeath a forest legacy for future generations. Save the 350-year-old red oak and designate it as Toronto's first heritage tree. No tree has been designated heritage since the amalgamation in 1999. We also want to thank the David Suzuki Foundation for reposting and putting it on Facebook, and everyone who has written in a letter since this all began 7 months ago. So here's the petition, 5,773 signatures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, on a point of privilege.
Councillor Perks.
Speaker, while I'm delighted that Councillor Doucette has taken this action to bring this petition here, I do have to point out that the City of Toronto did actually dedicate a heritage tree on Roncesvalles Avenue in 2009 after amalgamation.
Thank you. Okay, is this on this item? Okay, just a sec. Councillor Mammoliti? A point of privilege? Okay. Oh, just one sec, okay.
This was done in courtesy to me about 3 years ago, this January 4th, and I'd like to do the same for my colleague, Councillor Mike Layden. I'd like to congratulate Mike and his wife, Brett, for on the birth of their beautiful baby daughter. Congratulations.
Councillor Grimes, petitions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a petition of 164 names, a petition against the methadone clinic at Lakeshore Boulevard West and 6th Street.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio, petitions?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I have a petition with 203 names, and it reads, we are residents in Davenport Village. We have viewed the rendering depicting the proposal development for the block of land fronting on the west side of Lansdowne Avenue between Powerhouse Street and Brandon Avenue. In our view, the proposal is compatible with and complementary to 1100 Lansdowne Avenue in terms of massing, scale, articulation setbacks, and architectural details. We support the developer's application and request that all necessary approvals be given so that this project may proceed. We are pleased that the developer has sought to, in a practical way, provide an entranceway into Davenport Village that mirrors, in general, the built form of 1100 Lansdowne and appropriately replaces the former building number 18. Madam Speaker, respectfully, I request that a copy of this petition be forwarded to the City Preservation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bala?
Madam Speaker, I have a petition with 1,096 names that reads, we, the underside, are opposed to Metrolinx building an overpass for trains through our residential neighborhood. We are asking that Metrolinx and other decision makers at the provincial and city level to consider the options and to work together with the community on a plan that satisfies the needs of the community as well as Metrolinx.
Thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petitions? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Members, I will now review the order paper. The Mayor has designated Executive Committee Item EX 10.18 on the Affordable Housing Open Door Program as this key matter for this meeting. That item will be considered as the first item of business today. Members, there are a number of related matters on this agenda that I propose be considered together. Executive Committee Item 10.6 with the Etobicoke York Community Council. Item 10.1. These items are the final funding and the official plan amendment and rezoning for the Western Community Cultural Hub. Planning and Growth Committee, Committee Item 8.6 with North York Community Council Item 10.39. These items are on the Tippett Road Area Regeneration Study and the rezoning for 30 Tippett Road. Council is scheduled to meet in closed session at 6 p.m. tonight if required. Notices and motions are scheduled to be dealt with at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Members, before I take additional holds, I need to rule on Etobicoke York Community Council item EY 10.54 regarding report requests on methadone clinics. I have reviewed this item with the City Clerk. In June, the Licensing and Standards Committee, under item LS 5.6, requested staff to report back on the visibility of licensing methadone clinics in the city. That report will be submitted to the Licensing and Standards Committee next March. Accordingly, I am ruling that Etobicoke York Community Council recommendations 2 and 3 are redundant, given that the Licensing and Standards Committee has already asked for a report on this matter. Okay, members will now go through the sheets for additional holds. So the City Clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold. I will now go through the items listed on the order paper to take additional holds. I will recognize requests to make matters urgent and time-specific after I go through the items for additional holds. Once the order paper has been approved by Council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. Page 3. Councillor Holliday.
I'd like to hold EX 10.9 and EX 10.11.
Can you read the titles, please?
apologies. EX 10.9 Association of Community Centers Settlement of Operating Results for year 2014, and EX 10.11 Feasibility of Establishing a Fund dedicated to the maintenance of the tree and the cost of acquiring the property at 76 Coral Gable Drive.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold EX 10.3, review of the functions of Toronto's accountability officers.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Wanted to hold the same item, Madam Speaker.
Okay, it's already been held. Councillor Palacio.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would like to hold the EX 10.6 at the Western Community Cultural Hub.
Thank you. Page 4. Councillor Layton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to hold EX 10.17, Aboriginal Affairs Terms of Reference, and just as I don't think I can make the point now that I'm going to request that that item, along with 10.15, 10.16, and 10.1 be heard together. They're the items from the Aboriginal Affairs Committee.
Councillor Bailao.
EX 10.20, New Affordable Nonprofit Housing Opportunity. I do have an amendment that staff asked me to move. I don't know if we could actually vote on it right now. I'd be willing to do that.
Staff have it?
Yep.
We can put it on the screen. This is the amendment. All in favor? Hold on.
Okay, that's fine.
All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Clause is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. So as not to disappoint the CFO, I would like to hold EX 10.27, the operating variance report for the 9-month period ended September 30, 2015.
Thank you. Councillor, page 5. Councillor Holliday, page 5.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold HL 8.2, Pharmacare, Improving Access to Prescription Medications.
I'm sorry, what was that number again?
HL 8.2.
Okay. Page 6, page 5, Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thanks, Madam Speaker. CD 8.1, Progress Report on Toronto Senior Strategy.
Okay. Page 6. Councillor Holliday, page 6.
I'd like to hold ED 8.4, Design Exchange Operations and Funding Update.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker. EX 8.6, Business Improvement Area. I have a technical amendment, basically. It's,
Which
sorry,
one?
ED 8.6.
Yes?
I have a technical amendment. It's just basically changing
Well,
the...
hold on. Does the staff have it? Okay, let's put it on the screen.
Sure, thanks. It's just changing the numbers for Ronsonsville from 235,549 to 529.
Oh, we're replenishing.
Yeah.
I believe we're going to do with that $20, guys. We have a plan.
Opposed, if any, carried. On the clauses amended, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Page 7. Councillor Holliday, page 7.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold PE 8.7, Options for Winter Public Access to Grenadier Pond.
Thank you. Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Speaker. I can release item P 8.5, the revisions to the tree bylaws. I've spoken to some of my colleagues, and I'm satisfied with my concerns.
Okay, there's still a hold, so we'll still continue holding it in your name, Councilor DiCiano?
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Page 8. Page 9. Yeah. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong?
I believe I need to hold ST 7.2, appointment to council members' vacancies on pension boards, as it's without recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. And with a motion that I have given to clerks, I can release ST 7.1 appointments to fill council member vacancies on the Toronto Atmospheric Fund Board of Directors.
Okay, the amendments on the screen. All in favor? Opposed, may carried. Clauses amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, my apologies to members. I am actually on page 8, not on page 9. PG 8.3, I can release that. That is the 900, 916, and 920 Caledonia Road Official Plan Amendment Application Refusal Report.
Okay, Councillor Shiner on page 8 is releasing PG 8.3. All in favor? Carried. Page 10. Councillor Mamalidi.
Madam Speaker, EY 10.51, staff have asked me to move a technical amendment to the recommendation for the OMB.
It's not ready yet, so when it's ready, then we can get up and release
okay.
it. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. EY 10.56, request for briefing at Etobicoke York Community Council on the ward boundary review.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Davis.
I was going to deal with the same item that Councillor Carroll did.
Okay.
I was going to move adoption, but
Okay, if I, yeah, on Councillor Carroll, could you hold North York NY 10.16? The chief planner submitted a supplementary.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Page 11. Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On item NY 10.37, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application for 12 and 18 Marquette, staff have given me a technical amendment, and if I could move that, there's been advanced circulation that deletes the words attachment 8 and inserts the words attachment 10.
That could change everything.
It has
And I
been
don't know what that means.
it has been circulated earlier today. It's on your desk. So the amendments on the screen.
What number is it?
All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Clauses amended. All in favor? Carried. Page 12.
We're making great strides here.
Councillor Fillion.
I can release North York 10.50.
Okay, on page, pardon? On page 12, Councillor Fillion is releasing NY 10.50. Recorded vote's been requested.
Councillor Perruzza and Councillor DeGiorgio, please.
Councillor Crawford, please.
The item is adopted, 39 to 1.
It's like the ghost of Christmas.
Councillor Holliday, page 12.
Thank you, Speaker. NY 10.49, I don't wish to question or debate. I'd just like to be recorded in the negative.
Okay, recorded vote. That's an NY 10.49 OMB hearing for 943 Castlefield.
Councillor Perruzza and Councillor DeGiorgio, please. Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Layton.
Councillor Palacio, Councillor Barnetti, Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Cole, and Councillor Robinson, please. Councillor Cole and Councillor Robinson, please.
The item is adopted, 39 to 1.
Councillor Holliday, did you have another one?
Madam Speaker, the same thing for SC 10.2 and 10.3. I'd like to be recorded in the negative.
Yep, the rest of us
Okay.
want to be recorded in the positive.
Okay, so on page 12, SC 10.3. I thought he said 3. Did you say 3 and 10?
2 and 3.
2 and 3? Okay, it's 2 and 3, sorry. On SC 10.2, recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Lee. Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Fillion, please. Councillor Robinson. And Councillor Mamalidi, when you're seated, please.
Councillor DeGiorgio, please.
The item carries, 37 to 3.
On 10.3, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeGiorgio. Councillor Wong-Tam, please.
Councillor Barnetti, Councillor Mihevc,
Councillor Davis, please. And Councillor Bailao.
The item carries, 38 to 2.
Okay. Councillor Palacio.
Yes, Madam Speaker, if I can go back to page number 3, I would like to release item EX 10.6, and that's a Western Community Cultural Hub. And I just wanted to be very, very brief, is you weren't able to attend the last executive committee meeting, but the level of support from the community overall, and the same thing is happening at the local community council, is that this is one of the key developments in the Western area that will become the jewel in that area, and that's a tremendous level of support. From that perspective, I wanted just to thank you personally for bringing people together and for bringing this wonderful development to the community there.
Thank you. So
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Palacio is releasing on page 3 EX 10.6. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Page 13. Councillor Fletcher.
I'd like to hold TE 1.27, final report 7779 East Dawn Roadway, and 677 Queen Street East, please. There's still a report to come.
Okay,
Seven.
that's on page 13, T 12.7. Page 14. Counselor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold TE 12.48, construction staging area, King Street West.
Mayor Tory.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I was going to hold that one as well, but I also would then like to hold 12.95, construction staging area, Redpath Avenue.
Okay, thank you. That's on T 12.95. Thank you. Counselor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to release TE 12.54. Oh, okay. I'll hold it then.
Okay.
What's up, Jim?
Counselor Robinson.
Yes, my apologies, Madam Speaker, but I'd like to go back to page 12. NY 10.45, Bayview Avenue Design Guidelines Study, final report. I'd like to hold that.
Okay, that's on page 12, NY 10.45. Okay, on page 15. Counselor Fletcher.
Page 15, CC 11.7, appointment of members to the Toronto Community Housing Corporation.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker, page 15, top of the page, CC 11.1, 11 Lillian Street and 132 to 142 Sedan Avenue.
Okay, thank you. The city solicitor report is due on that, so. Okay, Counselor Shiner, sorry. You had your name? Counselor
Yes,
Shiner.
I did, Madam Speaker, because I did want to try and release another one, speaking to staff of one of my colleagues, on page 8.
On page what?
Page 8, my apologies.
Page 8?
PG 8.8.
Okay, just one sec. PG 8.8 on page 8, you're releasing?
Yeah, Chapter 694, area-specific amendment application concerning electronic signs.
Okay, so Counselor Shiner is releasing PG 8.8 on page 8. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Counselor Ojamari.
Page 9, EY 10.1. I wanted the opportunity to vote against, so if you could have a recorded vote.
On which
Thank
one?
you.
I'm sorry, page 9?
EY 10.1.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So Counselor Ojamari is requesting a recorded vote. It's the Western Community Cultural Hub.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Layton. Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Counselor Mamalidi and Counselor Burnside, please.
The item carries 40 to 1.
Thank you. Any on page, there's just one on page 16. Does anybody want, oh, it's been held down. Okay. Okay, Counselor Fillion, you want to release something?
Yes, I'd like to release a member motion, MM 11.9. I
I'm sorry,
would
what
like to withdraw it.
Which page, I'm sorry?
Page 17, MM 11.9, I would like to withdraw it.
Okay, on page 17, members' motion MM 11.9, which is an OMB hearing for 36 and 40 Churchill Avenue. Councillor Fillion is withdrawing. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi.
Madam Speaker, I guess it would be more of a point of privilege to let you know that I'll be in and out of this meeting due to some personal matters I have to attend to. And while I'm up, and I know the item's been held on the tree, I do have to get my thank yous out to Councillor Doucette, Councillor de Bearmaker, because I'm not sure if I'll be here for the debate, for everything you've done on the tree issue that's in front of us, and staff, park staff, and even the mayor for coming out and taking a look at it. I just want to... Even the mayor. I want to thank everyone that's been involved, okay? I want that on the record, that's all.
Drop by for a cup of joe.
Okay, Councillor Holliday, point of personal privilege.
As a courtesy to my colleague on council, I would be prepared to release the item provided I can vote in the negative of it.
Okay.
I'm not supportive of some aspects of it, but I appreciate all the work that the councillor has done, and I hope the tree lives on.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so Councillor Holliday, are you saying that you want to release it?
Yes. Wow, it is Christmas.
Okay. So, on page 3, yes, on page 3, EX 10.11, Councillor Holliday is releasing. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeGiorgio. Councillor McMahon.
Councillor Ainsley, please. Councillor Burnside.
Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor Ainsley, please.
The item carries 41-1.
Okay. Are there any requests? Are there any requests to make an item urgent and time specific? Oh, wow. Okay. Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, the items you spoke about, Tippett Road Area Regeneration Study, PG 8.6 and NY 10.39, could we make them time specific for tomorrow morning?
Which pages?
Page 8, Planning and Growth 8.6, Tippett Road Area Regeneration Study, and North York Community Council 10.39, the final report on Tippett Road.
So,
Tomorrow morning.
okay, just a sec.
I'm asking members because I can't be here
Right.
today.
Yeah, I understand,
I have
and
to
you
leave.
explained that to me earlier. So on page 8, PG 8.5 and PG 8.6, Councillor Shiner is asked that it be dealt with tomorrow, correct?
Tomorrow morning too, because there's no report yet.
You think we're going to be here still tomorrow?
Oh, sorry, PG 8.6 and which one?
PG 8.6
And North York 10.39.
and dealt with together, which is already what is...
Tomorrow morning, yes, I've already ruled on that earlier at the meeting. Okay, all in favor? Carried, thank you.
Madam Speaker, I've also been asked by Councillor Barlow, and I believe she's right, PG 8.13, the Davenport Community Rail Grade Separation, which we're waiting, which we have an additional report on. Can we deal with that tomorrow as well, first thing, after this one? I think both of them will be quick.
Okay,
My apologies, members, I can't be here for a good part of this afternoon. I don't know if I can get back.
On page 8, PG 8.13, Councillor Shiner has asked that we deal with it tomorrow after the other two items. All in favor? Carried, thank you.
Madam Speaker, I did hold a couple of items here, and just to you, I mentioned to you earlier, I have to leave to attend a funeral and go to a Shiva house today. So the other items that are on this Planning and Growth Committee I don't think will come before us today, but if for some miraculous reason you get there, could you hold them till tomorrow?
Okay, thank you.
Public Works as well.
Counselor Shiner mentioned that he will not be here for the rest of the day because there's a funeral. And so if there's any items on planning and growth, if we deal with it today, if we can deal with it tomorrow instead. Okay. Counselor Layton, but yeah. Counselor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like the following items to be considered together. EX 10.1, Statement of Commitment to the Aboriginal Communities of Toronto Annual Update. EX 10.15, Aboriginal Employment Strategy. EX 10.16, Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada Recommendations. And EX 10.17, Aboriginal Affairs Committee Terms of Reference. Just in the interest of time, I'd like to make one speech to all of them.
Yeah, so we'll consider those four together. Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Page 3, EX 10.3, Review of the Functions of the Toronto Accountability Officers. I'd like to make them the first item after the Mayor's key item today, please, and request a presentation.
Okay, Councillor, can I please have some order? It's getting very noisy in the council chambers, please. Councillor Doucette has asked that on page 3, EX 10.3, that it would be dealt with following the Mayor's key item and a presentation from staff. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Shiner, if you're on the floor, please, your vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Lee, please, as you're in the chamber. Councillor Lee.
The motion carries 32-7.
Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. I was hoping that I could, on page 5, HL 8.1, Action on Intimate Partner Violence Against Women, asking that the medical officer of health could provide us with a presentation and perhaps time the item first or second thing tomorrow morning.
We already have first and second tomorrow.
May it be the third item tomorrow morning?
So the third item. So on page 5, Councillor Wong Tam has asked HL 8.1 that we deal with it as the third item tomorrow, and you wanted a presentation from staff, did you say?
Yes, please.
Okay. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Carroll.
I was going to take the same action as Councillor Doucette. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor DiCiano.
There we go.
Thanks, Speaker. I'd like to request that we make PE 8.5 time-specific for today before 2 p.m., if possible.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. What page?
Page 7, item PE 8.5, the revisions to the tree bylaws. Can we make that time-specific today? I've got a request from staff to do so. Can we make it time-specific for tomorrow before 2 p.m.?
Okay, well, tomorrow we've already voted on 4 items to be time-specific, so we don't know when we're going to get to it tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
That's it? Yeah. All right. Yeah. Oh, Counselor Thompson has his name there. Counselor Thompson?
Speaker, thank you. I rise. I rise, Speaker, in order to request an opportunity to make ED 8.6, oh, actually 8.
What page?
8.9. Sorry, page 6. That's Canada 150.
Yes.
I do have a motion. I know there are a number of staff members who are here. I'd like to be able to tell them to come back tomorrow after the members' motions are dealt with.
Well, Counselor Thompson, we just said to Counselor DiCiano, we have 4 items that are time-specific tomorrow.
Right,
So-
and are they after the members' motion or are they before?
Well, they're first thing in the morning, and then we stop for members' motion, then we continue. Until we finish those 4 items, we don't know when we'll be able to get to that item. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's tomorrow.
Okay?
I'm asking for tomorrow.
Before the sesquicentennial starts.
But hold on.
Okay, so Speaker, sorry, may I?
We'll
So you're
deal with
suggesting
it
that
when we get to
we've
it.
got 4 and we'll get to it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I will then stand down. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, before we vote to adopt the order paper, we will take separate votes on an item that has not been held for debate to permit members who have declared an interest to leave the meeting. EX 10.28, the capital variance report. Councillor Pasternak. Come on. Jeez. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Counselor Palacio? Counselor Cole, please. Counselor Fletcher, Counselor Grimes, Counselor DiCiano, and Counselor Crawford, please.
Councillor Peruzzi, your vote, please.
The item carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Of adopting the order paper and all items not held. All in favor? Recorded vote. We're adopting the order paper.
Counselor Cole, please. Counselor Crisanti, please.
Councillor DeGiorgio, please, and Councillor Layton.
The order paper is adopted on a vote, unanimous, 36 in favor.
Okay, Councillor Robinson?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have a point of personal privilege. Can I proceed?
Okay.
This is my first time. So what I would like to address in my point of personal privilege is some Twitter activity following our last council meeting. And it appears that some councillors, when they don't like the outcome of a vote, they take to Twitter. And they take to Twitter without all the details or with misleading information. So I would like to take this moment to remind my fellow councillors and all of the members of council that we are bound to uphold a code of conduct. Article 14 of the Code of Conduct for members of council advises us of our duty to treat the public, staff, and one another, our fellow councillors, with respect and without abuse, bullying, or intimidation. We need to create a positive environment, one that respects the opinions and decisions of our fellow elected officials, even when they differ from our own. And that extends to all other realms of our work, which are outside of this council chamber, including our social media accounts. And I've verified and met with the Integrity Commissioner about this, as well as senior staff. Social media, without a doubt, can be a vibrant space for engagement, for dialogue and debate, but all too often it results in disrespectful, one-sided, and misinformed comments. And I know a number of people in this chamber have had this happen to them. And so I would like to say that our job as city councillors and what we're elected to do is to vote, to take a position and to vote. And we don't always have to agree, but what we want to achieve is an open and respectful debate. And that indeed is the heart of the democratic process. And I think this activity is not a good reflection on council. I think it's an attack on the democratic process. And if there was anything that demonstrated that, that was our last election in Canada. That last election clearly demonstrated that Canadians, Ontarians, Torontonians want to see a change in the tone of debate and a change in the tone of government at every order of government. And this includes the world of social media. So I hope that people will review that code of conduct and understand it's not just, doesn't really bind us just to this chamber, but outside of this chamber. And I know social media is, for some people, is a new thing. A lot of other governments are looking at social media policies, but I did check with our Integrity Commissioner. She did indeed confirm that the Code of Conduct applies also to the realm of social media. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Members of council, please, there's too many people talking at the same time. Please, if I can ask staff, members of council. Okay, members of council, I want to stress the importance of preparing your motions in advance. The city clerk staff are here to help prepare your motions. In particular, if you intend to move a motion during the release of holds, I would insist that your motion be prepared in advance and given to the clerk. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, City Council follows a routine for the processing and adding of any motions without notice during the meeting. Please remember that a motion without notice must include reason for urgency. If you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, please give your motion to the city clerk staff. They will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. The chair must agree the motion is urgent before you can seek leave to introduce it at this meeting. It will require 30 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. I will be reviewing all motions carefully and will advise council after each recess which motions need a motion to add to the agenda. Thank you. Before we start with the agenda, I just want to welcome students from the Bishop Strachan School. The group is visiting City Hall to learn about their local government. The school is located in Ward 22, St. Paul's, and their local counselor is Councillor Matt Lowe. Their group leader is Eden Merritt. Welcome. We will now proceed with the first item, which is the mayor's key item, which is on page 4, EX 10.18. Affordable Housing Open Door Program. Do we have questions to staff at this time? Are there any questions? Speakers? Mayor Tory.
Well, Madam Speaker, thank you. And I'm very pleased to speak to this, and I think it is a step forward, but I also think it's important as a reminder to us of something where I think we've fallen behind on an issue that is important both socially and economically. I think if we look at ourselves as a city that is to remain as livable as people say it is, if we look at it as a city that is meant to be one going forward of even more opportunity than we have today, and that includes, by definition, both that opportunity and that livability, the opportunity and the option of having a place to live or to own by way of either ownership or rental in a big and expensive city like this, then we're going to have to get back at the affordable housing challenge that's in front of us, and we're going to have to change the way we've been doing it. And when I say we're going to have to change the way we've been doing it, this council or the predecessor council to it, or one before that even, set a goal, and the goal was pretty straightforward. It suggested that we should be striving to create 1,000 affordable rental and 200 affordable ownership homes annually. And indeed, the city's 10-year housing action plan, called Housing Opportunities Toronto, recognized that by 2020 we would require 10,000 additional affordable rental and 2,000 affordable ownership homes to keep pace with growth and demand. I believe that the affordable housing issue has become mixed up with, in the minds of a lot of people, even people who are following these things to some extent, the social housing issue, if I can distinguish between the two. And I think that has not done us any good in terms of explaining the needs in both areas. But the bottom line is that I'm heartened by the fact that, say, in the business community, and I'm not talking about the housing segment of the business community, but in the broader business community, people are starting to understand something that is an absolute reality that is staring us in the face and that confronts us here in terms of our challenge of growing employment opportunities and growing the economy, which, as you know, I believe, and I think most of us do, is fundamental to our ability to provide for the social services and provide for the caring side of the city. And that is that the business community are increasingly recognizing that the people they need to work in jobs which often won't carry with them a compensation which is going to permit them to simply go and find an adequate place to live, especially for their families, in an expensive city like this, presents a real challenge, that you either will find it hard to find those people at all, they will end up living in unacceptably far away places to which we have not built transit and which are not connected by transit, although we're trying to make up for lost time on that as well. And that this is going to lead to a real problem in terms of people identifying the city of Toronto, generally the entire city, as a place in which they want to invest and employ people. And that's, of course, got to be at the heart of everything that we do. So I look at these things the way I look at most things, which is to say, well, the first order of business, I don't believe that the government is going, any level of government itself is going to solve this problem in terms of the construction and operation of this housing, beyond what we're doing on the social housing side. So we called in people from the housing business and said, very simply, what is it going to take to get you into the affordable housing business so that you can use your ingenuity, use your financing, use your expertise, your discipline to help us build the number of units that we said we had to build. And they identified the things that are in the Open Doors policy. These were the principal recommendations they made to us. Supply of land where possible from government and other kinds of agencies. And by the way, when I say the private sector, I include in that the non-profit sector. We call them in as well. Fast tracking, this was a big point, and of course it extends to well beyond just affordable housing, but the bottom line is that the people who said, if you want us to build affordable housing, you're going to have to do a better job of moving us through the system, because time is money, and it is just frustrating. Some degree of expansion of financial incentives to reduce construction costs, that's always a challenge for us, but there's hope given some of what we've seen potentially coming from the federal government. And also challenging the other two levels of government to step up and be a part of this as well. And so what we've done in this report is to try to address all of those things and do the best we can to say we are going to take action in those areas. And that has included in our own case taking some surplus land. One piece on Madison, sitting for 10 years, designated for affordable housing. One piece on Block 36, further downtown, sitting for 20 years, designated by the city for affordable housing. And in the one case, we've had the RFP, we're getting on with it. And in the other case, we're about to commence having an RFP to get on with it. And so I would just say to you that this program is going to help us to start to get caught up on our targets, which I think we must do. And I will just add one last thing before concluding, Madam Speaker, and that is that I commend to you the comments earlier on of Councillor Shiner, and I'm glad when I say he made me listen to them, Councillor Thompson and I were having a chat about something else, and he waited to make sure I heard them. But I think you are going to have to help. The other governments have to help. The nonprofit sector and the private sector have to step up, which if we do these things, I believe they will. But I hope you will help as well by making sure you facilitate, as opposed to other approaches that might be taken, the affordable housing being constructed across the city, not just on city or provincial or federal land, across the city, and incorporated in as many places as we possibly can. I believe this is one of the most fundamental challenges facing us in the next 3 years and beyond that if we want the city to be fair and to be strong and to be prosperous. And so I commend this program to you, and I hope that it will have the support of all of the members of council. And again, I commend Councillor Bailão in particular and our staff for all the work that they've done in bringing us to today. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, just 1 sec. I know what you want. Okay, so when we came to this item, I announced twice if there were any members of council that had questions, and nobody put their name on the screen. So now I understand there are a number of members of council that do have questions. So I'm just going to ask council, can we go back to the questions? Okay, is everybody okay with that? Okay. So questions. Councillor Layton.
Madam Speaker, and my sincerest thanks for allowing me to ask just a couple very simple questions about the definition of affordable housing that's being proposed. There is a definition of affordable housing on page 27 that says for new affordable rental, this means housing units with monthly occupancy costs at or below the average cost, the average market rents. So it's with the word at, is it possible that we would be accepting an affordable housing unit that's in fact the average cost of rent in the City of Toronto?
Through the chair, or sorry, Sean, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for the question. If I could speak to the particular question on
stand up
on item number page 27, the definition that is being proposed in this bylaw relates to the administration of federal provincial program funding in Toronto. And I'm happy to have the Chief Planner speak with respect to the definition in the official plan. The particular assisted ownership definition speaks to, again, to the definition of the federal provincial government with respect to program administration. So this bylaw, if you will, complements the official plan and the definitions within the official plan, but there is some variation because of the program.
So I'm just trying to get this cleared up, because the definition in the official plan is very specific and involves below the a percentile of the average rate. So in this proposal, the Open Door program, would applicants qualify for the initiatives we're putting forward for the Open Door program if they met the affordable housing definition in this report or in the official plan?
In this report.
So in this report, in order to qualify for the city's waiving of DCs and all the other benefits that one could incur, they have to meet a definition that says the affordable rental could be at market and an affordable home ownership could be at market resale value.
That's correct. Not above.
So it can't be above, but it could be the average rate.
That's correct.
And what does this do to our official plan definitions that for one, sorry, I'm just going to try to get them on my screen here. For one bedroom, for bachelors, they have to be no higher than the 30th percentile of income. Like, it's based on income rates rather than the average cost.
Through the chair, that's correct. One of the considerations in the context of the official plan definition was our concern that we didn't want to put smaller units, for example, in the definition of affordable, such that we would be providing a reprieve from development charges for units that would be built anyway if they are smaller units. So the program and the definition that Sean is referencing is specific to the program outlined in this report, and it's important to note that it is an eligibility, an enabling policy framework. It doesn't mean that any proposal coming forward will in fact be accepted at this level.
Given the definition of in our official plan of affordable housing, does the definition being proposed in this report that could garner significant benefits to housing developers, are they coinciding with one another? Is the new definition consistent with the definition in our official plan of affordable housing?
Through the chair, no, the definitions are quite far apart.
I guess I'm still a little confused here why we're proposing a definition that says housing providers can incur benefits if they meet the...
If they bring a unit out at market.
Okay, so this was your last question.
I think this is back to you, Sean.
Okay.
Why is it that we're using a definition that's more flexible, that allows housing developers to put at market housing units forward rather than meeting our affordable our definition in the official plan?
That was your last question.
Councillor, let me be abundantly clear about this. Every proposal since 2002 that's been before this council has used the definition that is in this bylaw. We are not creating a new definition insofar as every proposal that's come before this council has used these federal provincial definitions. The issue with respect to the official plan, if I could say so, is where the definition in the official plan is different than this definition. The definition in the official plan takes precedence. And in those instances, such as at large sites or where a Section 37 contribution is being made to affordable housing, the official plan governs. But in instances where it is not a large site or Section 37 funding is not involved, we're deferring to the federal provincial definition. And every deal that's been made in this council, and they all come forward on a site-specific basis in the last 15 years, have used the definition that's in this bylaw today.
Thank you. Okay, members. Councillor Fragadakis, questions?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. So I'm on page 16, and it's similar and a follow-up to what Councillor Layton was asking. It says, the Open Door program may also provide a unique opportunity to explore the reassignment of rent geared to income support to new affordable rentals as a result of potential new flexibility in provincial rules related to rent geared to income funding and service level standards. I'm just asking if someone on staff could explain to me how that might work.
I'm going to request the General Manager of Shelter Housing and Support, or Rob Cressman, the Director, to answer your question.
So through the Speaker, the Rent Geared to Income program is it's very narrow in that it is specific to the relationship between rents and income. This council has requested the provincial government to make the definition, the range of options available, much more flexible. And so one example would be the use of housing allowances as opposed to rent geared to income. And a housing allowance might be something that is a flat amount as opposed to a arithmetically determined percentage of income. That may work for certain households in certain situations. At present, we don't really have the flexibility to use that tool and be recognized for meeting service level standards. So that's just one example.
Okay. So I think it's important that we foster mixed income neighborhoods to create integrated communities, and I was just wondering, is that part of the planning behind the pilot projects?
Absolutely, it's behind the pilot projects. We're looking for those opportunities.
Okay. Beyond inclusionary zoning, how else will we foster these healthy mixed communities?
In addition to that, Councillor, if I could answer your question, what we've done through the Housing Opportunities Plan is look for opportunities within all wards of the city, recognizing that rental housing and affordable home ownership housing should be available not only in the downtown but also in all of the community council districts.
Okay. My last question is, the Toronto District School Board is currently reviewing something like about 70 schools for potential closure. And though I see other possibilities for those sites, they are by and large well integrated into residential neighborhoods. So my question is, could any of that property be included in this initiative in the long run?
I'm in discussions with the Social Development General Manager, and yes, we'll be looking at those opportunities as well.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple questions. I'm going to start to Shelter Support and Housing Administration. Could you clarify the number of individuals or families that are currently on the centralized support or affordable housing waiting list at the city?
Through the Speaker, currently there are about 95,000 households, not individuals, households, on the waiting list for rent geared to income housing.
So those 95,000 households, as a list, is that exhaustive of the need for affordable housing in this city, or is that just an indication of need?
To an extent, of course, it's an indication because people are self-declaring that they require a subsidy. It's a very blunt instrument. As I mentioned in answer to the previous question, there's a very narrowly defined program. There are other indicators. The federal government, for example, uses something called core housing need, which takes into account housing condition, overcrowding, and those sorts of things, which in a way allows for a more refined look at the types of responses.
Okay, thank you. And to the Affordable Housing Office, to Sean, thank you. So we hear there are 95,000 households on the waiting list. What is the target on an annual basis or in the this term of council for how many units we are seeking to build of affordable housing?
The target is 1,000 new rental units a year that would be affordable.
Okay, thank you. So 1,000 new rental units a year with a waiting list of 95,000 households. If I could come to the chief planner. The practice of inclusionary zoning, this is a practice that mandates equitable development and the construction of new developments. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, it is a practice that requires as a component of any new development a percentage of units to be built as affordable housing.
And what other jurisdictions or municipalities in Canada or the United States have implemented such a practice?
In its purest form, there's no such practice in the Canadian context, although both in Toronto and in Vancouver, we have large sites policies that require affordable housing. It's widely used in the American context, including in San Francisco and in New York, and in over 200 communities and cities.
So in over 200 communities and cities in the United States where it's used, you listed two large cities in particular. What percentage of units is it usually in the range of that are set aside for affordable housing under this inclusionary zoning mandate?
It's typically, through the Speaker, anywhere between 10% and 30% are secured as affordable housing.
Thank you. And in the Toronto context, can you talk about the number of developments and the corresponding population increase, or even just the number of developments that have taken place in the last 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, whatever you may know or have?
Over the course of the past 5 years, we've had over 596 development projects equaling approximately 109,433 new units. That's over a 5-year period.
Okay, so 596 projects totaling around 109,000 units. Had we, as the City of Toronto, had an inclusionary zoning policy in place prior to the construction of those 109,000 units, how many affordable housing units could we have created at those different percentages?
So if we assume that the inclusionary zoning policy would apply to buildings with over 100 units,
okay,
but you could draw the benchmark in a variety of different places, but if we assume over 100 units, we could in fact have secured, and if we assume approximately 10% of the units approved being inclusion as a result of inclusionary zoning, we would approximately have 10,000 units that would have been secured, serving approximately 20,600 people in the city.
And that's in the last how many years?
That's over the last 5 years.
Okay, so in the last 5 years, had we had a 10% inclusionary zoning mandate, we could have created, with a minimum of over 100 units per building, 10,000 affordable housing units. That's with a 10% inclusionary zoning mandate. To the Affordable Housing Office, how many affordable housing units have we created in the last 5 years without inclusionary zoning?
2,800.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thank you. I'll just ask the Chief Planner. You're saying large sites, Madam Chief Planner. And the issue is, are you talking about acres or units for a site? Large sites. Can you explain that, please?
Through the Speaker, was the question how large sites is defined?
Yes.
Large sites are defined as sites that are over 5 hectares and also all of the central waterfront sites.
So over 5 hectares. How many acres is 5 hectares?
12.
So over 12 acres and the waterfront. Those are the only ones that would be considered large sites where this would automatically kick in.
Through the Speaker, that's correct. They're the only sites to which this policy currently applies.
And so with the new policy, are we redefining large sites, or are we changing that definition at all?
Through the Speaker, the objective in the event that inclusionary zoning powers are in fact brought into force by the province would be to create a policy for the entire city that would set a threshold at which inclusionary zoning would now apply, which might be by land area, which is the current approach, or might be by number of units.
But technically, the city itself could set by land area, could we not?
Through the Speaker, depending on how the policy is constructed by the province, our expectation is that we would have some jurisdiction in determining where and when inclusionary zoning powers would apply.
And the other thing I just want to ask about is the length of time for these units that are secured. I don't think you can answer that one. It's someone in the housing, either Mr. Gadden or Mr. Cressman. But generally, we're securing units only for 20 years. Is that still the case? Of those 2,800 affordable that were constructed, how many of those are only for 20 years?
Councillor, I don't have that information in front of me. I'd be happy to get it for you. The minimum is 20 years. It, in certain occasions, will exceed that from 25 up to 50.
So let's just talk about how many. That would be extraordinary for 50. That would be the Cadillac at this point.
Yes, in fact, at the last council meeting, such a deal at 200 Madison was approved.
But generally, are we working with the yardstick of about 20 years? Is that correct?
That in the past has been the minimum because that's what the federal provincial government requirements are. But given the inputs that the city has also added in proposals and proposal calls, we've exceeded on many occasions actually the 20. The arrangement today before you on the Weston Cultural Hub includes a 50-year affordable housing agreement as well. So we're looking to achieve much better than 20.
So that's a new standard. When we're talking about Build Toronto lands, which technically are city lands, where I would assume that we're trying to maximize the amount of time that affordability would be available, do we have a different standard for lands that are our lands compared to, let's say, another site?
Each site is approached in its own unique way, Councillor, and we are looking to the minimums that we've just spoken about. And they come before council on a case-by-case basis.
I understand
The-
that. I'm
the
asking
report
if we
also-
have a policy with Build Toronto.
We do have a policy with Build Toronto that they
And the
will
length of
contribute.
time for the affordability with Build Toronto is how long?
There is not a specific time that is set within the MOU with Build Toronto. It's something we could look into. This report calls for a new MOU with Build Toronto, and so it could be taken up with them in that context.
So we don't currently have a standard. Then my last little bit of time, I just want to look at some of the affordable rents. And Councillor Layton was asking about the affordability of rents in certain areas. I'm sure you would agree with me that there are parts of town where even the 80% CMHC is a very high amount because rents have been driven up very high in parts of the city. How are we able to ameliorate that situation so that they're truly affordable?
Councillor, the report refers to income supports, housing allowances, rent supplement programs that would get you deeper affordability through a construction program, which is what is the affordable housing program that the city operates. You are able to achieve the 80 to the 100% rental rates, but getting below that really requires income supports, and that's why we're working with the Shelter Division on that.
Thank you. Councillor Davis?
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Fletcher asked questions similar to mine that relate to the affordability period of affordability. We've certainly experienced in some of CMHC financed affordable units. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. That 20 years disappears very quickly, and when that 20 years is up, there is a crisis. And I'm wondering if that 20-year period, you've said, Sean, that Mr. Gatton, that there are a number of other precedents that exceed the 20 years. Are you going to develop some kind of an approach that is more formulaic or that has a standard so that we can be assured that there is value for investment, for lack of a better way to describe it? Because we are foregoing in this report, and maybe you can confirm that too, $36 million per year. That's a big investment. So how are we being reassured that we will get our value for money in terms of extended affordability?
Councillor, when proposals come before Council for approval on affordable housing, there is a value for money evaluation which is conducted. It often depends in terms of the affordability period how much funding is being invested in the particular project itself. So where federal provincial funding is available and $150,000 is being invested per unit, you can get larger or longer affordability periods. In the instances, though, where smaller amounts are being invested, you're not able to secure. So it's really about the amount of money being put in versus the length of the affordability period that we're able to contract for.
But isn't there a better way than doing it this way? That we set a certain expectation that if we're going to waive development charges, taxes, and we're going to be spending money to subsidize essentially private sector developments, that we're going to be guaranteed long-standing affordable units for a period of longer than 20 years. I don't think 20 years is enough.
Councillor, I'm saying that the standard in the past 15 years that has been before Council has been a minimum of 20 years, which is the federal provincial criteria that's been layered in. I'm more than happy to try to exceed that. We're going to come back next year by June with a formula that everyone will be able to apply,
that's what
and
I
you'll
want
get
to understand.
you'll get the chance to actually give me those directions.
Okay, that's helpful. It took a long time for you to tell us that.
Well, Councillor, for a person who's been active in this file for over 30 years, I get your point.
Okay. The other thing is we're committing today $20 million for pilot projects. Is that correct, out of a reserve?
What's been identified is that the development charge reserve account for affordable housing
Yes.
has a current balance of around $20 million. some of the projects will come forward on a case-by-case basis. You do not have today a project that you're giving approval to. So as those projects come forward, we will be dipping into that $20 million to begin to seed some of the projects that are listed in the appendix.
There's a list of projects in the appendix. The report says they will create 389 units, or 262 affordable rental, 127 affordable, for about $20 million. Is that not accurate?
It's accurate, but you're not approving the projects. They're
understand.
They're illustrative of what's going to come to you in the new year.
Okay, but these projects we see and the estimated number of units and costs are what the direction you're going, and each report, I understand, will come back with an approval on each specific project. But in general, we're committing to do this today, to create 389 new units. Yes?
The report is illustrative of what I'm going to bring forward in the new year. You will commit to those when council approves them in the new year. Today, you're giving me direction, and you're giving staff direction on how you want us to proceed.
Okay, we are giving you direction to report back on creating 89 units.
That's correct.
That was your last question. Councillor Mammoliti.
I too want to ask a couple of questions. The first is what makes this report different than the hundreds before it that we have experienced? What types of decisions are we making in this report that we haven't already made?
Councillor, this report does one thing. It updates the bylaw on affordable housing. The last bylaw that was approved by council was during Mayor Lastman's term in 2002.
Okay.
It updates that bylaw, and it gives staff direction in 3 crucial areas to come back to council next June. Okay. One with respect to funding for affordable housing, one with respect to planning and expediting the planning process through a Gold Star initiative, and then the third, it deals with the crucial issue of land and how land is dealt with, both city land and private land and nonprofit land.
Okay.
Those 3 ingredients are what make affordable housing possible.
We're really just updating the bylaw. Now, we did write the policy a number of years ago.
August of 2009, the Housing Opportunities Plan was approved.
Yes, I was happy to work with you on that. I'm just wondering how many homes have been built out or perhaps moved on by the city since that adoption of that particular plan. The target was always 1,000 a year.
3,500, Councillor.
So 3,500 in all of this time really amounts to not very much.
I would take a different view, Councillor. I would say that every unit that houses a person in this city is a contribution, and so we've done more than 50% of the target.
Okay, it was 1,000 a year, if I'm not mistaken, right?
We've done more than 50% of the target.
Okay.
And we've got a very small staff.
Should be 100% of the target.
Councillor, we have a very small staff group that works on this, and it's a lot of work. It's very complicated work. A lot of legal transactions involved.
Don't get too defensive.
I'm not being defensive, Councillor.
I'm just trying to support, I guess, the cause that we don't have the support federally or provincially. So that's my next question. Right?
Councillor, we have funding for affordable housing through to 2020 from the federal and provincial governments, but it is a fraction of what is required.
Okay, so that's my point, right? And I'm trying to figure out how to get to the 100%, because we've got a prime minister now that has advocated strongly to help municipalities around this area. Is this report talk about how we can put a little pressure on the federal government to ensure the Prime Minister holds to his word in the election?
Absolutely. This report calls on the federal and provincial governments to step up their game.
Okay. The other part to this equation is the private sector. We've left, we haven't had to worry so much about capital in Opportunities Report, the policy that we passed, because it very clearly said that we're prepared to work with the private sector, the landlords that have units available, and our dilemma has been the funds by the federal government to make that happen, right?
In part, however, I will point out, Councillor, that half of the funding that's coming for affordable housing on a basis of a decision by Council is now being used for housing allowances for persons that are renting either in the nonprofit or in the private sector. So there is some support being generated there.
Shouldn't there be a little bit more, given the fact that there might be units immediately available in the city for this cause?
Absolutely.
All right. So do we have those statistics in the city? How many, what's the percentage of units that might be available in the private sector?
We can get them, Councillor.
Is it possible for you to get them before I speak to the matter? Or because I'd like to move a motion that helps us get there faster.
I'll arrange to try to get you a number.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My first question is to the Chief Financial Officer and Deputy City Manager, Cluster C. Mr. Rossini, right now we have a threshold that we generally use for what's affordable and when we'll give an incentive. This bylaw proposes a higher threshold. Am I correct that that will mean that we will be providing, or in the position where we may be providing, incentives to people who currently aren't eligible for them?
Through you, Madam Chair, my understanding is yes.
Have we got any funding source to cover those new incentives and subsidies?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, we do not in the current
I might
budget.
be back to you in a second. To the Chief Planner, is the private market currently creating units that are below and housing stock that is below the average resale threshold? In other words, the new threshold proposed in this bylaw?
Through the Speaker, yes, and by definition, given that it's an average, there are units that are being built below that threshold.
So it would be quite a few, maybe even, since it's the average, half.
I
or
don't have that
approaching
data, but
half.
a quick search of MLS will show you that there are many units that are being built below that price point.
In the hundreds, tens of thousands at least, I would assume.
Through the Speaker, I wouldn't speculate. I'm not sure it would be quite that high.
Okay. To the Chief Financial Officer.
Back at you, Rob.
To the Chief Financial Officer. The Chief Planner has just told us that currently there are an awful lot of units being built that are above our current threshold but below the threshold proposed in the bylaw. You've said that we have no funding source. Given that it's an average, that would be quite a lot of money if we went for that, wouldn't it? If you could hold my time, Speaker, while staff confer.
On these proposals as they come forward to Council.
Which staff are answering?
If it's housing allowances, yes. Just on housing allowances. Yeah, just on housing allowances.
We don't currently have
Yeah, on the housing allowance program, yes.
So through you, and then, sorry for the additional time, but I just wanted to confirm. So if we want to deepen, increase that level of housing subsidy, then additional funding would be required. For housing allowances.
And it would, I mean, we're guessing here, I know we're guessing, but this is tens of millions potentially between, if we're providing subsidies to all the units above the current threshold and below the proposed one.
I don't have a number with me, but I'm going to ask. We look at these as the developments as they come on a case-by-case basis, so I don't think we don't have an overall
You don't have a number. What's to maybe the Director of Affordable Housing, what's the current wait list? What is the current wait list for Toronto Community Housing? It's 100,000 people?
The waiting list for all social housing is 95,000 households. Toronto Community Housing is close to 70% of the social housing.
95,000 households. And I presume that those 95,000 households would be below the current threshold for affordability.
Yes.
Yes. So am I correct then? We don't have the money to house those tens of thousands of people, and yet we're creating a potential financial pressure to house people who are wealthier than them.
Councillor, in answer to a previous question, I made reference to the social housing waiting list being a bit of a blunt instrument. One of the limitations is that people on that waiting list or households on that waiting list can only go into what is defined as social housing. We're seeking more flexibility so that we can provide housing subsidies to more people to access a wider range of housing options.
And that would presumably cost money as well.
Given the length, given the size of the demand, yes, it would cost money. It would also enable us to perhaps more effectively spend the money that we do have.
Okay, and I don't know to whom this question would be addressed. Is it currently the city's priority to house people in that lower income bracket and to find money to house people in that lower income bracket, or is it our priority to house people above it?
Councillor, if I could answer that question in particular, if you look at page 12 of the report and you see the chart that's within the page 12, there's a real challenge in delivering the construction, okay, the construction of new affordable housing given the cost to construct and the cost of land. So the affordable housing program that I operate out of my office is intended to support the construction of housing. You need more money the deeper you want to go. What this report is saying is, as a minimum, that we should be supporting the construction of affordable housing at the average market rent or below. That takes a considerable amount of incentives given the cost to construct.
Yes.
If you want to get rents lower than the 100% and lower than 80%, you have to provide more money.
Absolutely.
That's the story.
Yes. I was getting at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bala.
To the Director of the Affordable Housing Office, the 2,800 units that we've built in the last 5 years, they have been using the same AMR that we're going to be using in the future. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we have also, though, done 80% of the AMR where federal, provincial.
So we're not
money.
changing anything. We're not giving incentives to a different AMR that we've been calculating in the City of Toronto, correct?
So as I was saying, Councillor, earlier, we're basically using the approach we've used for the past 15 years.
15 years. We have a citywide average market rent stipulated by CMHC. The reason why we actually do an average city is that we actually do deeper subsidies where the rents are higher in downtown Toronto, and at the same time not have as deep subsidies in the suburbs, but actually incentivize the construction in some of those areas where not as much development is happening. Isn't that the reasoning behind some of this policy as well?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're not changing any of that. Are we working towards having a formula so that we understand when the development industry or the nonprofit sector comes to partner with us, that if there's a certain amount of the value of the project, we come in with a certain amount of equity. That is the city equity through waiving of development charges, through waiving of property taxes, whatever from that list comes, and that needs to equal a level of affordability and years of affordability. Isn't that where this report is asking you to go? That there's a clear, transparent formula that people can even understand even before putting a proposal before City Council?
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay. Is it correct that we have different needs in the City of Toronto, ranging from people that have an average income of $15,000, and some of the housing needs that we're starting to see is people that do $40,000, $50,000 that actually can benefit from rents at AMR, and we're talking about maybe $900, $950 for a one-bedroom apartment?
We do have significant need for people that have jobs in this city that cannot find housing.
Is it correct that in order to tackle the housing issue, you need to tackle it at different points, starting from shelter and support services, going through fixing public housing, creating deep subsidies in public housing, and also promoting the construction and maintenance of rental and affordable home ownership in our city?
The city's existing plan, approved in 2009, supports a range of actions across the full continuum of housing, including rental and ownership.
Is it correct that from the roundtables that we've had, both with the nonprofit and the private sector, that the 3 pillars of the programs that they needed in order to partner with us was land, financing, and planning?
That's correct, Councillor.
Is this what we're delivering here
And that's
today?
what's in this report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Wong Tam, what happened to your name? I thought I seen your name there. Okay, hold on. Councillor Wong Tam, to
Yes,
speak.
thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to understand, with respect to the recommended highlight actions for Council's approval that's before us today, in the report, it's itemized that there'll be 389 affordable housing ownership and rental options to be produced over 5 years, and 500 housing benefits, a target of 500 for affordable housing benefits to be provided within this new program. Where did those targets come from?
I'm sorry, Councillor, where?
Where did those targets come from? How did you arrive at that target?
This target, and I think the 389.
Yeah, the 500 would be 10% of the production over the 5-year period.
I understand that, but how did you arrive at that quantum?
Based on the available funds within an existing federal provincial funding program. So if there was more, we would increase that target.
If the sites which are to be identified will allow for greater density for a developer, can that quantum not go up?
Yes.
Okay. And so right now what you've stipulated in your report is at the very basic, at the very baseline, the minimum.
It would be the minimum.
So you hope to exceed that.
Exactly. The purpose is that we try to create as much income mix within the new affordable housing buildings as possible. That includes also deeper affordability.
Okay. I want to understand the paragraph that talks about the paragraphs that talk about activating government land. Currently, there is no requirement for circulation with our agencies if they're deeming land to be surplus. Is that correct? So they don't need to necessarily put an affordable housing lens over TPA parking lots, Toronto Hydro buildings, any of our cultural facilities that might be contemplating sale of their properties.
That's correct. There was, though, in the anti-poverty report, the poverty reduction report recommendation with respect to prioritizing land and proceeds from land for affordable housing. But on the agency specifically, I believe those discussions will be taking place as part of the real estate coordination consolidation exercise that is to report next year to Council.
So this is the report that is going to try to close that gap that currently exists. So just specifically, I recognize that TPA is looking at some aging infrastructure. Some of their lots and arcades that are 2 or 3 stories tall are being proposed for potential surplus. I'm not on the TPA board, but I recognize that these are active activities and conversations that are taking place. Before your report comes out that deems the circulation that is necessary in order for us to put these affordable accessibility lens over that surplus land, can we ask the TPA, Toronto Hydro, all the agencies, boards, and commissions right now to not declare any land surplus until that report is out? Or at least if they are considering the disposition of that land, to put the the affordability lens over that. Because we're going to miss, things will be missed is what I'm saying. I've got...
Councillor, that's a decision you'd need to make relative to a motion.
Is that something that you could support?
I think the latter, with respect to a lens, would be quite helpful.
Okay, and then a final matter, and this is regarding inclusionary zoning. I recognize that there's another embedded in this report with a series of recommendations. We mentioned inclusionary zoning again at the provincial level. How many times has council asked for inclusionary zoning powers from the province?
Through the chair, going back to 1999, 14 times.
And why would the province at this point in time offer us inclusionary zoning powers, which they haven't before in the 14 prior times when we've asked them?
Through the speaker, I believe, because there's a former member of PGM who's now at the province, Peter Milchin, who has been advocating the importance of inclusionary zoning at the province.
And if the province, if MPP Milchin's bill is not adopted and somehow the bill dies on the floor, what other options do we have? Because we're going to go back and ask them for the 16th time after Milchin's bill dies.
Through the speaker, there's a variety of ways that this can come forward at the provincial level, including a long-term look at the provision of affordable housing in the province. So we believe that if it does not go through as a result of the private member's bill, there are other ways that it continues to be in front of the provincial government.
Thank you. Councillor Cho.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question through you, or maybe the director, the recommendation 12, it says in the middle of the paragraph, 200 affordable assisted ownership homes annually developed by et cetera, and yet when I was reading the report on page 11, affordable home ownership unit is 127. So why the number discrepancy?
Councillor, it's 200 affordable ownership homes. That's the target.
That's a target.
Yes.
And yet they are in the page, on page 11, A, pilot projects, we're mentioning 127 instead of 200 there as well.
The target, Councillor, is the annual target, but we've treated it over the 10-year period, which in the case of the ownership homes would be 2,000. So some years will exceed the target, other years won't make the target. The objective is by 2020 is that we will achieve all of the annual amounts.
Okay. Now, we're talking about allocating $220 million for this program. Is it sufficient to build so many units, 389 new affordable homes, 262 affordable rental units, and 127 affordable home ownership? Are we talking about $20 million plus that money or land expected coming from province and federal as well?
Councillor, that's an excellent question. The answer is that the $20 million is a contribution towards those units, but when those reports come forward, you'll see the other sources of funding that will contribute to making those homes possible. $20 million does not get you those homes. It's a contribution towards.
I see. So, you know, I get a lot of calls from my ward, my residents. They like to buy affordable housing from city. We talk about ownership. So who will be qualified to buy these assisted ownership homes? Are they the people already living in the THACC and they're paying the subsidized unit, or are they the seniors who cannot make more income, or is there any recommendation that the local council could make it? What's the process? Who will be qualified?
So, Councillor, I've been asked on other occasions about a waiting list for home ownership, and as you know, we do have a waiting list for social housing, and it's been stated how long that is. We have not created a waiting list for affordable home ownership. What we do is we work with organizations that market, such as Habitat for Humanity or options for homes, and they market the units themselves to people who would be eligible. What we have done, though, with those organizations is we've made available to them the opportunity to market within Toronto community housing buildings, as well as social housing buildings, and also to persons that are on the waiting lists. And surprisingly, there are some individuals and households that actually do qualify, because you do need to qualify for a mortgage. You need to be eligible financially to purchase the home. But they have been successful cases where persons that live in Toronto community housing have moved into a new home ownership.
Okay,
But
last question,
I'd be happy, Councillor, with your suggestion around could the councillor recommend someone for a home ownership opportunity. I'd be happy to let you know of opportunities that exist in your ward where there is an affordable housing property and how they could be in touch with the organization that's the sponsor.
Councillor, if I can just supplement that answer, as a result of previous direction that has been given by this council, staff are working right now on a transformation of the social housing waiting list into a comprehensive system for accessing all forms of housing.
Okay, my final question, as a local councillor, if I like to know where we have in my ward provincial land or federal land or city land, possible candidate for the affordable housing units. Can I get that kind of picture from you?
Absolutely, I'd be happy to provide it to every member of council.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Lee, you had your name up there. Did you want to ask a question? No, okay. Speakers, Councillor Bailao. Councillor Bailao?
It's okay.
Oh, okay. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would simply like to thank staff for all the hard work on this file, as well as others who have worked on that, including many of our stakeholders and many of our developers. Affordable housing is a vital public policy that keeps cities vibrant, and every neighborhood benefits from affordable housing. It attracts young families, it attracts businesses, it attracts investment, and it makes sure that we have a wide variety of people who live in our multiple neighborhoods, whether it be artists or entrepreneurs, writers, young families, or seniors. And we need to make sure these communities and these neighborhoods are balanced and vibrant, and there are few better ways of doing that by having a strong affordable housing strategy. If Toronto continues to be unaffordable, we will lose great talent, we will lose young families, companies will not invest here, people will not move here. At the same time, we must look at this policy as part of a twin-track approach. You must have the bricks and mortar strategy, where we are actually building affordable housing, sometimes in the social housing strategy, sometimes more in the co-op or rent geared to income strategy through our various agency partners. But at the same time, we must not lose sight of the value of the rent supplement agreements and the housing allowances. Today, over 10,000 households are benefiting by these programs, and it's important to realize that this is the kind of flexibility that we need. Many of the thousands of people who are looking for affordable housing need this kind of supplement. At the same time, rent geared to income continues to be an archaic model that may not fit in all circumstances. Approximately over $80 million is spent on various income supplements and housing allowances for approximately 10,000, 11,000 persons. That means that the average supplement is in the $8,000 range. Well, I can only say that on an anecdotal basis, many people who are coming into my office, whether they be seniors, whether they be young families, whether they be the unemployed, they are on the edge. And they are looking for somewhere in the vicinity of maybe about $4,000 to $6,000 a year would keep them in their home, in their apartment. And that is the kind of help we need. The question is, can we help more people by providing less? Can we tinker with the rent geared to income policy that we are constrained by provincial statute? And I encourage our staff and my colleagues to continue to work with the provincial governments to make sure that the flexibility in those allowances are increased so that we can help as many households as possible. At the same time, we can't move forward without a federal and provincial partner. We need a national housing strategy. That is what I told Mr. McCallion last week, and that is the way we get social housing and affordable housing built. And at the same time, we must understand that when you are negotiating your various development proposals in your local communities, it is very important to put conditions when increase in density is requested to make sure that either affordable ownership or affordable rental is part of the development agreement. And one need not sacrifice their Section 37 agreements to make it happen. Increased density should trigger affordable rental and affordable ownership. And that is probably one of the best ways. And if you look down this list, particularly in the Build Toronto and Tippett area, that is partially what you're seeing. So in other words, there's no simple solutions to the complex problem of affordable housing. But this report is an excellent start. I commend the Mayor and Councillor Ballo for pushing it. And certainly with all of our other programs, we must achieve our targets to make sure there is a strong growing stock of affordable housing.
Thank you. Councillor Bailão to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking staff and thanking the mayor for having this as his key item and for all his leadership and the housing file. We don't deal with housing in the city, in the largest city of Toronto, with one solution, with one level of government or with one partner at the table. When we're talking about housing, we need to talk about the housing spectrum. And today in this council, we have everything from initiatives on shelter and transitional housing to rooming houses to more affordable housing and the Open Door program. This specific program is targeted to bring the affordable rental and affordable home ownership. It's not the solution for all the issues on the housing spectrum. It's specific at targeting a facet on the housing spectrum. That's what we're trying to do. We know that more and more people nowadays are having a difficulty with housing. We know that in order to continue to have a city that attracts talent, that attracts business, that attracts investment, we need good quality of life. And that's what we're trying to do here by addressing one of the issues in the housing spectrum. We need to continue to tackle all the other issues, but this is one of them. I will be looking forward to the report in June, however. I think a lot of work was done, and again, I thank staff, a lot of work was done in these months. I think we clearly got a signal from the private sector on the RFPs that we put out that they're ready to work with us. I think in order to scale up this program, we need two very clear things coming back in June. One is a financial formula. Transparency, predictability. We know just in this chamber how people were confused, even in this chamber, of what we were trying to do. We need to be clear and transparent. What a developer is bringing in, what the city is putting in this project, what do we get out of it? That's what we need. That's what the industry said, predictability and transparency. And on the planning tools, the Gold Star program that we have, it can not only be in name, it has to be in practice. We need to show results, we need to be accountable for those results, and we need to really show that we mean it by bringing substantial change to the process that we have and to truly roll the red carpet for the affordable housing. I'd also like to touch on the land. We are going through a real estate review. And I think the most important thing that actually will be important on this program is the housing lens that we have to put in everything that we do in the city. We cannot accept that we've asked the province 14 times to have inclusionary zoning, and we still build projects with our land in our city that does not include a percentage of affordable housing. Every TPA lot, every library that needs to be housing, every long-term care home needs to be housing, every project needs to have a percentage. We need to lead by example. That's what we're doing with the City Building Fund by creating a levy to build housing. That's what we're doing with the Open Door program, and that's what we need to do with the real estate review. We need to put our money where our mouth is. We are doing it today. We need to continue doing it. We need to understand that housing is not only about the housing. It's about economic prosperity, it's about environmental sustainability, it's about healthy people, and it's about healthy and safe neighborhoods in our city. That's what we're talking about when we tackle the housing issue. That's what this program is all about. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank staff and Councillor Bailão for clarifying some issues that I've had with just the different definitions here. It struck me as a little odd that one of the definitions would have market rent units qualifying for affordable subsidies. That has been squared off and rectified in some way in my own head based on the explanation I've now received from both offices. But I do want to make sure that we don't lose sight of the fact that affordable should be affordable, and it should be affordable for those that are struggling to make it by in our community. That doesn't necessarily mean a market rent unit. We have to make sure that we're able to ensure that those that can't afford market rent, because market rent is so high in our city, that they have places to live. And so I'll be looking to ensure that is maintained throughout. My understanding from Councillor Bailão is that because the average is done citywide, that in the downtown area where rents are higher, that they would then garner a lower rate and an incentive for developers to build lower than the average cost per unit, either for affordable home purchase or otherwise. What I wanted to talk about just very, very quickly is the need for us not to lose sight of an important tool the City of Toronto has asked for repeatedly, and the province, specifically the minister, has the ability to make that happen, not over a series of months after committee hearings or debate in Queen's Park. They can just sign a regulation and make it happen now, giving the City of Toronto the power that is vested in it in the City of Toronto Act to do inclusionary zoning. This is a practice used all over the United States. Some cities have built thousands of units as a result. We heard from the chief planner, we could have built thousands of units in the City of Toronto, benefiting from the wealth that's been created for the few that are building those affordable or those condominium towers. We could have harnessed some of that wealth that's being created in our city and ensured that it went to the most vulnerable. Sadly, the city doesn't have that power. The province has maintained that they won't, that they're open to giving it to us, but all they have to do is sign a reg. One regulation and it's done. Now, the Standing Committee on Social Issues at the province has been meeting, and I made a deputation, as with a couple other city councillors at various times, on the importance of us ensuring that the Planning Act is changed. They had the Planning Act open, and we're talking about smart growth. That smart growth, sadly, doesn't include giving municipalities the right to use inclusionary zoning as a tool to ensure that we're building affordable housing. So what they've left us now is an empty power from the City of Toronto Act that we can't actually activate until the minister does one simple thing: sign a regulation. So if we take anything from this meeting today, it's the city, or the province could very easily bestow this power on the city. The minister could turn around and provide us with this as a tool to build affordable housing. Sadly, from all the good words that they're giving, their review of their affordable housing policies, they have not done this. They have not taken this easy, simple step. Shame on them for wasting years or losing years of development in the City of Toronto, where we could have been developing thousands of new units of affordable housing without an enormous cost to the city. In fact, harnessing some of the wealth that's being created in private hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Madam Speaker, I do have a motion, and I think the clerks are working on that, or is it ready?
Do we have Councillor Wong Tam's motion ready? It's not ready yet, so.
Maybe I could speak next then.
Okay. Councillor Mammoliti. Councillor Mammoliti? Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, apparently your motion is ready, so do you want to get, okay?
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The motion is fairly self-explanatory. During my question to Mr. Gadden, he said that he would be quite, if council gave him direction, if council gave the city manager direction, what we need to do is actually ask all our agencies, boards, and commissions to stop the disposition of land until we actually have a corporate policy in place that prioritizes affordable housing. And that simply means we wait until June. If there's a report coming out in June that will set forward a procedure on how we're going to clarify these goals, then we should be able to do that. Now, I'm gonna say that there's a very good chance that we're not going to be making more land in Toronto. What you have is what you're seeing, and considering the number of properties that the City of Toronto owns, including its agencies, boards, and commissions, we know that there have been missed opportunities. We're going to talk about the province and what the province can do for us and how they can assist us. But I think it's also equally important for us to take a look at what have we done for ourselves. Given the fact that we are a major landowner in the City of Toronto and we have been selling public property, declaring them surplus, sending them to the open market for optimal use, which means highest and best use, which generally means condominium, for-profit market housing development, and we have been losing our own opportunities. So if there's this report that is going to be coming back from the city manager and the chief corporate officer, then I simply say hurry up and get it done. Because we need to make sure that we embed in our own corporate policies how do we ensure that we don't lose those opportunities when it comes to building affordable housing in city-owned lands before we sell them to the market for development. The second thing I'd like to speak to is the item of inclusionary zoning. And I think it's important for us to recognize that, the chief planner has reminded us that council has asked the province for inclusionary zoning powers 14 times. MPP Milchin is now at his 15th attempt, and I actually have good faith in what he is trying to do. What I don't have necessarily good faith in is the province. If you follow the political donations of developers and where that money goes in the province, you will recognize why you probably don't have inclusionary zoning in the city, in the province of Ontario, and why we don't get to have inclusionary zoning powers in the City of Toronto. Premier Wynne, before she became Premier, she was the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and she was asked the same question, and the response was the same. I cannot imagine how today, as our Premier, that she's going to surprise me, and I would love her to surprise me on this one, Premier. I'm really cheering for you on this one. I would love to have the Premier tell us that she will support inclusionary zoning powers. But I don't think it's going to happen, Madam Speaker, because it hasn't happened in the 14th, 15th, and now the 16th time that we're going to be asking, and it won't happen until political donation reforms are changed at the province. Because you can follow that trail of money and you can tell exactly why we don't have inclusionary zoning, and I think it's important for us to name that. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Carroll, clarification of the motion?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I wonder if I can see the motion on the screen again.
We can put the motion on the screen, please.
I believe it's somewhat open-ended.
This
Yes.
is Councillor Wong Tam's motion.
I'm wondering if as I recall it, I think it's somewhat open-ended. So what I'm wondering is if the councillor would consider an amendment, there it is, that asks them to hold back on disposing of any more lands, but at the very least, I share your concern. A whole half a year is going to take place here, and there could be a rush to get things through without having to deal with any new regulation or change to the bylaws. So I'm wondering if you would consider, until council can comment on this and further develop policy in a June report of 2016, so that there is at least a next consideration date of this proposal to cease disposition of lands.
Yeah, Councillor Carroll, I consider that a very friendly and helpful amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi to speak.
It's 12:30, close to.
We have 5 minutes.
You want to do quick items, or?
No, we have 5 minutes. Do you want to speak? It's up to you to speak.
I would like to speak, but I'm waiting for staff to get back to me on.
All right. Councillor Cho to speak. We have 5 minutes.
No, my motion is not ready. The steps is typing now.
Okay, why don't we recess to 2 o'clock? Recess to 2 o'clock. Thank you.
take half an hour.
Members of council, if I can ask members of council to come and take their seats. Okay, members of council, call this meeting to order. This meeting is now resumed. Members, before the recess, council was debating the mayor's key item, item EX 10.18 on the Affordable Housing Open Door Program. We will return to that item after release of member holds. Just a sec. We're going to be doing the releasing of member holds first. Deputy Mayor Min and Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. CC 11.8.
What page?
Page number 15.
Okay, page 15.
Appointment of members to the Toronto Hydro Board. There are two housekeeping matters that need to be taken care of. And
Did you hold the item down?
I think I did, yeah. All right, that's fine. No, that's fine. That's exactly why I raised this issue, so I could find out who's concerned about it.
Oh, okay.
I flushed you out.
Okay. It's not a quick item. Okay, no, just one sec, Councillor Mamley. I'm going to do release of member holds first. Councillor Ainslie?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 8, Planning and Growth Management Committee meeting number 8, PG 8.1, audiovisual recording of Committee of Adjustment meetings. I have my questions answered, and I can release that one.
I'm sorry, who said that? Okay. We still have holds.
And then I have one
we'll
other
continue
one.
holding the item then, okay?
All right, I'll release it to Councillor Fajidakis. I'll release it to her.
All right.
And page 7, Government Management, Proprietary Information Technology Maintenance and Support Contracts. I will move that and the supplementary report.
Okay, on page 7, GM 8.8, Councillor Ainslie is moving the supplementary report, which you have. Recorded vote.
Sorry, Ellen. Councillor DiGiorgio, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 29 in favor.
Okay, on the item, all in favor? Carried. Councillor McMahon, quick item.
Well, actually, it was a point of privilege. So, councillors, it has come to my attention that one of our fellow colleagues, has had a birthday, a large, huge birthday, about a week ago, which, now he probably qualifies for a senior discount, and that would be Councillor Matlow. And you can ask him how old he is. So, happy birthday on your big birthday, Councillor Josh Matlow.
I thought he was 40. Okay. Mayor Tory?
Yes, Madam Speaker, item TE 12.95.
What
I'm
page?
prepared to release that on the basis that I know Councillor Matlow
has been working with our transportation people, and that they're fashioning a solution which will not involve a lane of traffic being closed, so I'm quite prepared to have that released.
What page was that?
It's page 14. It's 14, and it's item TE 12.95.
Okay, so on page 14, T 12.95, the item's been released. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Karygiannis, you just want to...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate this. I want to thank you for allowing me to introduce stakeholders and members of the taxi industry. Special thanks go to them for demonstrating peacefully, respecting laws, rules, and regulations. We thank them for being courteous and abiding citizens. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now put the speakers list up on the previous item. I believe the next speaker was Councillor Mammoliti. Councillor Mammoliti to speak.
I do have a motion that I've given to the clerk.
Does the staff have his motion?
Oh, the quick releases, yeah, sorry about that.
You have a quick release. I thought we were going back to the item, the mayor's key item. So you have a quick release? Okay, which...
Some,
okay.
There's always been something about that term, quick release, that
Don't go there,
disturbs me.
George.
Okay, what page?
10.51.
Page 10.
EY 10.51.
Okay.
This is an amendment that staff have asked me to move. A friendly amendment. Staff have asked it. It's what they need. So there's no need for me to read it.
Okay, so we have on the screen, page 10, EY 10.51, an OMB hearing. Councillor Mammoliti is moving the amendment. All in favor? Carried. On the clauses amended, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Who asked for recorded? Oh, recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Carroll on the item as amended. Councillor...
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Matlow, please.
The item is amended. Carries 33-1.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mammoliti, you're on to speak.
So I've got a motion.
Oh, hold on. Okay, apparently your motion is not ready. Sorry, Councillor Mammoliti. We're ready for Councillor Cho.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I have a motion. Maybe the staff could put on screen. Yeah, I'm amending the motion, recommendation number 12, the ownership program 200 housing unit to 400. And this is my rationale why I'm increasing this number. First of all, I'd like to thank our Mayor, John Tory. We are lucky that we are a very caring mayor, and we are providing more affordable housing units, whether it's a rental or ownership. Now, I could probably say that out of 44 wards, in my ward, we have most Habitat for Humanities. They already built about 36 housing units several years back. This year we are building 6 units, and we are about to approve another 50 Habitat for Humanities. We have 124 units. This is a Metro Guaranteed Equity Housing for seniors in my ward, 1319 Nielsen Road, called the Glen Maple. And the seniors who own this housing, they're extremely happy. We have a weak woman. This is the affordable housing units built on the provincial land. It's 92 units, primarily the Native Canadian brothers and sisters. And we have so many units from the TCHC. We have most co-ops in my program. As we know, housing shelter is a basic human right, whether you're rich or poor, senior or young. We have to provide this affordable housing. This is an excellent program. But I'm emphasizing the ownership. See, when I compare whether it's a TCHC, whether it's a co-op, the ownership, and especially Habitat for Humanities, they have no problem. Their community is very clean, safe, and very proud. And we are about to approve roughly 100 units affordable rental units again in my ward. This is at the corner, Shepherd and Markham. And I like to give lots of credits to our staff in this area, Affordable Housing Division, and the Build Toronto. And I've been demanding that if you want to build the houses in the city land, at least 1/3 of the units should be affordable. And they are meeting my demand. So there will be another 100 units roughly to be built as affordable units at the corner of Shepherd and Markham Road. Now, as we know, and I'd like to thank our new Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, and the federal government. They are allowing 25,000 refugees coming in. I think it's tomorrow, the first bunch of the refugees coming to Toronto. We understand roughly 10,000 Syrian refugees will be living in Toronto. Toronto is the major urban center in Canada. We attract most new Canadians. We do need more affordable housing. When you are new Canadians and you have a language barrier, cultural barrier, there's a subtle discrimination. It's very hard to get a good job, and it's hard to get the good housing. And that's another reason why we need affordable housing. But because when I look at from my own experience, whether it's a co-op, whether it's TCHC, ownership, Habitat Humanity, ownership is the best. And during the election campaign, our Prime Minister did promise that he will come up with a good plan for our housing and transportation infrastructure. And that is why we have to really target. It's not really big when you look at the population. We're closing to 3 million. But the poverty level is so high in Toronto, we do need more housing, and that is why I'm moving this.
Thank you, Councillor Cho.
Thank you.
We do have questions. Councillor Fragadakis, clarification of the motion, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I could just have the motion on the screen, I have a question for Councillor Cho. And if it could just, it's extremely loud.
Members of council, please, staff. There's too much noise in the council chambers. Please. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Councillor Cho, my question is about your on increasing the number to 400. How did you come up with 400? Because wouldn't 800 be better?
I did discuss our staff, and the report will come back on.
Okay. Yeah.
on here? What happened? With
No,
the
it's-
cabbies?
No, they're here to demonstrate. They're not
Why are they
happy.
leaving?
I think to show that.
Madam Speaker, could we get a 5-minute recess? No? Okay.
Councillor Fragedakis, you were asking Councillor Cho a question.
I was asking him.
If we can, there's the motion on the screen. Okay.
So I'll just my question. It was and still is.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. Okay. John, that's. Okay, if I can ask security to remove members of the public.
Well, that went well.
Yeah.
Not really, but. Okay, Councillor Mammoliti and Councillor Pasternak, please, can you take your seats? Or if you can take the conversation outside the council chambers, please, because we need to continue with the agenda. If I can ask security to ask Councillor Mammoliti and Councillor Pasternak.
Okay, Councillor Fragedakis, do you want to ask your question to Councillor Cho?
Yes, so I was asking Councillor Cho, how did he come to up with the number 400? Wouldn't 800 be better?
Yes, thank you, Councillor, through Madam Speaker. I don't know if you heard what I asked the staff during the question period. When you look at recommendation 12, the affordable assisted ownership is 200. And yet they report on page 11 pilot projects. When you look at the number, is 389 new affordable homes, and then 262 affordable rental unit, but ownership is only 127. And the answer to my question was it's more or less like an arbitrary 200. Another question I raised is $20 million we're going to make investment. Do you feel it's enough to build all these houses? No, they're expecting to get some money from federal and provincial. So, if that is let me finish my answering, okay? So if that is the case, why don't we make a target double the ownership program? Ownership is the best among all these rental thing. And that's why I'm moving this motion. And if we have a big target, we have more room to ask the federal and provincial government as well.
So you're saying that 200 is an arbitrary number, but 400 is not an arbitrary number?
It's also an arbitrary number, and then they have to report back to us June 20 next year to the executive committee. And if it's not achievable, I'm sure that the staff will come up. It's a good target number, but we cannot achieve that. This is a target.
Do you think 400 is realistic? I mean, should we make it 800?
Well, you could make it 2,000, but it has to be reasonable. Only double compared to other rental units. So that's the number I picked.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi, your motion is ready. You're ready to speak?
I am, Madam Speaker. I move that the City Council request the General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing Administration to consult with the federal government and the Greater Toronto Apartment Association on opportunities to rent vacant and available rental units in Toronto to families and individuals in need of affordable housing, including through the provision of additional housing allowances and other income supports. I have the numbers, and the reason I'm putting this forward, I can't even hear myself speak, Madam Speaker.
So please. Okay.
The reason I put this motion forward is because while I appreciate the report that's in front of us and will be supporting it because I think it's important to change the bylaw to a degree, I also want to highlight some of the particulars that are in a policy that we have already and in the bylaw already, and that is to utilize the private sector as best we can in giving them some supplement and getting rid of the vacancy rates that are currently there. And right now, the current vacancy rate in Toronto is 1.8%. That's 4,623 units of vacant apartments that are ready to be housed. Now, if we're really serious about what we want to do, we will immediately get to the federal government and those that are responsible in those transfer payments and give us a commitment to fund these 4,500 units in the city. If we're not serious, then we just continue doing the same old, same old. And the same old is this. Wow, we really need affordable housing in the City of Toronto, and we have spent a fortune in creating a policy that says we really care. But we don't have the money to care. So we will do what it takes to build what we can, and then hope for the best, and hope for whatever government of the day comes up and fund the municipalities accordingly. We've done a wonderful job of talking. We've done a wonderful job of speaking about our what we care about in affordable housing, but have the other levels of government come to the table? And the answer is no. I asked questions of staff today. about our goal in the report that I wrote, quite frankly, with the help of Mr. Gadden. And it was 1,000 a year, 1,000 units a year that would be built. We haven't come anywhere near that. And it's not our fault. It's not Mr. Gadden's department's fault. It's not anyone at the city's fault, because we're writing the policy that we need. It's those yappers in the federal government that seem to either forget what municipalities need or continually come to our discussions and our meetings and talk about how much they would love to do it, but they never announce the amount of money that we need. I challenge our Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. I challenge our new Prime Minister. It's him that went around the election forum and talked about how he cared about affordable housing, how he cared about the infrastructure that's needed in municipalities, and now he's going to deliver on all of that. And I can't wait for him to deliver on all of that, because we need 1,000 units built a year. And we know the amounts of money that costs. So when the mayor stands up and he says he cares, I know that he does. When any of you, including the chair, Councillor Balau, stands up and says she cares and wants to move motions and change bylaws and do the things that are needed, I know they care. The problem is we don't have the tools. And so we just keep spinning our wheels, keep talking about what it is that should be done and what can be done, and yes, even talk about and pat ourselves on the back because we were able to achieve something. But at the end of the day, we can't do it with just this report. It's a start, again, and we need the private sector. Now, some people on the council floor will vote against my motion, and they'll vote against it because they don't believe in the private sector helping at all. And I'd say to them, think twice, because I think with 4,500 units in the city, it can be an immediate help, especially with the Syrians coming into town. I think that it's an emergency issue, and I think this motion is a good one.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Min Wong.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak to the piece of this report that talks about dealing with our surplus lands, and I have some level of experience as being on the chair of Build Toronto, and there has Build Toronto was created to create wealth for the city, to create a dividend, create money that we could use for various things, for various purposes that we need money for. That dividend is used through the budget process to fund other things. Somewhere in the process, there was a policy developed, there was adopted, and direction sent to Build Toronto that said that we have to look at doing affordable housing, which kind of confused and muddled the arrangement to the effect that the members of the board of Build Toronto are a little bit confused. Are they there to create wealth and sell land, or are they there to create affordable housing? So this recommendation number 4 is a welcome recommendation because it says within the real estate review that's taking place that we need to kind of clean that up and decide, what exactly we're going to use the proceeds of our surplus lands for. So I like that idea because it actually creates a certain level of clarity. My predisposition is I will tell you that we should focus on creating that wealth, that dividend, and then we should use those proceeds for affordable housing, or whatever it is the case. But we should have that level of flexibility because in some years we might need the money for something else. The one careful thing that to my mind as I read it, that I think is a very unhelpful motion and actually creates a lot of problems is Kristen Wong-Tam's motion. So Kristen Wong-Tam's motion, as it reads, is City Council requests the City Manager and Chief Corporate Officer to instruct all its agency boards and corporations to cease any process to dispose of lands or property until affordable housing becomes the city's corporate priority. So there are two pieces to this that cause me a great deal of concern. So cease any process, that means all the people of Build Toronto, they put down their pens, they close their doors, and they turn off their lights. Because they have to stop. This says stop any process or sale. So if they're in the process of developing the sale of land for anything at all, and that is the only thing they do, then they have to stop. So you might as well lock the doors and go home. And the second piece, which is a longer piece, but which also causes me some level of concern, that they stay closed until it is the city's corporate policy, until affordable housing becomes the city's corporate policy. So if we don't adopt this, then we don't sell any more land. At best, it is a badly drafted motion. But if that is clearly the intent, it is a motion that needs to be defeated.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a few brief remarks on the Mayor's key item. First of all, I want to thank our councillor, my colleague, and our housing advocate, Anna Bailão, for her tremendous work on this file, and not just work, but commitment to this file, and also the Mayor for making this a key item. That's an important statement in and of itself. I will be supporting the open door proposals. I support them because I think they will help improve a range of options we have to kickstart the development of affordable housing in the city. And those are important, including, I would note, in Ward 20. One of the items we endorsed this morning was the creation of 80 new affordable rental units as part of a new railway lands development, which will be moved through because of the open door policy. That's a good thing. The challenge that I don't want to take this opportunity not to address is that while the open door brings forward a range of important tools and options, which are indeed very helpful, the challenge is greater than the solutions it's bringing forward. And we can't let that go away. The reality is we have 95,000 families on the waiting list for affordable housing. And that's just the centralized waiting list. It's indicative, it's not exhaustive of the problem. And so with 95,000 families on the waiting list, and a waiting list that is growing because of increasing inequality in our city, the proposals that we have here will help us to create 1,000 units. We need 95,000 units. And so with that in mind, the solution as it relates to our housing crisis, which is indeed a crisis, is while it includes the range of options being proposed here as part of the open door policy, important options that we need to support, the real solution lies in inclusionary zoning. The real solution lies in mandating equitable development. It mandates equity from the point of view of the city, and frankly, it provides certainty for the development sector so that they know the rules of the game and can operate on a level playing field when we set the terms. And inclusionary zoning, as we've heard from our chief planner, it's in place in more than 200 cities in the United States, large cities like San Francisco and New York, and they include 10 to 30%, in fact, of units in new builds. And growth in those centers continues. This is not an equity versus growth equation. In fact, they go together. And so in Toronto, in the last 5 years, we've had 596 projects developed. That's 109,000 units. 109,000 units of development have come in the City of Toronto in the last 5 years. Had we had inclusionary zoning at just 10% of those for buildings with more than 100 units, that would have created 10,000 affordable housing units. That's just at a 10% ratio. In the last 5 years, that would have created 10,000 units. We've only created 2,500 affordable housing units. And so the solution, the broader solution, the real decision, which requires the province to act, and it requires us once again as a city to demand they act, lies with mandating equitable development. And so as I conclude here, I will say that I'm pleased that affordable housing is at the forefront of the city discourse right now, that our advocate Anna Bailão is leading so effectively on it, and that it is a mayor's key agenda item. Those are good things. But the reality is that the solution is not here yet. The solution is the most effective tool that's available. It's called inclusionary zoning. It builds more affordable housing. It ensures equitable development. and it also builds mixed income communities. It builds mixed income communities at the same time. That's how you actually build an equitable city. That's how you build a city where communities live together across incomes. And that's what other cities in the U.S. have recognized that unfortunately in this province and in this country far too often we haven't yet. That's where we need to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Well, Madam Speaker, further to, well, Councillor Wong Tam is still not back, which is unfortunate because I have on further discussion with staff similar concerns as to Councillor Wong Tam's motion as the Deputy Mayor. Now, people will recall that I asked the councillor about that motion at the time it was moved because I felt it was at the very least too open-ended, and introduced a friendly amendment to at least limit it to until staff report back, taking care of a half year. But I understand that it locks down transactions that can actually happen and achieve affordable housing within those 6 months. So I wanted to flag for my colleagues that I'm not now placing that amendment. Friendly or otherwise, I won't be placing it. And in fact, I'm satisfied that the intent of Councillor Wong's motion really is covered in the language that will go out to all agencies, boards and commissions and to the not-for-profits in recommendation 3 and the now amending recommendation number 4. So I won't actually have a need for my own self, for my own confidence in these actions going forward. I don't have a need to vote for Councillor Wong Tam's motion, nor am I placing that amendment. I'm going to support the report and specifically the language that covers these concerns that we have around surplus lands in recommendation number 3. Those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to be supporting what we have in front of us, but I'm not going to be doing it with a great deal of enthusiasm. We had a presentation just at the most recent Executive Committee meeting by the City Manager where it was made clear to us that too often this Council approves policies, programs, sets goals, launches projects, and then doesn't pay for them. You will see in this that this creates a whole field of new opportunities to provide incentives to agencies and private developers to go out and build affordable housing. What it does not do, as you heard from the CFO, is figure out where the money for providing those incentives will come from. We can cross our fingers that the federal government will provide those incentives, but we know that we're also crossing our fingers that they'll help us pick up the cost of repairs at Toronto Community Housing. We're also crossing our fingers that they'll help us with a whole variety of affordable housing projects outside of what's described here. The fact of the matter is that once again, this Council is approving a policy that will not fully flourish because this Council doesn't have the courage to put our money where our mouth is. If you open up your budget binders on December 15th and don't see a significant new amount of money to provide these incentives or to otherwise build affordable housing units in the City of Toronto, you will know that the debate we have had today bore no fruit. The simple fact of the matter is that we have a tremendous, unbearable, and awful circumstance that many Torontonians live in, attempting to find housing within the City of Toronto that they can actually afford. Until this Council is actually willing to say, but providing affordable housing is a social cost and we must bear it together by collecting taxes to pay for it, we have just filled this room with hot air instead of filling Toronto with the kind of accommodation that will allow people from all incomes and all walks of life to live here in comfort and dignity. So I put it to you, members, open your budget binders in a week and look for that money. Look for the huge increase in spending on affordable housing. Look for the money that we're going to be providing as incentives to lower development charges and other tools to get more affordable units built. And if you don't see it there, sharpen your pencil and put it into the budget this year. Otherwise, members, you're going to be doing exactly what Mayor Tory talked about in the speech he gave to the Economic Club of Canada, which is approving programs that you don't pay for them. and not paying for them. I believe the word Meritori used to describe that was fraud.
Thank you. Okay, we can, ready to vote, ring the bells. They'll go in numerical order. So the first motion is motion number 1. It's on the screen by Councillor Wong Tam. Recorded vote. No, there was no amendment. Councillor Carroll did move amendment.
Councillor De Baeremaker, please. Councillor Cressy, please.
Councillor Perks, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 7-32.
Motion number 2 by Councillor Cho. It's not out of order.
Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Cressy, and Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor DiCiano, please.
Councillor Carmichael Greb, please.
The motion does not, the motion carries 22-17.
Motion number 3 by Councillor Mammoliti.
Councillor Fillion, please.
Councillor Carroll, please.
The motion carries 30-9.
Okay, clauses amended. On favor? Carried. You wanted a recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote, clauses amended.
Councillor Moser, please.
Councillor Birdside, thank you.
The item as amended carries unanimously, 39 in favor.
Okay, so now we're just going to continue on the agenda. All right, okay. John. So on page 3, Councillor Lee, you held the item EX 10.3, and Councillor Doucette has asked for a presentation. Okay. Okay.
Madam Speaker, it's Lauren Sawson here, and very pleased to give that presentation on the review of the functions of the accountability offices for the City of Toronto. And it's a pleasure and an honor to be back at City Council. And I wanted to acknowledge the excellent support of the City Manager's Office, including Linda Taschereau, who's been honored today already, together with the current and former accountability officers, many others who gave their time to support this project.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. Members of Council, staff, Councillor Mammoliti, please, there's a lot of noise. Okay. Okay, sorry. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just expressed my gratitude to many who helped with this, and I want to point out Ms. Samreen Beg, who is with us today, who was the research associate on this project, and again, grateful to City Council for setting this in motion. If we can go to the next slide. The outline for this brief presentation will be, again, a reminder about the City Council motion March of 2015 that set the review in motion. Again, a review of what I sought to cover in this report, and then, of course, a short focus on the report and its findings, recommendations, and particularly on the key question of whether any of the functions of the accountability offices should be combined or delivered in a multiple role. So moving then to the motion, which I will not read in full, but again, I want to highlight the scope of this review, which was a focus on the legal, technical, and process implications of appointing officers in a combined or multiple role, and also exploring some of the experiences and best practices in other jurisdictions nationally and internationally, again with a focus on recommendations on all options, including the status quo, combining functions, or other changes. And this is the key part, or at least the key part in my view, looking at those changes that would strengthen the functions, keeping improved service to the public uppermost. And if we can move to the next slide. The outline of the review, again, focused on opportunities and constraints for the kind of multiple or combined roles that could be envisioned among the 4 accountability offices, looking at that in a legal context and looking at that in an administrative context, including the lived reality with all 4 offices. And again, this is where the input of current and former accountability officers became so invaluable. So the next slide highlights, again, it wasn't simply an exercise in looking at what we do or what we could do, but also what experts, academics, other policy reports and reviews have recommended, what direction the field of municipal accountability is heading, and the experience of those other jurisdictions. And then finally, in light of the legal context, the literature, the experience, focusing again on how the functions of the accountability offices could be strengthened and service to the public improved. So to the next slide, the key findings. The first thing I would say, and this is why the status quo is something I certainly took seriously, it is remarkable the wide, high regard to which Toronto's accountability framework is held throughout the country and globally, and I think that should not be forgotten or lost sight of, even in the context of recommendations for some change. I looked at the efficiency and effectiveness of how resources are used, how the offices work, and again, there's already a significant degree of cost effectiveness of sharing resources, and all in service of improved access by the public to accountability. So with that said, let me focus on the recommendations to the next slide. There are three central recommendations in the report, and I hope councillors did see the analysis behind these recommendations in greater detail, or can if they wish to, and I'm happy to speak to any of this afterwards. But the first recommendation was to take the existing fraud and waste hotline and expand it so that members of the public who have concerns about a wider range of issues, in fact, would have one place to bring those concerns. And I emphasize that this was not intended to change the intake or any of the complaint protocols for the individual offices. Second recommendation is for greater collaboration and coordination through a four-way MOU. As I'll mention in a moment, that in fact has been accomplished in October and is now posted on the websites of the four offices. And third, exploring how certain accountability office functions could be combined in order to achieve greater effectiveness and efficiency. So just a word in and around each recommendation. So the next slide looks to the first recommendation on a centralized open city hotline. This would again expand an existing function, and indeed, as I explored how that existing hotline works, it does receive calls on a wider range of topics on a pretty regular basis, although its scope is also understood and through the Auditor General's jurisdiction managed. So this would be an extension of the existing practice, and one I think that would provide greater clarity, one-stop shopping, as it were, for those who have the kinds of concerns that bring them to the hotline. And then again, behind that process, appropriate referrals could be made to all four or the three other offices. And again, the steps each office would take would be in line with their own intake and complaint protocols. So the second recommendation on the next slide. This, as I said, can be dealt with fairly quickly because the recommendation, in fact, comes on the heels of a four-way memorandum of understanding signed by the four accountability offices just in mid-October. And really the goal here was ensuring a sharing of information, the possibility of joint investigations or inquiries, extending the practice already of joint education and training, better communications as a joint framework, and also sharing administrative, technical, and professional resources with each other and with the city as appropriate. And again, this is simply extending already a trend, and I note the Integrity Commissioner and Lobbyist Registrar had already entered into a memorandum of understanding in 2014 on which this recommendation built. So finally, the third recommendation was to look at the Lobbyist Registrar and Integrity Commissioner roles, which in other jurisdictions have been combined, and in my view, there was not a case to combine these offices or merge them in any way, certainly at this time, but there was benefit in exploring greater sharing of resources and activities through having the same individual appointed to both roles as Lobbyist Registrar and Integrity Commissioner. Also a practice we've seen in some other jurisdictions in Ontario. And again, this is something I recommended be explored because there are a range of specific details within the operation of each office that I thought needed greater scrutiny than a review of this kind could do justice to. And I understand that this exploration could be staged in a period of time as terms are concluded of existing members in those roles. So those are the three recommendations, and I wanted to finish just by highlighting what isn't recommended. There was also within the scope of this review and analysis of the Ombudsman Office and the Auditor General Office, and beyond the desire for greater coordination among the four, really the creation or fulfillment of the vision in Justice Bellamy's report of an accountability framework. There was not a case, in my view, for a merger or combining of other functions, even though in specific settings sharing information, identifying those opportunities to work together was, in my view, a benefit and is captured now in that joint MOU referred to. So subject to questions, comments, or further discussion, that's the presentation I wanted to share with you this afternoon, and thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yeah, so one round of questions to staff or Mrs. Sossin. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm interested in the shared hotline. If we mix that hotline, I'm wondering if you, in the review, looked at the issue of the communication plan and the mandate that currently exists for an ombudsman's role in the city is that they communicate themselves as being the one-stop place where it's unfairness to you, the citizen, you would go to an ombudsman. Are you proposing that those calls could go through this one city open hotline as well?
So the distinction often is between anonymous calls, for example, and those that are identified, yes. And that's a key distinction. So the hotline really benefits those who want to make an anonymous tip often. Now, some of those could involve something within the jurisdiction of an ombudsman, would be referred to the ombudsman, and an ombudsman would have to look at her or his own methodology to see if that could be acted upon. It may, for example, be the case that it couldn't, but if enough anonymous tips came in an area, could be the germ of what leads to a systemic review or inform activities in some other way. So the goal wasn't to change anything going on within the ombudsman methodology or its own outreach, but simply to ensure any anonymous tips that came to that hotline could involve the broader framework of accountability and still reach a destination.
Right. So I hear you saying that really the only distinction, if we separate it into the ombudsman is where you go, if it really needs to be looked at as your case, but confidentiality protected and investigation sought out, the open hotline is more often for those systemic issues and accountability issues that you're bringing. You want it in the vein of an anonymous tip.
That's right. And the goal was not to take away from any of the offices, but add one more resource, in other words.
Okay. So then, Madam Speaker, are we in the one round? We're also asking questions of the public servants if we want to.
Yes.
So I do have a question of staff. Then I like the recommendations of Dean Sossin, but what I'd like to know institutionally, is that a big challenge to make sure that the public service understands there may be two kinds of investigations coming at you. We now have this open hotline, but the ombudsman is still in this independent role and able to investigate something on behalf of a named individual confidentially, and will have carte blanche to do the investigation they need to make systemic change.
Madam Speaker, that's correct, and the reason why we recommended coming back with a further report on this idea, well, it has a lot of merit, as Dean Sossin has said, and as you've noted, we want to understand what the customer service, the public service, the business issues, and the financial issues of implementing such a line, and that's why we really wanted to do a little more due diligence, so as not to disrupt any of the good things that are happening.
Right. So then my last question, Madam Speaker, would be, so if we were to say we're combining these roles over here, we're also putting out a call to now appoint a new ombudsman, we would have between now and 2019 to deal not only with council understanding that, but some training within the public service to understand that nuanced change we're making.
That's right, exactly.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Ask the Dean about this, the hotline. It's called the Fraud and Waste Hotline. That isn't, I mean, it means fraud means somebody's taking some money, waste means that you're handling materials usually poorly and there's money involved. If that was to be a central hotline, would you not see the name would have to be changed?
Yeah, so certainly the idea of having it be one-stop shopping, as it were, might well invite a name change, but the goal of the recommendation was really to see it not as a place to which you might call and be told, well, that's not fraud or waste, it's a different kind of problem, so we can't take that concern. So the name could well change, and I would leave it again to staff in their wisdom to think through what change could be effective, but the goal of the recommendation
I
didn't
understand.
depend on a particular name.
I do understand the goal of the recommendation. You also have 311.
Yes.
You would recognize that as a citizen, if something had gone wrong, something I'm doing with staff and an interaction with city staff that didn't involve money, I more than likely would not call the fraud and waste hotline. I might call 311 and then be referred to the ombudsman. Did you consider that as a separate path?
No, it's a very good point, and again, it's a chance to emphasize that the other feature of the existing fraud and waste hotline is it's part of the Independent Auditor General's office. So that idea of it being within an independent office, as opposed to, for example, 311, which performs important work but not in an independent framework.
Well, but
was a
311 would
distinction.
refer you the same as they might refer you somewhere else.
Yes,
Whereas
absolutely.
I see that is very much in the Auditor General's. It says money to me, fraud and waste, and dealing with the ombudsman's issues often isn't fraud and waste. So did you consider that's a bit off-putting for your goal in any way?
Certainly, your point's well taken that the fraud and waste hotline does convey a purpose around financial issues, yes.
And that, would there be, you're talking about the disseminating, would there be someone there who, if it's going to be for all four, would be an independent person who may be then disseminating to whichever office, rather than leaving it up to, let's say, the Auditor General to say, well, that's a lobbyist, that's a this, that's a that?
Yeah, and I consider the importance that it remain within the independent accountability offices, not specifically what the mechanism might be.
But within that, would you not consider it important that who's ever receiving that basically is neutral and then making a decision about where they would send that particular issue?
That issue, certainly consistent with my review, would be that kind of role.
Rather
Absolutely.
than you're an intake officer for the AG, because that would be a different role than an intake officer for all four positions. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, I certainly see the point you're making. Absolutely.
Thank you. And lastly, just following up on the roles and how you saw the four roles, and I see you think that lobbyist registrar and ombudsman and integrity commissioner could be, and you've been the integrity commissioner, so you know which of you speak. You see those two actually have a synergy, that same person could play both of those roles. But you also have been, you weren't the ombudsman or the AG. Do you see those as kind of distinct roles? One really is about money in the city, and the other is about the service that residents have received in some way or another in the city, and that they're quite separate.
Yeah, I think the distinctions are clear in their mandate and their functions and the benefits of collaboration and coordination, but absolutely different roles and coming from a different function, and I hope that comes across clearly in the report as well.
So you wouldn't see at the province that position of ombudsman somehow would be married up to the position of the Auditor General in any way?
No, that was beyond the scope of my review, is looking at the city, but certainly the distinction and important distinction in those roles was clear, and I hope does come across clearly in the report.
And you advise council to be clear on the distinctions. And why do you think it's a useful thing to have the same person do integrity commissioner and lobbyist registrar? What's the synergy between those two that would allow that to happen, but not the other two positions, in your opinion?
So in my opinion, and this again flows a bit from Justice Bellamy's initial report and some of the experience since that time, and the coordination between the two offices in the City of Toronto, which has been close, and the MOU is a reflection of that. So there is a shared terrain, especially involving the activity of councillors. The lobbyist registrar also has a regulatory role for lobbyists, which is very different than the integrity commissioner, and the integrity commissioner deals with codes of conduct, of course, that are different from the lobbyist registrar. So the idea was, if you have a person running two separate offices, that individual, if this idea were to be explored and found desirable, could herself or himself identify those additional synergies and whether, in fact, it is a benefit to service to the public and a benefit to the cost effectiveness of those offices. So I didn't see a sufficient case for that to be made now in order to recommend, for example, any kind of merger or combination. But I did see enough of a case, both in the origins of the offices and in their operations, to see potential benefits to have one individual playing those two roles, with one caveat. The goal wasn't to take away resources from the accountability structure or offices. So if, for example, resources were freed up in this way, it would be, in my view, and certainly I hope this comes across, to reinvest in ensuring the capacity can meet the growing demands for these accountability offices and not head in another direction.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Dean Sawson, I also want to just ask a question with respect to the central hotline and the fact that it's being extended to include administrative unfairness. And so my question relates to, will this provide an opportunity for existing employees who may be reluctant to follow a complaint process that may be in place, and they're reluctant because they're fearful of possible reprisal, so they don't access the actual complaint procedures that are in place. So will this hotline allow them to anonymously bring forward a situation, and then will that find its way to the proper I guess, department to explore the problem?
Yeah, it's an important question, and I may defer to staff if they wish to say a word just about the public service bylaw and its interaction with this. But certainly there is a distinction now in that bylaw that has an implication for the existing hotline and where certain complaints go, whether they're about wrongdoing or about other kinds of misconduct. So the recommendations I'm making are meant to be integrated with these existing changes coming from the bylaw. So it may be better placed for a member of the city manager's office to speak to how that change is going to be implemented, but it certainly was something the report is alive to, that could be a use for the hotline.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I would just say that I would agree that we would see that as potentially a use for that hotline. That's part of what we would report back on.
Yeah, because I know that the public service bylaw becomes enacted at the end of this year. So I was wondering if we need an amendment to that effect to make sure that the hotline becomes accessible to employees that are facing that problem.
Not in my view, no. I don't think you need an amendment.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Holiday.
Speaker, just a question for the Dean or for staff, who's ever able to answer it. If we can just elaborate on the timing of the terms of the various accountability officers, and if you can provide comment as to why the discussion is occurring today, the criticality of it.
So the terms of the current accountability officers, the lobbyist registrar has agreed to stay on until May of 2016. The integrity commissioner's term ends at the end or September of 2019.
Okay, do we often find ourselves in a situation where we have two officers that are, I guess, changing over, for the lack of a better term, in close quarters temporally, and that this is a unique decision?
Well, it has happened once before. It could happen again, I guess, but the only once before in my memory.
Okay, and would I be correct in characterizing what we have before us today is simply making the next lobbyist registrar's term coterminous with that of the integrity commissioner that is here today, so that council indeed does have an option before us in the future in 2019, as opposed to following standard protocol, which would just put a lobbyist registrar in for 7 years, and it would be a long time before these terms mathematically align.
Through the Speaker, that's exactly what we're recommending, so that they terminate at the same time.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Pasternak, questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On page 59 of your report, you seem overly concerned about reprisals for people who make various allegations or complaints. Is this the driving force for the hotline?
No, I think the hotline has certainly been referred to as a place that people who might, for whatever reason, fear being identified can go. But I certainly didn't come across data or studies that were substantiating a high incidence of reprisal or a basis for that. So it's really trying to draw the distinction between these kinds of anonymous calls or tips and the other complaint protocols that exist in the other accountability offices that, again, usually, I think almost always require an identification of a complainant before the investigation would be pursued.
And a hotline would be to drive more formal reviews, the extensive reports that would come to council, or would they drive more of the administrative reviews that are usually settled by a letter or by a simple apology, or how do you see that?
Well, again, I could defer to staff to speak more directly to information in their purview, but certainly in the review, this was a form of intake for investigations that, again, is managed through the Auditor General's office, but existing now is a certain incidence of tips that come in that exceed the jurisdiction of that office that are referred on. Now, what the other offices do, again, often is dictated by their own intake and complaint protocols. So I think the actions taken may well differ depending on the accountability office and what they feel is consistent with their protocol and their methodology. But there's also a practice of referring investigations to city divisions or departments where appropriate. So I'd say the hotline is really a way or a catalyst for information on which certain actions can be based to come in, but where that action is taken may vary quite substantially in the circumstances.
Now, you've mentioned on page 23 that the reach of the Ombudsman was increased in May of 2014. Now, there's sort of two sentences that seem to contradict one another. On the first sentence, you say the expansion was not accompanied by increased resources. On the next sentence, you say we actually added staff.
Yeah, again, I think the account in that part of the report was looking at the difference in some cases between the reach and request for resources to discharge that burden and then additional resources that actually came on. So I was trying really to provide a descriptive account of the growth of these offices, but in some cases that was not always a clear, detailed narrative, for example, of what resources were requested, which were given. The goal was really to provide an overview, so that may be why the appearance of a contradictory statement comes, and a more detailed review of precisely what was added in terms of activity versus what was requested in terms of resources could likely resolve the question more fully.
Right. But the bottom line was, as a member of the Budget Committee, we did increase the staffing of the Ombudsman, and I can assure you there's hardly a department across this government that doesn't believe they're under-resourced and ask for more staff.
And I should add, the report was not set up to make a comment about the resourcing per se. It's only relevant insofar as the scope and functions turn so clearly on capacity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ainslie, questions?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, in your presentation you did the slide deck. One of the points that you raised was the current system of integrity or accountability officers that we're using is well respected. I think you said it on the province or across the country?
And globally.
Globally. So our current system we're using is respected globally. And then, so I'm just trying to understand as you go into it further why the recommendation comes to merge the two together.
So again, just to clarify for Council's benefit, the recommendation is not for a merger. The recommendation was to explore having one individual play the dual roles, but actually to have the offices remain distinct and each performing their respective functions, the lobbyist, registrar, and the integrity commissioner. And each, I believe, has been successful in its own right as an office. But as it has already, the office has been collaborating successfully and looking forward to some greater service to the public and service to the city through extending that collaboration, it would be, in my view, possible for someone occupying both roles to really understand if additional benefits could be found. And there is examples in my review of occasions where this was looked at federally, for example, and the decision was made to keep those two functions separate, and other occasions in the province of Ontario, for example, where they happened together in one office. So I felt it wasn't, there wasn't a case for a merger, but there was a case to explore having one individual play those roles in order to gain better understanding of the possibilities and possible benefits.
So you'll excuse me, so to play devil's advocate, so today, if I phone the integrity commissioner, I get one person and I have a pretty clear set of guidelines, and I phone the lobby registrar, and I get another person, I have a clear set of guidelines, and if we follow these recommendations, on Monday I could phone for the lobby registrar and get whoever, the person, lobby register, and then the next day I could phone because I have another accountability officer question, and the same person picks up the phone again.
No, you're raising a really important point, which is that if this were pursued and you had one individual, there's already an MOU that allows for sharing of information with respect to their activities if it's of a mutual benefit. So some of this is possible now, but clearly there would need to be protocols in place to ensure, for example, information that came up in the course of one investigation, let's say involving a councillor, couldn't simply be shifted over to the other office without some other process. And those are the kinds of details that would have to be explored, and there would be obviously the accountability officers themselves taking a lead role in understanding how that might work. But those are the kinds of detailed possibilities and contingencies that would have to be considered. And that's one of the reasons why a merger wasn't something I felt there was a case to pursue, because I wasn't satisfied that all those kind of detailed possibilities had been or could be fully vetted at this stage of a review.
But you don't think from a public perception, if we follow these recommendations, although they're not merging, there would still be, I would think, a perception in the public that we have merged two offices together?
So that is, of course, a possibility if you have one person particularly as the face of each. But I think it's certainly in talking to people who interact with the accountability officers a fair bit outside the city, there is already a perception that there's an accountability framework. The offices are distinct, but the sum was always intended to be greater than the parts. And I think that was the prevailing view in the report, that collaboration, coordination where it makes sense, leads to public benefits for the city and for those who use these offices, but not at the expense of fairness or undermining confidentiality. So getting that balance right, I think, is key and is possible, exploring the recommendations as they're set out. And the cautionary note you mentioned is very well taken by me, and it's something certainly that I considered and was one of the reasons not to recommend a merger as suggested earlier.
Okay. And my final question, Madam Speaker. So you don't see this as a step backwards? Like, I was just at a conference yesterday outside of the city, and we were talking about accountability in the City of Toronto, and MFP was raised, and MFP was 15 years ago, and from there it stemmed into 4 different accountability officers, and now we're looking at amalgamating the duties of 2 of them together.
Yeah, I think as long as it doesn't come with stripping, capacity, as was suggested in an earlier exchange, if it is really to the benefit of collaboration, I think this is actually furthering that initial report that led to the creation of this framework 10 years ago. And certainly the new cities that are exploring this area have typically brought these 2 offices together at least with the same individual playing both functions in Ottawa, for example. So I think the trend line has been more to seeing strength in a collaborative and coordinated environment rather than somehow resiling from that high water mark of commitment to accountability, which I think all the accountability officers and certainly my own review shared a commitment towards.
Thank you. Okay, we only have 5 minutes. Councillor Campbell, 5 minutes.
I will be less than 5 minutes.
Yes,
I can assure
okay.
you. Just a very quick question. So, if you potentially have one person doing both jobs, lobbyist and integrity commissioner, could there not be synergies between the tasks and roles of the various departments so that a merger would lead to efficiencies and perhaps even improved performance?
So I think that is possible. In my view, in the recommendations was it would be for the person occupying each role, seeing it on the ground and what was also consistent with independence and effectiveness and fairness to make that call of what's possible rather than at the stage we're at now to know what might lead to that. So that's really why the staging of the recommendations in this way.
So, having done your review, do you feel, in your professional, judgment, that bringing these two offices together would produce an improved performance on the part of both of those offices?
I did not...
Between the sort of like the frontline workers that are, the levels down.
So a full merger, I think, would result in some of that, but would also result in some of the complexities that came out of the earlier exchange about additional protocols and screens and firewalls, which could take you in the other direction of more complexity. So that's why I thought there wasn't a case at this point to say a merger would necessarily lead to more effective or more, better service to the public. But someone in those roles could no doubt see the opportunities in greater context, and ideally that could be a direction the city explores, and it certainly could be possible down the road.
And I guess my question is to the city manager or to Ms. Taschereau, but she's not going to be around, so I'm thinking ahead to May 2016, when the lobbyist registrar retires. Will City Council be presented with a scenario whereby we might hire an individual to occupy the lobbyist job, or conversely, to do both roles? In other words, have the integrity commissioner assume the additional responsibility.
We will be reporting back on that, but today we are recommending that council allow for the recruitment of a lobbyist register for 4 years so that the term ends at the same time as our current integrity commissioner, and then council would be in the position of hiring one person.
So
it's a staged.
So nothing was going to happen before 2019, basically, is what you're in terms of bringing the two together.
We do, though, think that a lot of work could happen in the interim that would get at some of the process and efficiency and sharing of information issues that you're raising. So we would like that to happen in the interim.
So is there anything preventing us at this point in time from assigning the lobbyist tasks to the integrity commissioner upon the retirement of the lobbyist registrar?
So I would ask the city solicitor staff to answer that question.
And I mean, obviously, with the associated compensation with the extra role.
So at present, you've appointed an integrity commissioner for a term that extends into 2019. The duties that are assigned to that individual at this point in time are the duties of the integrity commissioner. There'd need to be some additional discussion with the individual in that role if there was any consideration of adding to those duties, and certainly it would not be something that council could do unilaterally at this point in time.
Could you repeat that?
It's not a step that council could take unilaterally.
Right, because there's a contract and agreement.
Correct.
All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Okay, Councillor Lee, you held the item down. Do you want to speak? Councillor Lee? You held the item.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank Susan for his report. And it's important for us to move this forward, and I believe that Councillor Holyday will be moving an additional recommendation, which is to tighten and commit Council to moving forward with your recommendations, including the one about having one person performing both functions of the Integrity Commissioner as well as the lobbyist. So I believe that because the recommendation is to renew the lobbyist for another 3 years, so I think that's a very long time in the future, but unfortunately, I think staff needs time to work on this as well. So I think that I'll leave it to Councillor Holiday to move his motion. And again, thank you very much.
Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion, if we can put it on the screen. The motion is quite simple. It is just tightening up one of the recommendations that we review the report back during this council term with an aim for the 2019 changeover process. And to elaborate on that, my worry is that we've done tremendous good work and that this report ends up on the shelf, and be it another council body before us forgets about all the good work. So this motion is simply to request that information come back sooner than later so that we can consider it. That all said, I also want to thank the City Manager's Office and Dean Sosin for the great work on this. I'm thinking back to a number of months ago in this chamber, there was quite a bit of vigorous debate about simply asking a question about whether or not we can do things better. And I'm smiling today, really I am, because the process worked. We saw some good work done to look at the way that we do business, and there are 3 banner outcomes on this. The first is an approach at a gateway for citizens with concerns about their city to raise those concerns. So a citizen doesn't have to go online or ask around to try to figure out who is this officer that I have to go see. I'm not happy with X, Y, or Z. They can call up, their complaint can be triaged, and it can be directed to one or more than one officer. And that complaint can be handled effectively. I think that's a huge win. It goes well beyond a fraud and waste hotline. It goes straight to a complaints hotline. The second thing that we've seen that is also a banner improvement is we will see an MOU between all 4 accountability offices. And that means that they're going to share information, they're going to collaborate possibly on cases where there had not been collaboration, or there had been parallel investigations, or investigations that looked at one element and an investigation that looked at another. Folks, to me that's waste. That is not an efficient process. But this puts the offices in a position so that they can have those discussions and they can formulate a game plan and to solve an issue. And what does that lead to? That leads to better public confidence in the accountability of this city, its council, and the operations. And finally, there is a sharp look at efficiency. And what we're looking at is the possible cross-appointment of an individual. I use the word cross-appointment because it occurs in other jurisdictions where a single entity can perform both roles. And yes, the functions in the offices remain separate, although they're now connected through an MOU. So, there's this discussion about merger. It's not necessarily a merger, it's simply providing a service in a better and more efficient manner. And at least we've seized the opportunity, a unique opportunity because of the timings of the appointments of the terms of the individuals, that we are now going to set up the terms so that they terminate at the same time, and the council then has a right to make a simple choice. And for that I'm smiling, because the process worked. We asked the question, can we do this better? We got an answer back. We can do it better. And I really hope that my colleagues on council do accept these excellent recommendations and follow through on this. Thank you.
Keep smiling.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was very grateful, Madam Speaker, that we had the presentation and that we got to hear Dean Sosin speaking to the report, because it calmed me down. I will say this, it calmed me down. I worried about the blending of these offices. As confusing as it might seem to people, I think once you explain to them a suite of accountability offices, they understand what is a matter of ethics, what is a matter of whether or not elected officials are behaving appropriately, and what is a matter of systemic logjam such that people aren't getting their problems addressed, and that goes in a different way. I think they understand the idea of value for money, and that's quite separate from, I think I've been wronged. But I'm partly I'm mollified partly by the presentation, because I think I now understand that all we're really talking about here is, I'll use the same word that Councillor Holyday used, is that telephone line being the triage door. Just as when we walk into a hospital, they've first got to figure out, are you serious or are you not serious? Do you need that or do you need this? And provided, and this is why I asked the question about the public service, provided that we have the training that when we're saying to people, you need to call that line because this sounds like a matter of ethics. This sounds like a matter of value for money that the AG may want to hear about. And there's a phone number that you can call. Provided that the public service understands, and provided that every public representative understands the difference between these matters, we can with confidence direct them to one line, which is an efficiency of service. But we should never lose sight of the fact that it's the efficiencies in our own operations that we want those people to be able to spend their time on. We don't want to get overly focused on efficiency for them. The Auditor General has 29 people in her employ, 29 people to look at the actions of over 50,000 employees, to look at systems over 29 different divisions. And we've even expanded some of the things we wanted to look at. And so I think we can all confidently say that that's already an efficient office. But what I look forward to is that we look at these types of synergies while still continuing our quest to begin to understand institutionally and as a council chamber what independence means. That I won't sacrifice, is their independence. People sometimes say, those accountability officers, they should met out the penalties. I don't want to stand up here. A councillor stood up this morning and said, I think we're behaving inappropriately, because a councillor has to do that. Our accountability officers can offer opinions, but they're not accountable to anyone. They're appointees. So at the end of the day, they help us to be more accountable to our voter. That's their role. And they have to be able to feel independent in giving their advice. One of your colleagues has not lived up to your code of conduct. A member of the public service has not solved a problem in the way that you think it's going to happen. Now, council, take action. Here are my recommendations on how to do so. I'm willing to look at synergies as long as our learning, and I don't think we're all the way there yet, there must be constant learning in this chamber as to what independence means, and a continuing dedication to make sure that they are independent in their advice and that we don't ever turn on them for having given that advice. That is their role, and ours is to act. And if that's all we're doing, is making sure that there's one point of triage so that our residents don't have to understand it at quite the level that we need to as public representatives, I'm okay with that one open line. But independence is the one thing I will always be reading every report and every word to make sure that we're not sacrificing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ainslie to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So before us today in this report, we have 5 recommendations. I'm fine with 4 out of the 5. I do have a lot of concerns, though, about merging or blending or, having the Integrity Commissioner and a lobby registrar working out of the same office. Because in my mind, and I think for somebody phoning or contacting City Hall, whether it's email or walking in the door, having the Integrity Commissioner and the lobby registrar being the same person, I don't think works for a lot of people. It's very confusing. And when you talk about blending duties together, and one has very specific duties, the Integrity Commissioner is responsible for looking after the 44 members in this room and the mayor and the members of a large number of our agencies, boards, and commissions. The agencies, boards, and commissions aren't spending a lot of time understanding the nuances the Integrity Commissioner and all the rules and obligations that they have to follow. And I don't expect them to. They should have a basic understanding, but they're not the ones that are under the glaring light of the media and elected to hold public office to safeguard the tax dollars in the city and make sure that they're spent. For the same reason, we have the lobby registrar who's looking to make sure the people that contact the very city councillors that were elected to public office are dealt with in an open and transparent manner. I brought up a few moments ago when we were questioning staff the MFP inquiry or scandal that happened close to 15 years ago. I was in, Ottawa was mentioned, where they merged these two offices together. I was actually in Ottawa when we were having a discussion around accountability and openness. MFP came up, and one of the comments that was brought to me was, it was pretty impressive and remarkable. The City of Toronto has 4 different accountability officers. They all seem to be doing very well, and the comment was made to me. In Ottawa, we have 2, and the one person said to me, their residents often find it confusing when they have to go in a one office that's supposed to look after people that are lobbying politicians and looking after politicians at the same time. This person in particular said to me that often people get confused. They don't see a real difference between the two. And on another level, when we have a budget of close to $11 billion, approaching $12 billion, if we're looking after accountability in this building and amongst our agencies, boards, and commissions, the people that are sitting on it, I think the money is very well worthwhile spent to have 4 separate offices. I certainly don't want to, I was a staffer here when the MFP inquiry was in full bloom. It was not a happy place to work, and there's still people that I talk to, staff, when you talk about doing something, they would prefer to have a legal opinion before that even proceeds, and that all harkens back to the days of MFP. So I'm quite happy with 4 accountability officers, so I will not be supporting recommendation number 4, and I encourage everyone not to support recommendation number 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak because I wanted to add my voice to try to clarify what I've been hearing from members who have spoken. And it's fitting that I'm speaking after Councillor Ainslie. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Soskin for this report. And I think that it's important for us to ensure that the public understands the value of accountability and also the offices in terms of what they do, how they do it, as well as we ought to ensure that we do a better job in terms of communicating the work that's done. I needed clarification at the Executive Committee. I spoke to Mr. Soskin and I asked in terms of the bringing the office together. Was it in fact, were you merging them? Were you amalgamating them? Were they going to be blended? And the answer I got was no. Am I right, sir? Right. You're not doing that. What in fact you are doing, or what's being recommended, is that you actually have one person who will in essence look at both and can sort of provide a high-level directive and advice to the staff that are operating independently of each other, so the offices are not merging, they're not blending. So I wanted to make that clarification. I think that Councillor Holyday, in terms of his motion, is a good one. What he's actually saying and agreeing to, one person can actually oversee those 2 departments. We have one city manager that oversees a whole range of city departments. When we get into a legal system, a court, a judge will adjudicate on this particular matter, on that matter, and a series of different matters that are brought in front of them because they're following rules and regulations, they're following the law. Not dissimilar, there are rules and regulations that both the Integrity Commissioner is following, both the Lobby Registry is also following, and so on. It stands to good reason of functionality that this makes a lot of sense. And I think that as a city, we should be very proud of the work that has taken place, all the people who have led the different areas of accountability, and the staff who work in this particular area for bringing sane, strong advice to this body of council. Sometimes we don't adhere to or we don't meter out the penalties or what have you. I get that. But the body of work, the work has been done, the advice, strong advice has been given. So I really wanted just to rise, because that was the issue I had about whether or not it was simply merging so you would have the same staff doing the same things. And it's clear to me that that is not the case. You will have someone who will be responsible for both those respective offices, who will be operating independently. So I would urge members of council to simply adopt what we have here and not to carve something out and not to not support recommendation number 4, which is basically looking at appointing one person to be both the Integrity Commissioner as well as the Lobby Register. Good work has been done, and I think we have to continue to support it. We have come a long way. We are a large city, and if we have this sense of independence, there has to be a sense of oversight to this independence of this large city. And I, for one, strongly support this, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have the one amendment by Councillor Holyday. Motion number 1. It's on the screen. Recorded vote. Who asked for recorded vote? Nobody did. Nobody at all. Okay, all in favor? Jeez. Recorded vote. It's recorded vote. The motion is on the screen.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DiGiorgio, thank you. Councillor Carmichael Greb, please. And Councillor Davis.
The amendment carries 30-7.
Okay, clause is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay, so the next items that we have, we agreed that we were going to deal with them all 4 at the same time. Councillor Layton, it's your item. Page 3, EX 10.1. On page 4, EX 10.15, 16, and 17, which Councillor Layton held down. So do we have questions to staff? Do we have any questions to staff? Do we have any questions to staff? 3 times and you're gone. EX, I mentioned it, EX 10.1, 15, 16, 17. We're dealing with all 4. Okay, no questions. Councillor Layton to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and in the rather comprehensive way you asked for the call for questions of staff. I do appreciate the added opportunity to respond. I wanted to hold these items down, not to make amendments to them, but draw attention to some of the good work that the City of Toronto, through its Aboriginal advisory body, are doing. One, this is on 10.17, is on the terms of reference. That is a change to how we select the chair for the committee. I, during the selection process, was appointed chair by this body. I thought that that perhaps was rather inappropriate given the rather long history of governments in Canada telling the Aboriginal communities of this country what to do and how they should be represented. So the change is to, in fact, have the committee appoint its own co-chairs of the committee so that their leadership is reflective of the wishes of the community. The next, 10.1, is a progress report on our statement of commitments to the Aboriginal people of Canada, of Toronto, which we made at the end of the 2006-2010 term. Last term of council, we have been putting together plans to actually bring to light and bring to life some of the commitments that we made. Some of those we're also hearing about today. One is the Aboriginal Employment Strategy, and that's not to help connect Aboriginal people with employment across the city. It's to help connect Aboriginal people with employment in the city, and that's to ensure that the face of our city, the face of our staff, are more reflective of that of the community, in particular of the Aboriginal community. We have 50,000 Aboriginal people that live in the city of Toronto. We need to make sure that our workforce is reflective of that. Another thing that that our committee has done is advise city staff in our HR department on training manuals and training modules that they can use to ensure that city staff, particularly frontline staff, but also policymaking staff, understand the historic context of Aboriginal people in Toronto, as well as the contemporary contributions and challenges that they're facing. Those are underway. We have also actively engaged in a discussion around how city services, city funds, city contributions to third parties to deliver services can ensure that they're meeting the needs of the contemporary urban Aboriginal population. This is what we've been doing with that statement of commitment, and I'm happy to say I think that we've moved some of the files forward. Unfortunately, I don't think they've moved forward as quickly as we would have liked, considering last term we had a bit of a hiccup in reestablishing the committee, but I've been quite honored to serve in that capacity. One particular thing that I think that we can all be proud of voting here today is item 10.17, and that's the City of Toronto sending a clear message to our federal government and our provincial governments.
Councillor Layton, just one moment, please. Members of council, staff, please. It's getting too noisy in the council chambers.
Thank you, Madam
Thank
Speaker.
you.
In particular, I thank you because I think this is probably the most important speech I'll make for the next 2 days. I wanted to make perfectly clear just how much we should be supporting this Truth and Reconciliation commitment. The motion before us sends a clear message to the federal government and the provincial governments that we, as the City of Toronto, support, without question, all of the recommendations that have been made by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. If you don't know what this is, and I've learned a lot in my last couple of years as chairing this committee, this undoes or starts to undo hundreds of years of injustices that have gone on in this country. And it disturbed me to start to learn of the horrors of the residential school system in Canada. It might not shock you. Maybe you already know 300,000. 150,000 Aboriginal, Métis, and Inuit children taken from their homes, put into schools to quote, beat the Indian out of them. 150,000 children. 300,000 parents. The last of these schools closed in 1996. How shameful a chapter in Canada's history. And we've got to recognize that this isn't the end. This is only the beginning of this healing process. And we need to make sure that we take strong action to implement the recommendations. And I tell you why it's so important for me in the last 30 seconds. In 1765, a ship carrying 17 families was going up the coast of the U.S. and was being shut. The doors were getting shut on them. They kept going up, and they arrived in Albert County, New Brunswick. One of the families on that ship was the Steves family. They struggled in their first couple winters. They struggled, and it was the Mi'kmaq of that territory that taught them how to get through the Canadian winters, that taught them how they could stay warm, where to find food, and they helped them get through. Now that Steves family has a lineage that's traced to over 300,000 Canadians and Americans on this side of the ocean. 300,000 people that wouldn't have been alive today had there not been for the support of the Mi'kmaq in that territory. I count myself as one of those 300,000 that descended from this family, and in order to us to show just the smallest bit of respect to our Canadian First Nations, because I know many of your families may share that same heritage, we need to make sure that we implement the recommendations in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Okay, so we're going to vote on them separately. Page 3, EX 10.1. All in favor? Carried. On page 4, EX 10.15. All in favor? Carried. Page 4, EX 10.16. All in favor? Okay, recorded vote on this one. On 16.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DiGiorgio. And Councillor Perks, please.
The item carries unanimously, 37 in favor.
On page 4, EX 10.17. All in favor? Carried. Okay, we've dealt with those 4 items. Our next item is on page 3, EX 10.2. Councillor Mihevc, you held the item down. It's the 2000. It's on page 3, EX 10.2, 2014 Report on Equity, Diversity, and Human Rights. Councillor Mihevc, do we have any questions to staff? Are there any questions to staff? Okay. Are there any questions to, okay, we have a name. Okay, Councillor Davis, questions to staff.
In the last report, there were issues around the adequacy. Maybe the city manager is available.
You know what, it's good then.
I have questions of the city manager.
Could we have the city manager? I'll put your time on hold. Okay, Councillor Davis has a question for you. We're on item EX 10.2. Okay.
Consistently over the past few years, we have questioned the adequacy of staffing in your office for the access equity, to ensure that the access and equity policies, and in particular the AODA policies, are being implemented within our corporation. Are you confident that we have adequate staffing to ensure our compliance with our own policies?
I am confident, I appreciate the question, I am confident that we have adequate staffing. I understand that in all of these issues there will inevitably be a range of challenges. I am confident that the level of staffing we have is adequate to deliver compliance with the legislated and other requirements associated with AODA, yes.
So my understanding is that the staffing dedicated to AODA compliance is one person. Is that still the case?
I can check on that, but if it's not one person, it remains a very small group.
And we have a process in place, you're confident that we have a process in place that ensures that every division is following through and completing all of their AODA requirements.
City of Toronto is a very large and complicated organization. We have one central resource dedicated to integrating the plans, but of course in each division we also have a number of people who are dedicated to ensuring that we understand the capital and other requirements to fully meet AODA standards.
Actually, the question about our capital requirements to meet our AODA obligations, we have never, that I can recall, had a full report on the impending obligations, both for transit and for facilities, in terms of meeting the AODA accessibility requirements. Are you intending to give us a report sometime soon?
So through you, Madam Speaker, so in the budget that's going to be released next week, we are going to show you what the capital requirements are to meet the AODA requirements for our general government facilities. And you will see also that there's requirements below the line as well for the TTC. So we will be showing you those
Why
the
is that
impacts.
coming through the budget process and not through a committee
Because
opportunity?
through you, Madam Speaker, at first we had to do, what are the capital estimates to retrofit our facilities to make them AODA compliant over the next 10 years. So this year we did that work, and we're assembling it and showing you those capital estimates in the forecast this year.
I would suggest that that ought to go to the Government Management Committee if it's about ensuring, and it's a plan for achieving our AODA requirements for our facilities.
But we had to start somewhere, and one of the things we want to point out in the budget, as the city manager pointed out in his fiscal framework presentation of last week, is we've got lots of capital demands and capital requests. And what we're trying to do is in this capital budget is show you what's in front of council. And there was also a direction coming out of the 2015 capital budget for us to do a full review of that. So that's why it's falling in front of the capital budget right now.
Are you intending to report through the Government Management Committee at some point with specifics?
We're going to show you the problems, and then council, we will take whatever council direction you want to give us in terms of how to solve some of these problems. Yes, and AODA is part of GMC, so that's something that we could do.
Okay. One of the things that has always interested me is extending the Career Bridge program and how we might expand our contributions to that program and ensure, in fact, I believe I moved a motion to that effect previously, to ensure that we are providing more paid internship opportunities at the City of Toronto for our quite significant contribution to the Career Bridge program. So I wonder if you could just expand, tell us what we provide and how many work placement opportunities are there in Career Bridge at the City of Toronto?
Okay, that was your last question.
Councillor, I'm not 100% sure how many positions we have, but I know that a lot of divisions are involved in Career Bridge program. But I will get that information for you. It's Human Resources Division that actually centrally monitors it now. So I will get that information for you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Mihevc, you held the item down to speak. Councillor Mihevc?
Yes, thank you very much. I really just wanted to use the opportunity to first support the report. I have no beef with the report whatsoever. What I was tempted to move, and I just want to let folks know that at some point I think we need to figure it out. What I wanted to move, or was contemplating moving, was a report request on this idea to create a person, an office, a structure around, call it, faith communities and the public realm. It's been an idea that has been kind of kicking around here, frankly, for at least 10, 15 years. We know that we have, of course, a multiplicity of faith communities in this city, and we've seen the benefits of having all the interfaith connections, even recently with the Syrian refugee settlement issues. We know that they do all kinds of work with out of the COLD programs, poverty reduction, child care centers, seniors programming, community hubs. Faith communities are very, very important in holding together the social fabric of our city. We know that they come to us very often, especially some churches that are in decline come to us around developing housing proposals, something that we talked about this morning. We need a place for that, those kinds of conversations to take place. And so eventually I see myself bringing forward a report request to the Executive Committee saying let staff work on it, let our good folks in Access and Equity Office work on it and come back with something that maybe is jointly funded by us and the faith communities. Every time I meet with some of the faith communities leaders, they tell me they want to get more engaged in building the life of this city. And they have resources and skills and perspectives that they want to bring to the table. So somehow we have to figure that piece out, and so I'll be forwarding a memo to the executive committee at some point in the new year to get that work begun. That was my advertisement, and I'm not moving a motion, so that will be something at a later date. That's all. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, on the item. Oh, Councillor Davis.
I have a motion that asks...
Oh, wait, they don't have it, Councillor Davis. It's not ready.
I'll speak slowly as
No, Councillor...
As I always do. I mean, it will take me 2 minutes to get through the first sentence.
Councillor Davis, the motion had to be prepared.
I am asking the city manager to report
Okay, Councillor Davis, your timer's on. You're
to the
speaking.
executive
You're speaking.
committee on ways to expand participation in the Career Bridge program within the city civil service. So one of the most effective programs that we have for providing successful pathways to employment for newcomers to the City of Toronto are actual placements that give new Canadians work experience. We make a contribution, I think, of about $450,000 a year to something called Career Bridge. And it is a program that provides opportunities for employment. And one of the places that participants can get the best experience and can help us to recruit not just newcomers with tremendous skills and with qualifications that need to be recognized is here at the city. There isn't I think, a council cycle that goes by where we don't have a senior staff person say we can't recruit people at the city. How can it be possible that we can't find engineers, that we cannot find human resource specialists, that we cannot find buildings inspectors? There are many, many people who come here with international qualifications who could make an incredible contribution to this city administration. And somehow we can't find them. One of the best ways to find them is to expand opportunities for those people to have a hands-on and paid work experience within the city's civil service. So that's what this report requests us to do. The second thing I did want to comment on, and it's reflective of the questions I asked the city manager, and it has to do with our AODA requirements. As we all know, we have an obligation as the governing body to ensure that we meet the AODA requirements that are in effect and will come in effect in the City of Toronto. We have one staff person in this entire bureaucracy whose job it is to make sure that our AODA commitments are met. And I think that's just not adequate for a city this size. So I will be looking, again, in this budget to see if this division has the adequate staffing to achieve and implement the policies we ask them to deliver. And one of them, as I said, is the AODA requirements. And I would ask, without moving a motion, to the Deputy City Manager or to the City Manager that there be a report to the Government Management Committee on the AODA requirements and what we will need to do to bring all of our facilities into compliance by 2025. Now, 2025 sounds a long way off. But if we have billions of dollars of additional capital, and I have to say to Mr. CFO, I'm pleased that we are at least identifying in the capital plan this year the impending capital costs of converting and making accessible all of our facilities, as the law will require. But I know as a member, and actually vice chair of the Government Management Committee, that I would like to see what the plan is and where those costs derive from and how we're going to address them in the long term, because that is definitely one of the things that we have not dealt with as a council to date in this chamber. So again, I would like to commend our staff, if I could, wrapping up. They do an amazing job to deliver on a very important policy, many important policies that have to do with building a fair city.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Davis.
And with little staff resources.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have the amendment by Councillor Davis. Do you want to put it on the screen? We'll be voting. All in favor? Carried. Clauses amended. All in favor? Carried. Our next item is on page 3, EX 10.7, private donation to animate the Gardner Expressway. Councillor Wong Tam held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? That's on EX 10.7, page 3. Donation to animate the Gardner. Okay, it's on your green sheets. Green sheets. Are there any questions? Twice. Are there any questions? 3 times. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just have a quick amendment I'd like to ask the clerks to put on the screen. And the amendment is simply to ask that during the negotiations of the delivery agreement between Waterfront Toronto as well as the donor is for them to consider working with a partnership to advance youth employment under the purview of the Toronto Employment and Social Services Program, and see if we can actually hire some local job-ready prospects to work on this very exciting city-building project. This actually should dovetail exactly into the city's workforce development objectives. We've often said that we want to be able to tie local hiring, local employment opportunities, working with various different populations across the city, if we can, on capital projects. So if there is a way of doing that, this is the way to do so. And then I also want to just commend the Matthews family for their extraordinary donation in this case to help beautify what is a very unsightly part of the city. You know, this is a program that I think that, as the mayor has said earlier, that can be the catalyst for more such generous philanthropists movements from the broader community. But I must say that if we were to design our infrastructure with beauty and art in place in the beginning, then we wouldn't need these interventions afterwards. So therefore, if we're actually building bridges, roads, infrastructure, and we actually infuse and make sure that the design principles of beauty, creativity, innovation were at the center of all that, then we wouldn't necessarily need to wait for private donations afterwards to come and help us make it look better. But nevertheless, this is what's before us, and the Matthews family should be commended for their generous philanthropy. They could have taken this money anywhere across the city, and they took it here in this city, and they actually did it in a way that I think is very, very unique. We should also, of course, thank Ken Greenberg and the design team that's actually leading this, and of course, Waterfront Toronto now in the delivery of this project. I know that having spoken to Ms. Judy Matthews myself, she's concerned that this doesn't take too long. She wants a delivery out as quickly as possible. So we're going to be working and cheering Waterfront Toronto on to make sure it doesn't necessarily drag on for years to come. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We do have a question for you for clarification. Councillor Campbell.
Could we have the motion on the screen, please?
Could we put the motion on the screen?
So just for Councillor Wong Tam, has this been discussed with the donor family, and do we have a letter from them of support, or do we have?
Yeah, I do not have a letter of support for my motion on behalf of the Matthews family, but it has been floated through the proper channels, and the local ward councillor is also nodding.
So, well, I'm just wondering, they donated this money in sort of in good faith without any strings attached, and now we're attaching some strings.
Sure, Councillor Campbell, in the agreement, in the report, it actually says that there will be negotiations undertaken by the deputy manager of Cluster A and Cluster B to iron out the terms of the delivery agreement, which will then be agreed upon by Waterfront Toronto and the donors. So this will simply be inserted into those negotiations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
They don't want any kids working on their projects, particularly one.
Oh, sorry. Mayor Tory, question?
Well, I just wanted to follow up, if I could, and ask the councillor a question, just going to follow along, I think, with what Councillor Campbell was saying, which is that I trust you to agree with me that we should be very careful. I mean, I don't think, frankly, the Waterfront Corporation would have any trouble doing this in any event, and I know these two people very well, and I don't think they'll have any trouble with the notion they're people with a huge social conscience. But I trust you would agree with me that we should be very careful when somebody does come to the city to donate $25 million, no strings attached, to do something that everybody in this building is enthused about, as far as I could tell, and that we should be careful about looking like we're trying to, in any way, as much as this is a laudable purpose, put any thumbtacks in the way of getting this done. And we're supposed to get it done by 2017. I trust you to agree with that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do agree with that, and I don't believe at any time when we try to tie in the city's workforce development objectives do we slow down a public works project.
Well, you would agree with me, though, it's possible you wouldn't. It's not a matter of timing. It's a matter of making sure what you don't do is slow down. You don't want to make it disappear. I don't think, do you, in the sense that they just say, look, I can assure you there are people with a huge social conscience, but I can assure you, and I trust you trust me in telling you that they also don't want this to get in any way sort of just bogged down with a lot of stuff. They just want to see it get done, as we all do. And the other objective you're looking at here, is excellent. But I trust you understand. That's my question.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
They also just don't want to see it get bogged down in a lot of things, that laudable as they may be.
Mr. Mayor, I do understand the question, and I think that under the current terms of the arrangement with the Matthews family is that the first $3 million will be advanced to deal with the due diligence and the design work, and I would imagine that any further funds would be withheld if they're not satisfied with the process. And I did speak to Mrs. Matthews myself, and she did impress upon me that her priority, her number one priority, is making sure that the work was done quickly.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is an item that I believe is one that should move quickly and without too much time, so I'll keep this brief. I have a motion to introduce, and this is simply, I'm moving the supplementary report from the Deputy City Manager and CFO. It's on screen, so I'm just moving the supplementary report at staff's request. And I'll say very briefly that I believe this project, the byproduct of a generous donation, but with exceptional work on the part of city staff and a project team, will in fact create not just a more livable neighbourhood for the 70,000 residents who live adjacent to this, but create a Toronto-wide destination that will, just like the Science Centre or the Zoo or the CN Tower is not a destination for one part of Toronto or another, this Undergardner project will in fact prove to be another opportunity for that type of creative commons, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity, the byproduct of a great donation and exceptional work by our staff. And I do just note that the motion that Councillor Wong Tam has brought forward indeed is a very strong one, and for our staff to consider ensuring that youth employment is part of any project, be it through a donation or at our own behest, that's not something not to consider. It is to consider, and it's fully in line with our process to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis to speak.
I too will be brief, and I don't have a motion. I think, as the mayor said, everyone in this place is thrilled by the opportunity to see the revitalization, or I guess the vitalization of a neglected area of our city. There are just two things I wanted to add. One group that was exceptionally excited about this was the Toronto Skateboarding Committee, and I don't know if any of my colleagues around the table are aware, but there is a committee of young people who are working with our recreation staff who are looking at developing a skateboard policy and want to see more facilities across the city. And one of the places they are looking and excitedly hoping for a new facility is within this project. And I don't know who to address it to. I presume to Waterfront Toronto. But one of the things that our skateboarders any skateboarder will tell you is that it has to be designed properly. And there are certain people who are experts in designing skate parks in this country and in North America, and there's certain kind of materials that are required. Recently, there was an underpass skate park that was built by a developer. There was none of the users were involved in designing it, and that skate park has been a huge disappointment to the kids. So I hope that somehow through this process we will allow some community involvement, and particularly if there's going to be any skateboard facilities, that we use our own skateboard advisory committee to have some involvement to make sure that it is a success. Secondly, there will be, as there is with any recreational facility, operating and maintenance costs. So while we're getting a quite significant donation, I think that members have to recognize there will be a report in the new year, and it's going to tell us if we want to maintain it, we want to program in it, we want to animate it, that there will be operating costs associated with it. So I hope that the operating costs associated with this space will be sufficient and will be funded so that we can actually make this a great public space. And I look very much forward to seeing what this new space will be and how the city, which will maintain and program it, will support the ongoing use of this wonderful gift and this wonderful new space. Because it is public space and it is a partnership, and we should be looking at ensuring that we are meeting our youth employment objectives as well as our recreation and cultural objectives as this is designed and implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Tory to speak.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank you. I just wanted to get up and say, and we tried to see if the Matthews could be here today and work out the schedule as to when this would be dealt with, but given the vagaries of our scheduling and timing, that didn't work out. But I just wanted to take the occasion because while I had the occasion at a press conference that we had with them and with which Councillor Cressy was present at, and I think Councillor Layton was there as well, just to say what a magnificent act of citizenship this was by this family, by this couple. And to tell you something that I told them yesterday. They were in to visit yesterday about something to do with this. And if I seem unduly, what's the word I'm looking for, focused on making sure we don't do anything that appears to be putting any roadblocks in the way of their project, is because I am. And that's not to say that people who donate get to sort of have everything to say about what happens, but I certainly want to make sure that the one thing they said from the first time they came in to see me about this was that they did not want this to get bogged down and to be one of those projects that 7 years from now we're sitting here debating some aspect of it. And I think that there's been enough good work done, and there will be lots of other work done by our staff working with that team, that there's little danger of that. And so if I was asking questions earlier on, it was only in that regard. And what I wanted to tell you that I think is good news above and beyond the gift itself and the idea itself, and I was able to share this with them yesterday, was that the announcement prompted 3 calls that I've had now from other citizens in Toronto, one of whom called with a very specific idea of something he wanted to do, and the other 2 just called to say, I'd like to do something like that. And you know, I'm very hopeful. I've done a lot of fundraising for charity in my days prior to becoming the mayor. That it won't be done at the expense of universities and hospitals and whatnot. It'll be done in addition to, because I just don't think until this came along people thought about the fact they could do something quite important in the public realm that doesn't fit within the category of a university or a hospital or one of those more customary kinds of charities. And I think nothing I could have told them yesterday would have made them happier, short of the fact we're having the ribbon cutting tomorrow afternoon. Nothing would have made them happier than to hear that the example they hope to set was in fact having an impact on some other people. And my guess would be of the 3 people who called, one of them or 2 of them might come to pass, but I think that's way ahead of where we were before. And when those are announced, 3 other people will call. And, it isn't confined to people who are wealthy. These people happen to be people of means that could write a check, maybe not quite as big as the Matthews, but I'm hopeful, as we said at the press conference, all of us, Councillor Cressy, myself, Councillor Layton, and everybody involved, that this will lead to citizens deciding in their own neighbourhoods that there are things they can do on a collective basis to address things that exist in the public realm that we either might never get to or might not get to soon, or all of those various reasons I think we all understand in this room. But the main purpose of my standing up was to say I think this is going to be, as I mentioned this morning, an exciting project of global note. I think it'll be of global note because it'll be done with that quality. I think that, and I think that it will serve as a powerful example of city building by people themselves taking the initiative. And I want to say thank you finally to the councillors involved directly. I want to say thank you to the staff. When Mr. and Mrs. Matthews came in, we got John Livy, and I want to mention his name in particular because I knew he was a guy that if we got him into the room and said, John, we have to try and make this happen, he would make it happen. And indeed, he did. And he worked with Mr. Greenberg and all of the others involved, and they have a whole team working on this already, as you might expect. That's the Matthews do. And the Matthews are extremely happy. I also suggested to Mrs. Matthews, Judy Matthews, when she called to say who can kind of manage this, that I thought the right person was Waterfront Toronto, and she had to be introduced to John Campbell, went over there and became away convinced that they were the right people, which they are. So I think so far this whole thing is a very positive story, and I just want to make sure we keep it that way. And last but not least, to say again, as I will try to say 1,000 times if I have the chance, to the Matthews family, thank you for this magnificent gesture of city building, this magnificent act of generosity, which I think is going to be a great thing for the city, and I hope everybody will support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we do have one motion. We can put it on the screen by Councillor Wong Tam. Oh, 2 motions. All right, yes. Okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay, the next motion. Councillor Cressy's motion. All in favor? Carried. Clauses amended. All in favor? Recorded vote? Okay. This is clause as amended.
Councillor Perruzza, please, your vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Lee, when you're seated, please.
The item as amended carries unanimously, 33 in favor.
Yeah, our next item is on page 3, EX 10.9. Councillor Holliday, you held the item down. It's the Association of Community Centre Settlement of Operating Results for the year 2014. Do we have any questions to staff? Councillor Holliday.
I did. Thank you, Speaker. If I could just get some clarification, if I've interpreted this correctly, several of the community centres within the association have exceeded their appropriation, their budget, and that has been offset against other community centres that have not exceeded it. Can you just clarify the financials for me?
That's, through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct. So what we do with the AOX and the arena boards is we add up all the surpluses, we add up all the variances, and we try to contain them within the same program. Invariably, there's more unfavorable variances than positive variances, and they then will lead to reducing the overall city surplus.
Something jumped out at this report at me, and that was that not only were they variances, they were financial exceeding of the budget, which is beyond their appropriation, and that was spoken to in this report. Is that unusual, or how do we characterize that?
You have to, through you, Madam Speaker, you have to realize that these are very small organizations. So one particular expenditure can make a very big impact in the overall budget. Chris Billinger can speak a bit more about some of the issues that are facing the AOCs.
Through the Speaker, I think a good example is in the report, the 519 Church Street Community Center, the over expenditures in relation to an elevator repair that was not anticipated in the budget. The agency doesn't have the financial heft to absorb that kind of expense. The other comment I would make is that this practice is dictated by the relationship framework between council and the 10 boards of management. So this is a council-directed approach.
I know one of them exceeded their appropriation because they provided an award for a staff salary increase. That, to me, is slightly different than an emergency repair. Could you provide comment on that as to how that came about?
Through the Speaker, one of the unique elements of the AOC program is that although there is complete delegated authority to the boards of management, the staff are legally city staff and subject to all of the city staffing policies. So all of their pay policies, any benefit policies are consistent with the City of Toronto, and they really don't have a lot of wiggle room in terms of the application of those policies.
Is there a process to seek relief if there's an anticipated variance, something unexpected comes up? I think we have a policy to handle this, do we not?
This is the relief. This is the policy under the relationship framework. It dictates that overages on the administration budgets or under expenditures end up coming to the city.
Should the individual boards be seeking approval should they exceed their allocated budget?
I think the more critical issue is that staff are communicating to staff of financial planning in advance of these issues, and I believe that's what the report is trying to reiterate, the importance of the executive directors of an individual centre to advise the city of a financial over expenditure before it's actually incurred.
And did they advise us before the expenditures were incurred?
As I understand it, some did, some didn't, and that's why the comment is in the report.
Thank you. To the DCM, what happens if a department within the Toronto Public Service proper exceeds their allocation or their appropriation, or do they do that at all?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so from time to time that will happen, and we highlight those in the variance report. So for example, in the 2 variance reports that have already been brought forward to Council, we did say Toronto Water is going to have an unfavorable variance. The road budget for winter maintenance, because of the winter we had, was going to have an unfavorable variances. So we collect all this information in advance, and if we know we're going to run into a problem, we try to work with the divisions to have mitigating measures.
Do we have controls, though, in place within the organization, well before it comes to Council, to help manage these variants? Understanding we just can't have departments exceeding their budgets and then hope it works out.
Right. So through you, Madam Speaker, those variances are looked at on a monthly basis. Anything that is a potential problem, they are identified with FPD, and we work with them as much as possible. Some things, though, we just can't control. So, for example, this year, water revenues really fell. That's why we then have a rate stabilization reserve to take care of those. If there's a really bad winter and it snows, you can't control for that, but that's why we have an extreme weather reserve to deal with those occurrences.
That was your last question. So, Councillor Holyday, do you want to speak on this or just release it? Okay, Councillor Holyday, to speak.
I did want to speak because I have a motion.
Do the staff have your motion?
They do.
Okay.
Thank you. I did feel strongly when I read this, so my motion there is simply to have a letter sent to the boards to remind them of the financial policy and the significance of an over-expenditure. When I read this report, it did stand out to me. It was some folks exceeding their budget. I think that sends a bad signal. I think it's important. We're asking the entire city to manage their budget. I understand that instances occur during the year. There are emergency repairs. There are rationale for going above the budget. But I think it's important to adhere to a process to ensure that those are approved and that there's ongoing dialogue with the city so that we don't end up in an over-expenditure. And simply this is sending a signal that, just like our city departments, the individual boards should also follow those policies. I think it's a rather benign motion, but I think it's an important one because it signals that the council has taken notice that those budgets have been exceeded. And by luck, the exceptions have been outweighed by some of the other savings this year round. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have the amendment by Councillor Holyday on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Clause is amended. All in favor? Carried. Our next item is on page 3, EX 10.12, acquisition of 3306 Kingston Road. Councillor Crawford, you're okay to deal with this item? Yeah, you don't need to go on camera. Okay, Councillor Crawford, do you have questions to staff?
No, I don't, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I want to thank Executive for passing this item unanimously at the meeting last week. Also want to thank all the staff who I've been working with over the last two to 3 years. And I also want to thank my community. This has been a difficult issue in my community over the last month for a number of reasons. One would be the fast pace of how this has actually happened and come before the community to have a proper discussion and provide the right kind of information. So I respect the fact that it's been very difficult on them in that way, as well as the content of what this proposal is all about. And I'm going to speak to that at this point. The Birchmount Men's Residence has been in my ward, Ward 36, for the last 16 years. It is a home for senior men above 55 years old. Many of these men, they're elderly, they're frail, they have health and they have mobility issues. And because they've lived very challenging lives, probably the last 3-4 years, when you say they're 55, in fact, they appear to be a lot older. But these men, they can be your brother, they could be your uncle, they could be your father, they could be you. I've had the wonderful opportunity to visit this men's residence a number of times over the last couple of years. Every time I go in there, I have a wonderful opportunity to meet a gentleman who has, had problems, had issues in his life. They've sort of been down and out, but they all talk about how wonderful it is to have a place in this city that will give them the dignity and compassion that they so deserve. And I've had the opportunity, I've brought my kids there for Christmas. I'm actually going there next week for the tree lighting. It's a community, it's a neighborhood, it's part of the community, it's part of the neighborhood, sorry. It's been there for 16 years. This community that it is, which is in Birchcliff in my area, have welcomed these 60 men into the community. They are part of the neighborhood. They stand outside on Kingston Road. Many of them are smoking. And there are people walking back and forth, discussing issues with and talking with them. There's a school across the street. Never been a concern whatsoever. So I've had a wonderful opportunity to meet these men. And I respect when this item was brought to my community. They were concerned. There were a number of concerns they had. Safety was a big issue, of course. They were looking at the unknown. They didn't know what was going to be happening. And of course, as I mentioned before, it came very quickly. But I did speak with them, and I wouldn't necessarily be supporting this proposal if I didn't really have the opportunity to understand what it was, what it is doing for the community, the benefit to the community, and the benefit to the men. It's an amazing facility. The facility actually is deteriorating. I think that's one of the reasons why with staff over 2 years ago, started to look for a new place to house these gentlemen. Where they're located in Kingston right now is in a building that we're leasing. We don't even own the building. We've been trying to maintain the building as best as possible, but it has been deteriorating to the point where the quality of life for these men is not good. staff went out and they started searching for a new home. And they searched and they searched and they searched. They finally came to me about a month and a half or 2 months ago with the opportunity of purchasing what's called the Comfort Inn out on Kingston Road. This is, if you've ever been out in that area of the city, it's part of the motel strip, or the old motel strip of the city. We have, or have had, dozens of motels along this entire strip out in Scarborough. It's probably 20, 30 years old. Looks actually newer compared to a lot of the other residents or a lot of the other motels. And they were looking at purchasing this property. And I was a little surprised that they were going to be purchasing this property, but I looked at this and I said, here's an opportunity to really change the quality of life for these senior men. I did support that on one of the conditions, which was beside the Comfort Inn, what's called the East Side Motel. The East Side Motel is a motel that has had a lot of issues and problems in the community historically. There have been safety issues, there have been issues with drugs, violence, you name it. In many ways, I think the East Side Motel represents what we do not want to have in the city, what we do not want to have on Kingston Road and in Scarborough. We will be purchasing, as part of this proposal, the East Side Motel and demolishing it. So there will be no concerns for the school just down the street about ladies actually standing out on the corner at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning, which has been happening with people crossing by going to school. In fact, I think this is going to be a net benefit to the community overall when we're looking at what this is going to be doing. So I do support this, these proposals. It's a difficult, and I think we all go through difficult times in our communities as councillors. We all sometimes have to make decisions that may not be popular in a community, but we know they're the right decision. This has been one of them for me. I realize that it's been a difficult conversation with my community, but I firmly believe this was the right decision for the men, for the community, and for this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Very briefly, I'm standing to support the recommendations of the Executive Committee and Councillor Crawford's support, or to reinforce Councillor Crawford's support of these resolutions. Speaker, one of the benefits of serving over the years, as you may know, is that while many people may be introduced to this topic through print, we've had the privilege of experiencing issues like this personally. And I can tell you and my colleagues that when the first senior men's hostel went in, it was ferociously resisted by the neighborhood. All sorts of evil was going to befall the neighborhood as a result of that senior citizens' residence. Well, Speaker, none of those things happened, and it wove its way seamlessly into the life of the neighborhood. And I think that what we're looking at now is, in many ways, a repeat of that experience. I understand how people feel when they're confronted with a situation that they believe is not appropriate to the neighborhood, but I feel confident in telling them that their councillor is correct in his support of the initiative, that there are far more chances that it will integrate itself into the community than ever be a problem. So, Speaker, I'm pleased to support the councillor. I'm delighted to support the initiative, and I would encourage everyone at council to vote in its favor.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, I too want to stand with Councillor Crawford and very simply acknowledge the courage and the conviction that it must have taken to address this with this community. I know that there can be a lot of fear connected to a really difficult and delicate conversation like this, but I simply want to just thank Councillor Crawford for again, the courage and the conviction that he's demonstrated. And I believe that he deserves a lot of praise for doing the right thing, especially when it's so difficult to do. And I imagine that given the fact that the majority of his community, I'm sure, are decent, well-meaning people, that they will come to see the kind of leadership that he's demonstrated today.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, well done, Councillor Crawford. You've done us proud.
Thank you. Councillor Bailão.
Councillor Bailão.
Councillor Bailão.
Through you, Madam Speaker, very briefly, I think that we're having very exciting projects here, and two of them already on housing, not counting the one that we didn't have an opportunity to discuss, but we voted on in your own ward on Weston, where we're also creating affordable housing. And I just want to touch again on the fact that the way that we're dealing with housing is not with a one solution. It's not only by talking about the 90,000 households, it's not only about building 90,000 bricks and mortars units that we're going to solve the housing issue in Toronto, because different people have different needs. And what we have in here through the leadership of Councillor Crawford, definitely not that, through Councillor Crawford, is definitely addressing the shelter needs in our city. And we know that we have a need. We are revamping our shelter system. We know that we need to build even more transitional housing in order to address the pressures that our shelter system is needing. We know that 30% of the users in our shelter stay for over a year, and that we need to deal with that issue. But we also need to increase the capacity, and we need to have better conditions in our shelter, and that's what we're going to be doing through this project. We are going to have a shelter that is going to be bringing a safe, a dignified environment to these citizens, and that's what we will be approving today, and under difficult local circumstances for the local councillors. So I want to commend Councillor Crawford for his leadership in this project and thank him for his vision and in supporting this project.
Thank you. Mayor Tory? Yeah. The other speakers before you just only spoke for seconds. Yes, there was 3 actually. Okay.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I just wanted to get up and express my strong support for this project, and I did at the Executive Committee, but I wanted to do it here with all of my colleagues. I had occasion to go to the existing residence on Thanksgiving Day this year with Councillor Crawford. And not only had a chance to help serve Thanksgiving dinner, but also to have a chance to talk to the men who live there, talk to the staff who are, as is always the case with our different facilities, people we can be proud of in terms of the quality and the care that they offer to the people who are living with them, and but also to see the condition of this place. And as I've had occasion to say about Seton House, as I would have occasion to say about this place, not every place, but we have places that clearly fall well below the standard that any of us would accept. And we heard a bit of the history of that the other night at the Executive Committee in terms of some rooms that have been closed off for a period of time because of health concerns about mold and asbestos, and on and on it went, and how long it's taken to address some of these things, and so on and so forth. And it was very clear to me when I left there that, as is often the case with these things, money aside, and you can't put it totally to one side, but money aside, that this place should be either replaced or substantially renovated. And so when Councillor Crawford came along shortly thereafter, and I assure you my plan to go to the Birchmount residence was on Thanksgiving Day was hatched and confirmed before I knew he even had a plan. that when he came along and sort of said, look, there is a possibility of doing this by getting making the acquisition we're talking about here today and having a different building that will be better, that will provide more opportunity for us to help more people, and that carries with it some other benefits to the community in terms of places that frankly are at the moment very disruptive and negative in the community. I thought this was a project that was just absolutely, heaven sent. And there were people who came to the Executive Committee to express concern about who is going to be helped by this. And I just want to say to the community, because they watch, especially people who are actively interested in these kinds of things, and thank goodness for that, that the men that I met that day were men who were by and large seniors. They were people who I think they're going to be the last people that we'll ever find causing any disruption in the lives of anybody else in the community. I think they will be thankful to have a better place to live for any period of time than the place we have today. And this is just, bottom line, the right thing to do. The right thing to do for those people, the right thing to do for the city, the right thing to do by almost any measure that I can possibly think of. And I just want to finish my brief remarks by saying again thank you to the staff, because I've come to realize around here, and the only reason I didn't realize it sooner is I wasn't here sooner, but I've come to realize how how helpful and professional they are at helping us with these different things. But I also want to say thank you to Councillor Crawford, because all of you know, and I'm learning, about the fact that these kinds of projects are difficult. They arouse some emotions and sentiments and fears, most of which are usually unfounded in the community. And Councillor Crawford went to one of those meetings we've all been to and stood in there and just said, this is the right thing to do, and it is the right thing to do. And now I hope we're going to say what the Executive Committee said last week, which is this is the right thing to do, and get on with it, because I think it's something we'll be very proud of once it's done. And so again, my commendation to Councillor Crawford for the creativity that he had with the staff in putting this together, but also for his doing what we would all expect him to do and expect of ourselves in sometimes challenging circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Perks, please. The item carries unanimously, 34 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to the next item, being that we have 34 members of council chambers, we do have a number of motions that we need to introduce, and we need 30 votes. So can we do that at this time? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Most of them are ready. There are some that are not ready yet. So if the one, who's up? Councillor Lee, you're up.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce a motion without notice. And basically it's for an OMB hearing that may occur before our next council meeting on February the 3rd. And it's on the board. It's on the screen.
Okay. Okay, on favor to introduce? Thank you. Okay, our next one. Councillor DeGiorgio, you're doing one for Councillor Mamalidi? Sure. Well, Councillor DeGiorgio's not even here.
Scheduled for December 24th.
We ask questions of the mover?
Okay.
Claim meet.
All right, so this is just to introduce. All in favor? Carried, okay? We could ask questions once we get it circulated. Our next one? Councillor Cressy, are you, Councillor Cressy? No? Okay. Councillor Layton, you're up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll happily take carriage of Councillor Cressy's item if it.
Maybe he doesn't want you to. Did you ever think of that?
I was standing. That was the rationale.
Okay, let's do yours first, and then we'll come back to Councillor Cressy.
Thank you very much. The first is attendance at an Ontario Municipal Board hearing for an item in January. I don't know if everyone was aware, but there was a point in time in the last couple of months where councillors' offices weren't getting OMB updates. We found it rather stressful that we were getting such late notice. So this is one of them. This is to uphold a decision at the Committee of Adjustment that had a staff report.
All in favor? Carried.
This is the second one is the exact same circumstances at a different address.
Okay, the second one's on the screen. OMB hearing. On favor? Carried. Next one is also Councillor Layton's.
The third would be the same circumstances, but yet a different address with a meeting, an OMB hearing in March this time.
Okay, it's on the screen. On favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Layton, you're going to introduce two for Councillor Cressy.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's see what they are.
We can put it on the screen.
Liquor license application.
Okay, on favor? Carried. The next one?
And I'll happily move introduction of opposition to a liquor license.
Okay, on
Surprise.
favor? Carried. Councillor Wong Tam, you're up.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Is there a motion on the screen? Thank you very much. This is a motion that was technical in nature and requested by Stephen Buckley, General Manager of Transportation.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Okay, the next one is for Councillor Thompson. So, Councillor Karygiannis, do you want to do Councillor Thompson? Okay. All right.
Is it up?
It's going to come up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm introducing a motion on behalf of Councillor Michael Thompson, be permitted to add presentation at the Ontario Municipal Board hearing for 23 Ivanhoe Court. Reason for urgency, it's the OMB matter.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Okay, so we have a few more, but they're not ready yet. So we'll continue with the agenda. So we're still on page 3, the last one on page 3, EX 10.13, the right to a healthy environment. Councillor Layton, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff?
I don't have any questions of staff. I'm just rising to speak.
Does anybody have any questions to staff? EX 10.13. Any questions to staff? Nope. Councillor Layton, what would you like to do? Speak?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief, just rising in support of the recommendations from staff based on a motion that was introduced in May to support what is a movement across the country by now almost 100 municipal governments in support of an environmental Bill of Rights for Canada. It's rather topical as internationally our government is right now representing us in the climate change talks in Paris. It's no surprise that municipalities are standing up and calling out our national government to provide stronger protections for the natural environment, as well as our efforts to mitigate our contributions to climate change and to adapt to a changing climate. When this was at executive, within something like 12 hours, 2,500 people submitted a communication to the mayor and executive asking for them to support this environmental Bill of Rights. This is something Torontonians want. It's something that Torontonians believe. I don't think we need to say much more to that, although I want to point out that one particular part of the motion calls on us to do everything we can to protect our water quality and to protect our air quality. How could we do that? Well, let me explain to you something. By encouraging polluters and giving them a subsidy to pollute, what we're actually doing is the exact opposite of what we should be doing. Everyone likes to talk about the green economy and a clean economy and being on that cutting edge nationally to create jobs. Our mayor came back from Paris and said as much. Said, we're going to do our part to fight climate change, and we want to be creating jobs in that new economy. Well, what you don't do is subsidize the exact opposite behavior that you want. What you should be doing is rewarding good behavior. What we should be doing is giving those companies that are investing in technology to reduce their pollution a leg up, rather than what we are doing and what executives supported doing on our water budget, which was in fact give a subsidy to those polluters at the expense of the rest of the rate base. That means, and try to put this in perspective, that means businesses who have invested in technology to clean their water to a point that they don't have to pay the extra to the city, so we clean it. Those companies make their investment, but they have to pay for the cutting of corners that other companies do. So other companies aren't making the investments that they need to clean their water effluents, and they're paying for that. We're paying for that $1.5 million from the companies that have made those investments and the rest of the rate base. So the rest of the rate base is supporting companies with antiquated equipment that are the highest water polluters in the city, and they're getting to have that benefit. The exact opposite of what we should be doing. If we believe in the statement we're making here today, that we believe in a clean environment, we believe in an economy and supporting economic development that reduces pollution and reduces the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, we need to revert or go back to the budget recommendation in the water budget that says polluters should pay the full cost of their pollution. It's a recommendation made by, I'll go through the list now and again in 20 minutes, the Walkerton Inquiry, the Canadian Water and Wastewater Association of Lewis, our general manager, the Auditor General of the City of Toronto. All of these people have made this very simple recommendation. And most recently, the Ontario Commissioner of the Environment made this same recommendation. It's time we stop putting this off and start putting our money where our mouth is, reward businesses that are doing good things at reducing their environmental impact and pollution. Don't have those companies subsidizing the ones that won't make those upgrades. And I thank you very much for your support on this item.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, you had your name up. Did you want to speak? Okay. So on the item, all in favor? All in favor? Does anybody want to vote? All in favor? Carried.
No, not Shiner. Shiner only wanted his PG items.
So it wasn't Hydro, you sure? Okay. So our next item is page 4. Councillor Baila, you held the item down. It's EX 10.20, new affordable nonprofit housing opportunity on Homewood Avenue. It's a confidential item. Did we vote on that? Oh, okay. Okay, so we dealt with that one. Okay, so then our next item is on page 4, EX 10.23, 2006 rate supported budgets, Toronto Water and wastewater. Councillor Ajamari held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? This is on 10.23. Councillor Layton. Questions to staff?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The water surcharge agreements. Mr. DiGeronimo, our General Manager of Water, what recommendation did you make in 2012 and why did you make that recommendation?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we brought a report forward to committee looking at charging the full cost of treating overstrength parameters. So we presented a model by comparing what other municipalities are doing and put forward a full cost recovery model for each of the treatable parameters, and also recommended a program to charge for each of those parameters. So it was a policy change that we did. The reason we did it, we hadn't looked at the fees since 1998, and the Auditor General had recommended that we look at those fees, so we complied with that recommendation.
So the Auditor General recommended full cost recovery?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the Auditor General recommended that we look at the fees. We used the City Council's approved user fee policy, which says look at full cost recovery as the basis for setting any specific charges. So we use that policy in conjunction with the recommendation to review.
So the user fee policy, why would it be that you'd go to a full cost recovery model for it?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the policy is written says if you can clearly identify individual users or group of users that benefit specifically from a public service, that you should develop then a specific user fee to cover the cost of that, as opposed to being more general-based, which then you could use a tax-based system as opposed to a user fee. So that's the policy in general.
So the theory around this policy is if an individual benefits specifically, they should cover the full cost of the service.
In general, yes. If you can account for the cost for a specific and discrete service, then you can develop a user fee based system as opposed to a broader range public tax system.
So the report that was prepared by the consultant on the cost competitiveness, what did it show for large manufacturers?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's a companion report that's also had worked its way through the budget process, and it found that we are competitive on the water rate side for large industries when we compared ourselves to other jurisdictions.
And for medium and size industries?
We were also competitive, but in the medium range.
In the medium range, and for smaller industries?
Smaller, we were less competitive. That's the one that was kind of inching upwards. Still competitive, but slightly less so as compared to the other two.
And when you compare the different cost indicators or contributors, what was it that was making us so, what was reducing our competitiveness? Was it the cost of water?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, the study looked at various cost inputs, and the biggest driver was the cost of electricity and the increasing cost of electricity.
So it was the cost of electricity that was driving up our utility cost by comparison, utility and tax cost by comparison.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, that was the findings for the industries we looked at, and to be quite honest, it's exactly the same.
What is the value of the reduction in block 2 rates from block 1 rate? What is the total value? So block 2 rate being the value, the rate we give industrial water users. What is the value of that reduction in rate?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's a 30% reduction. So the value, we generated about $21 million with that. So roughly 2/3, you add another 10, so a drop of about $8 to $10 million range.
So we are subsidizing large water users to the tune of about $10 million.
With respect to the policy on if you qualify for the block 2 rate, it would be a reduction of that amount.
Are the block 2 rates and those who have water surcharge agreements roughly similar?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no. They can be very different. The block 2 rate is typically accessed by the largest water users and the manufacturers. It's specific to that class. We also do allow people that meet the affordability test. We also use block 2 for them. But on the industrial program, it is only the largest industries. They have to be of a certain threshold in volume and meet the industrial classification. With respect to the industrial waste surcharge agreements, you don't necessarily have to be a large water user. You don't necessarily have to be a manufacturer. We do have agreements with all kinds of different entities, commercial establishments and institutional as well.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Davis, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. So on the, Mr. DiGeronimo, on the industrial surcharge agreements, what we're doing is we are allowing certain industries to flush, if I could use that word, beyond the concentrations we would normally allow under the sewer use bylaw. Is that correct? We're allowing them to put more into the sewers than our bylaw allows.
Madam Speaker, yes, but only for the 5 treatable parameters that are
Could you tell us what those 5 treatable parameters are?
Yes, the first one's biochemical oxygen demand. Second one is total suspended solids. Third one's total phosphorus. Next one is TKN, total Kaldol nitrogen. And then we also have pH.
It's a test.
Yeah, it's a test.
You're doing very well. You got 90%. It's okay. It's okay.
It was pH. Sorry, it was correct.
pH. Okay. So what this means is that we are allowing much greater volumes of water that contain much greater concentrations of certain materials than our substances than our bylaw allows. In general, that's...
I would not agree with the volume. The volume we would likely still get. It's the strength. It's the concentration of those parameters in the volume.
Okay. Now, though it goes into our sanitary sewer system and it's going down to Ashbridges Bay out in the East End for treatment, but between, say, Scarborough and Ashbridges Bay, there happens to be combined sewer overflows or outflows that happen along our waterways. Isn't that the case, that when our sewer system, which doesn't have the capacity, they're old, and they combine our storm and our sanitary flows, they overflow into our creeks. Isn't that right?
Yes, we have combined sewer overflows. That's the way the system was designed to protect basements and properties. And typically you'll find them in the Lower Don, in the Inner Harbor, along part of the Scarborough waterfront, and a few in the Black Creek area by York.
And the Don River.
And the Don in particular. There's a large concentration in the Don.
And the Taylor-Massey Creek, which goes up into Scarborough.
Correct.
Right. Would it surprise you that there's 774,000 cubic meters of overflows, combined sewer overflows in the Massey Creek every year at 30 sites, 42 rainfall events?
No, not at all. That comes from our modeling data. When we look at the rainfall events that we have, the flow volumes that we have, we've been modeling the system, and that's what we forecast we are seeing.
So when we allow higher concentrations of those 5 parameters into the sewer system, those higher concentrations flow into our creeks, into our rivers, and into the waterfront. Is that right?
Can potentially.
And would you call that pollution?
Any combined sewer bypass is a form of pollution.
Is pollution. So if we're not charging and we're allowing these overflows to happen, we're allowing these companies to pollute through overflows.
What I'd say is we're treating the vast majority of it. The way our system is configured, unfortunately, is that you do have these bypasses, so
Right.
that can occur.
Thank you very much. Lastly, I did want to ask about the storm charge. I know it's the subject of a separate report, but we are looking to find new revenues because, one, our revenues have gone down with water use. Could you tell us how much the water use has gone down this year and what the cost, the loss of revenue that represents?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we had forecasted a drop in consumption year over year to be about 1%. We're actually seeing a trend of 1.5%.
And next year we are predicting?
And so what we've done in this year's budget, what got presented at budget launch, was a reduction next year of 1.5%, and then 0.5% drop in each year thereafter over 10 years.
Cumulative,
So,
0.5
cumulative.
more.
So 1.5, then 0.5, 0.5.
Okay.
And that is to try to predict that drop. So what it does is it reduces the long-term revenue, and we had to make adjustments to our capital program. If you look at the capital documents, we had to
Okay, that
take
was
out
your last
200.
question.
We had to take out $200 million in our planned increase for next year, up to $490 million over 7 years. We do gain some money back in the tail end. Overall, in 10 years, we are having to remove about $380 million out of the program, and that's in front of you today. So we had to reduce the program.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, questions?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. We were talking about severe storm situations, or Councillor Davis was. Do you have any actual numbers in terms of, we're talking about these companies that are the big, with the big 5 pollutants or effluents?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we have not mapped out precisely because the industries that we do business with the industrial waste surcharge agreements are spread throughout the city. You could look at the specific locations and those industries and attempt to model it, but we have not done that exercise because when you compare that number, there was a number about 700,000 cubic meters released throughout the year. What we're treating daily at Ashbridges Bay is quite significant, so it would be a very small percentage when you compare it to the total volume that we treat.
Thank you. And so in these storm situations, toilet water gets flushed out as well, goes into the lake, right?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, anything that enters the combined sewer, which includes domestic waste, institutional waste, and anybody connected to a sewer in that combined area, we have to deal with it, and you can see a potential overflow.
Thank you. And then you were talking earlier in response to Councillor Layton about how the City of Toronto is competitive vis-a-vis the GTA.
Sorry, through you, Madam Speaker, the study that Councillor Layton was referring to was tabled in Budget Committee. It looked at not only the GTA, but did look at other cities as well in North America and Canada. So it did look at other jurisdictions beyond just the GTA.
But only as they pertain to water rates, correct?
No, that study looked at all large input costs of manufacturing, so included cost of natural gas, cost of electricity, property taxes, those kinds of things, but including water as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thompson, questions?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to Mr. DiGeronimo. Can you give me, in terms of numbers, we're talking about the numbers of companies that are discharging the overcharges and so on. In a percentage terms, what percentage does that represent? Is it 10%, 15%, vis-a-vis all those you talked about, the domestic flushes of toilet, institutional flow of water and so on? What percentage does that reflect or does that represent of the industry?
Through you, Madam Speaker, of industry as a whole, it's a small percentage that are in the industrial waste surcharge agreement. We have looked at the flow volumes and compared that in relation to the total flow that we get at our plants, and it's about 5 or 6% of the flow volumes that we receive at our facilities.
5 or 6%?
Yes.
Okay. And what steps and what measures have been taken by industry to reduce the flow, the overcharge of or discharge of water over, I don't know, over the last 5 years?
Through you, Madam Speaker, they've been working towards implementing water efficiency plans, because that's a requirement in order to get a Block 2 rate if they are on the Block 2. So they are reducing the volume of water they use, which also then would reduce the volume they send back to us. A number of companies then also look at pre-treatment technologies. If it makes sense for them, they will compare the cost of the surcharge agreement versus what it might cost for them to treat themselves. So they're doing a variety of different things.
Through you, Madam Speaker, to Mr. Williams, Economic Development. Mr. Williams, can you help us to understand the relative perspective in terms of a competitive nature of this city, business and decision-making that are being made, for example, New York and other places, for plant closure and or manufacturing, as it relates, for example, to some of the Block 2 users?
So many of our largest industrial users of water are branch plants in Canada, subject to competition with sister or brother plants around North America and around the world. So the head office tends to look at the competitive landscape, which includes the local municipalities' support for industry.
So would I be correct in assessing, if we made a determination, looked, for example, at the number of 1.6 million that has been stated by the General Manager of Water and Wastewater, and through questions that have been asked, in some instances, some of these Block 2 users, in the case of Atlantic Packaging in my ward, they're paying $300,000. So my question to you is that decisions, and that you've just responded in terms of decisions are being made, decisions that are being made, is there a correlation with respect to jobs and loss of jobs as it relates to being competitive and industry?
Well, certainly losing any one of these companies would be a significant job loss. I can't say categorically that any one particular company would leave as a result of this particular policy. It raises the possibility of that happening. They feel they pay a lot of money for their water already. They pay 5% of the total water revenues for their 5%. So they could argue that they've already paying for this discharge levels.
Yeah, no, Mr. Williams, I was not meant in terms of my question to suggest that water exclusively would be the issue. I know that many of the other issues have been raised. Electricity use, for example, and the cost of electricity is much more apparent in terms of some of the decision. And I don't want you to answer that, and I know you're shaking your head. But again, just to Mr. DiGeronimo, steps are being taken by these large users to, through our policies, to reduce the overage. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, some companies are taking steps. In certain instances, we are treating the parameter quite easily at our treatment plants, and it fits within their economic model to continue to use these agreements. So that's okay too, and they continue to do that.
And on the final question, so I'd move the motion at the Executive Committee asking that we look at obviously the impact on specific industry, because we don't have that information. That work is that being done by you or Economic Development? Or in collaboration?
It would be in collaboration again, and the issue is looking at the impacts to industry. Well, we consider two issues. One is if we change the policy to charge for all treatable parameters, but then also look at the issue if we adopt the stormwater management fee, another report in front of you. there are some that will save on both, some that will see increases on both, and we don't know how that impacts each individual company.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. My question has to do with a motion that was moved to add projects to the water budget at the juncture that this was going through the budget committee, and we opted not to. We had a motion that we took carriage of on Councillor de Bearmaker's behalf. Those were not technically water projects, were they?
Through you, Madam Speaker, with respect to that specific motion, there were three components. One component, we said subsequently that it was in scope and could be considered, and that was a Scarborough EA, extension of an EA along the Scarborough waterfront. The other two projects, Toronto Water has had no involvement in specifically and are not part of the Toronto Water budget, so were deemed at that time to be out of scope as they were funded from property taxes. They're tied to trails and parks and pedestrian bridges.
So is it now? So it is now your intention to fit that EA into the capital program?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the motion that was moved at Executive Committee was to move the EA into the capital budget by funding it out of reserve and spreading the cash flow over a 2 to 3 year period depending on when the work is going to be done. So that's a motion that was moved by Executive Committee and is before Council right now.
So the question is, the two outstanding projects, there was discussion of these last year, and now another year passes and they are still not being considered water projects. What staff-to-staff actions should have taken place during the course of the year for them to move from the property tax side or the TRCA side into your realm? What has to happen through the year to get them into the next budget year?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'll refer that to the CFO because the TRCA submits a bunch of projects. Then we decide which pot it fits in based on the priorities.
Projects to whom?
So
through you, Madam Speaker, so the TRCA submits projects to the city. They are reviewed by both PFNR staff and Toronto Water staff to determine which projects belong in which budgets.
Because they happen on parks and trails and things.
Exactly.
Right.
So in those projects, once they determine which ones are, yes, erosion control, stormwater control, they go in the Toronto Water budget, and those that are parks and trails, they would go in the capital requests for the PFNR. Well, not for PFNR, but for their own capital program. And we try to fit in what we can, and invariably there's always more requests than funding available.
So we took the action that we took, despite the fact that these were discussed last year, we took the action, we took a budget because they had not been determined, they had not been reviewed to determine whether or not they were erosion control and therefore eligible for water funds. Does a motion have to be moved to make sure that that does happen before the next budget year? What can be done so that what evaluation needs to take place does in fact take place?
Once, through you, Madam Speaker, once the projects are submitted, we will do the evaluation. I don't think we need a motion to do that. What I understand...
So they have not even been submitted.
So I have to defer to Lou to determine which projects were submitted and what reviews have been completed.
Through you, Madam Speaker, those projects were submitted in the whole package that were sent to the city by TRCA, and they came in what they call below the line. They were the unmet needs, because they do their own set of prioritization as well. So the TRCA submitted it based on the allocation that the city said they would fund between property tax budget and water, and that was below the line. And so
below their line.
Below their line.
So they wouldn't have been able to contribute their share. These were not, therefore, shovel-ready projects from TRCA.
They didn't deem them to be the highest priority. They had other projects ahead of that. So the issue then, that's the first step. The second step is then to look at the scope of work and see exactly what the project is about, and our staff work on these various teams with them. And we then try to align the projects based on those funding sources. In this particular case, those sets of projects, those two that identified, there were no Toronto Water staff involved in those projects, and we weren't familiar at all because they didn't involve a large component of Toronto Water's work. We have other projects with them that we do jointly with Parks and TRCA. These were not those.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Fragadakis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. So on page 8 of the analyst's notes for the capital budget, it reads, currently there appears to be a limited capacity of the construction industry to deliver projects across the city, resulting in higher unit rates for linear structure replacement projects. In order to accommodate escalating construction prices, Toronto Water had to reassess the priority and renewal strategy of projects. So I was wondering if you could elaborate on this and give us some idea of what kind of delays and or increased costs are involved.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes. There was a specific set of tenders that were issued this year, and it was in relation to a lot of underground work, sewers and water mains, for example. And what we saw was the year-over-year unit rates for various pipe sizes jumped significantly. In some cases, more than doubled. And when we asked for justification for that, we didn't feel that we received enough justification to proceed with those tenders. So we did cancel those tenders. Staff have been working with engineering construction services to repackage that work and to try to put some back out in larger tenders. So there's some tenders going out very soon. And then we were also looking at can we move some into 2016. So there is some reprioritization happening and re-coordination. We have to look at other jobs that are about to start in 2016 as well to make sure we're not in conflict with them.
Okay, great. On page 10, it reads, sewer system replacement costs have been decreased by almost $95 million, or 22%, from about 438 and change million in anticipation of rehabilitation opportunities. I'm wondering if this is good news, or are we putting off work that will ultimately cost us more in the long run?
Through you, Madam Speaker, this is actually good news. What we did recently is we put out a large contract to get more camera inspection of our sewers. That data now is coming in, those videos. And what we're finding is that a lot of the sewers that we had thought we might have to do a full replacement are in pretty good condition. We can actually reline them instead. And it will restore the service levels that we want, extend the life, but not cost us as much money. So that's what we're seeing is a readjustment in our program to do more rehabilitation work, less replacement work.
Great. On page 17 of the operating budget notes, it reads, in addition, the service used various strategies that resulted in savings of $3.9 million annually, mainly due to lower costs of chemicals and deferral of the district operations restructuring. I'm just wondering if the district operations restructuring expected to produce any savings in the long run.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the restructuring that we're looking there, we're hoping will produce two things, some potential savings, but the bigger driver is improvements in customer service. So what we're doing is looking at a different way that we can dispatch staff and handle the customer care component. So if you recall this winter when we were inundated with a lot of calls, how did we manage those calls and how did we communicate to customers? We know we have lots of room to improve in that area. So we decided to defer restructuring issues in the districts to allow us to look at that broader issue and how do we manage customer care and customer response across the division. We'll probably look at that in 2016 and report back in the 2017 budget year.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not too sure if this is for Mr. Williams or Mr. DiGiorno. We'll be having a ward with Campbell Soup in it and Cintas, some of the big water users. What are we doing to protect the big waters like Campbell Soup, the Cintases of the world? I know there's a bakery in Councillor DeChana's waters now bringing water in from springs from the outside. What are we doing to protect, I guess, Campbell Soup, Cintas?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we work closely with economic development and those large water users. We meet frequently with them. The issues that they present, and in particular Campbell's, where they use a lot of water and it's part of their product, one of the things that they've been asking for quite some time is looking at dealing with the stormwater cost component that we have right now in a consumption-based system. So how much water they use, they're contributing towards stormwater. A report in front of you looks at decoupling that and handling stormwater separately. That will be a benefit to a company such as Campbell's.
What about a Cintas who's got a lot going out the back end of it? They're the big cleaners, the cleaning mats, uniforms, or a huge laundry. I hear from them all the time. What are we doing to help them?
So on those types of entities, if they're a large water user, they can apply for the Block 2 rates. The issue, though, is that they have to be compliant with our bylaws. And that's the water bylaw, the efficiency, as well as the sewer discharge.
Are you aware, Mr., that we're now having companies truck water in instead of using our water?
Through Madam Speaker, some companies have been doing that for marketing reasons for many years. As they like to label, they use fresh spring water versus municipal water. But I can assure you there are many manufacturers and beverage companies that use the municipal tap water because it's very good quality tap water. It's a company decision and marketing decision.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Al-Jamari to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion that we include a Toronto Water capital contribution towards the following projects. Etobicoke waterfront projects, which would include South Mimico Trail Connection and Sherway Trail Connection and Restoration Plan, and include Toronto waterfront projects, which would also include Tommy Thompson Park restoration enhancements. Speaker, I'm doing this because there has to be a certain amount of equity in the city. Scarborough, as you know, has received considerable support throughout the members of City Council to shore up, as it were, the Scarborough Bluffs. Etobicoke has problems along its waterfront which are just as serious as Scarborough. And the residents of southern Etobicoke have called me, have contacted me in my position as chair of the TRCA. The councillors who represent the southern Etobicoke shores, Mark Grimes, Justin DiCiano, and their constituents are very supportive of these projects. The only project so far that has won the approval of Mr. DiGeronimo and his staff has been the Humber Bay project. These other two need to be funded. We have the money. This will be a zero net item in our costing, so I say we do this now. With respect to the comments about who's supposed to be showing the picture? It's a show and tell, madam. Right.
Okay, Vanna White.
For those of you who question whether these projects are indeed water-related, I say to you that they are directly related to erosion control. They will restrict pedestrian traffic and guide it away from the floodplain, therefore, and thereby mitigating flooding and erosion. These days, with climate change upon us, we have to take an extra step in doing what we can to get out of dangerous situations. This goes a long way to helping us. And after these pass today, I'd like to put in a request that next year we do even more. Look at the pristine nature of what could be accomplished. I mean, these projects, these areas of the city, our shoreline, are jewels to the City of Toronto. Even Mr. DiGeronimo is smiling at my words, and that certainly is high praise. So I ask you to consider equity for Etobicokeans, is that what you call yourselves? Etobians, thank you. Okay, and the people who go and visit these areas on their weekends, which I think number in the tens of thousands. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to speak and place my motions before you. And as I say, I do this for all of the people in Toronto.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to, I guess, really introduce the first of 3 rate budgets that are coming before Council today. Generally, we spend more attention really on, what we consider the budget launch, which will be next week, and the operating. But in fact, we've already launched the budget of 2016 with the 3 rate-based budgets: Toronto Water, will be Solid Waste, and Toronto Parking Authority. And I want to thank all the staff who've done an incredible amount of work over not only the entire year, but really specifically the last couple of months. Lou and your team, and of course Rob and Josie and the team, and all of the budget committee members who have done an incredible amount of work to get these recommendations to Council right now. We're investing in our priorities with this budget. We're putting money into fixing aging infrastructure, protecting public health, and making much-needed capital improvements all across the city. We're seeing a water budget that invests funding into capital program, investing in the state of good repair, basement flooding remediation, and at the same time keeping the operating budget stable. Toronto Water's operating and capital budgets currently are funded on as a pay-as-you-go basis without relying on the property tax base or any sort of debenture financing. We need to invest in this infrastructure. If anybody has lived in this city over the last 20 years, we know what it's been like when we're looking at the problems when we have flooding, when we have downpours in weather and coming to us, and the impacts that it's been having with basement flooding. We need to be making the kind of investments to make this city better all across the city. So this rate-based budget is going to be having an 8% water increase effective January 1st, 2016. Now that is a second year of an 8853 increase that Council had approved last year, and it's part of our commitment to the residents of the city to put in the kind of dollars, these hard-paying or hard-earned tax dollars, into the system to fix what needs to be fixed. We all have seen what's been going on across the city. We've been seeing with the streets being pulled up and the work that's been happening. These are real results that are happening with the real dollars that we're investing. And I'll give you some examples of the sort of money that Toronto Water has been investing and will be continuing to do so. They have a projected net revenue of $1.1 billion. They're going to be contributing $719 million into the capital reserve this year. They have a capital budget for 2016 of $849 million, with a 10-year capital plan of $11.5 billion. $4.7 billion for wastewater treatment collection, and it's going to be, in this coming year, $1.64 billion for Toronto's basement flooding protection program. So as you can see, there's an incredible amount of work, there's an incredible amount of energy happening all across the city in trying to ensure that this investment works. So, as the Mayor said, this is a principle that we all understand that is happening. We raise the dollars and we're dedicating it toward the capital work that needs to happen. And I do support the work that everyone's been doing, and I will be hopefully supporting a couple of the recommendations of motions coming, and just again want to thank staff and the work that everybody's done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton. Well, hold on. How come your name is already, how come it shows like you've spoken?
75th time they're putting a star next to mine.
I know, there's a star next to Councillor Layton's name. I don't know. Okay. Councillor Layton to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a motion that City Council direct, effective January 1st, 2016, the Industrial Water Surcharge Program formula for the calculation of surcharge fees be applied to all treatable parameters that exceed the sewer bylaw limits instead of the only one parameter that exceeds the sewer bylaw limits by the greatest amount, allowing full cost recovery for the wastewater services provided by the city, such surcharge to be paid over a 6-year period to mitigate impacts to existing companies. Well, now that I've heard Councillor Pasternak instruct Councillor Carmichael Greb that this is a no, and that his will be the first ward that I go to demonstrate that that there's a $1.5 million giveaway for major polluters.
Councillor Layton, hold on. Councillor Pasternak has a point of
Thank you,
order.
Madam Speaker. I strongly discourage eavesdropping in the council chamber, and that was clearly a private conversation.
Well,
I would also encourage
well, when you're
independent
sitting,
thought.
when you're sitting so close together, you can hear everything. Yeah. Point of order? Okay, Councillor Campbell.
My point of order is this not an identical motion that was presented and defeated at Executive Committee?
I wasn't at executive, but I believe it is, yes.
So
Yes.
so this motion was presented at Executive Committee, it was defeated at Executive Committee, and before the council are the recommendations of the Executive Committee, of which this is not one of them.
But Councillor Campbell, the member of council or any member of council has the right to move the motion again, even though it was defeated at committee. So it has to go through the same process as it did at executive. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Layton.
This is also almost the exact same process it's gone through every year for the past 3 years, of which I've had the honor to make this motion because it's a good policy decision. And it's a good policy decision for several reasons. Well, one, it's the recommendation that came from the Budget Committee until a member of our Budget Committee changed his mind at executive. Sadly, our mayor has just come back from the Paris COP conference, the Conference of Parties to try to address issues that affect the environment, in particular climate change, in our suffering around our world. Water and the quality of that water is going to be an extremely important part of this dialogue moving forward. We have before us a recommendation, or we had a recommendation from Budget Committee that was consistent with the Walkerton inquiry, the Auditor General, a recommendation made from our General Manager, the Environmental Commissioner of Ontario, and the Canada's Water and Wastewater Association. I asked a question of our General Manager, and perhaps because it was a 2008 report, it slipped his mind, that he answered that it wasn't in fact a direct recommendation from the Auditor General. I will ask staff to put up the overhead. That in fact, it is exactly what was mentioned in the Auditor General's report, that all companies subject to surcharge agreements be billed on a cost recovery basis. That's the recommendation in the 2008 report. That was reiterated by staff, by the Walkerton inquiry, by the Canadian Water and Wastewater Association. And I tell you, there's one aspect that we miss about all this, and that's the notion of fairness. That's the notion that a company can make the upgrades necessary to pollute less and yet be subject for the subsidy of a competitor who's in the same line of work but polluting more, who hasn't made that investment. And we hear a lot of talk from politicians about the clean economy, trying to get investments in the clean economy, and so that we can be competing globally. By subsidizing a polluter in this way, we are doing the exact opposite of what we profess to want to strive towards. Some of you might not know this, and I suspect that I will be removed as the mayor is picked as the representative on the Great Lakes St. Lawrence initiative, Great Lakes and St. Lawrence initiative that is meeting this week in Toronto, no less. Thursday and Friday, the mayors and councillors of cities across the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Basin are meeting to discuss what? Invasive species, water conservation, climate change, and water quality and pollution. And the message that their host city is sending them is you should not charge water polluters the cost of their pollution. Instead, you should offer them a subsidy on the backs of all your other ratepayers, of all the other companies that have agreed to do those upgrades. That's not fair. That sends the wrong message to our partners in the Great Lakes Basin, the millions of people in those municipalities that share this these Great Lakes with us. We need to do our best to protect them in a world of rising carbon dioxide, of rising the occurrences of severe weather. These chemicals that are going into our sewer system We might think, yes, they're getting treated, so they're not pollution. The fact is they are. They're over our bylaw that is signed for that. And when major stormwater events that will only increase as a result of climate change, more of that water through combined sewer overflows will end up directly in the lakes. What we should be doing is charging companies the full cost. They don't have to pay it because they don't have to pollute. If they make the investments into the green economy to clean up their industrial practices, they won't have to pay this cost. And we should be rewarding that type of behavior, not punishing it by making them pay for the other guy to pollute their competitor.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Councillor Burnside, you have a question, clarification of the motion.
So, yeah, Councillor Layton, you weren't here when I asked Councillor Davis this, but what data do we have in terms of overflow, in terms of actual polluting?
I don't have that information with me. I suspect that our General Manager of Toronto Water could provide it.
Actually, he doesn't. At this point, really, what we're doing, or what we're asking companies to do, is not to pay to pollute, but to pay for the city to treat their wastewater. Much like what happens when you flush the toilet, correct?
No, it's actually that we've determined rates that if you discharge a certain amount of a pollutant into the water system, that you'd have to pay more.
But these 5 effluents are all treatable and are treated by the city in the normal course of the day, correct?
The city then has invested in the technology to treat the parameters. These companies could go ahead and invest in their own technology to treat them, and they wouldn't have to pay.
No, but I don't think I've got the answer. They're not paying to pollute. They're paying. What you're asking them to do is pay for the city to treat the pollutants.
So they're putting in pollution above the threshold that we as a city say that's okay to put in. Because like you flush your toilet, you're adding some pharmaceuticals to the sewer system. We say if you meet certain amounts, if you're putting so much of X pollutant in your discharge, then you have to pay more because it costs more for the city to provide that additional service. These companies.
So they are. So the city is providing the service, though. Correct.
We are providing the service,
so it's not to pollute. It's to treat.
That's why this would be a cost recovery program.
Thank you very much. That's helpful.
Thank you. Okay, members of council, I'm going to hold this item down, and because we're approaching 6 o'clock, I'm going to go through the items, and if I can ask members of council if we need to go on camera. Okay, I'm going to be reading the list of items that have confidential attachments. The first one is P8.7, options for winter public access to Grenadier Pond. Do we need to go on camera on that item? Anybody? No? Okay. CC 11.2, 1830 Erskine Avenue zoning bylaw amendment. Do we need to go on camera on that item? Okay, members of council, can you please pay attention because we're going through the list. We're going through the list. Okay, do we need to go on camera on Grenadier Pond? Okay, does anybody? Okay, we're not going in camera on that one. 1830 Erskine Avenue zoning bylaw amendment. Do we need to go on camera on that one? Whoever held the item down. Okay. No, okay, no. CC 11.6, 242527 Bayview Avenue rezoning and site plan application. Do we need to go on camera? Okay, do we need to go on camera?
Sorry, there's a debate about that very issue.
Okay, we're not going in camera?
It's a public name, so we do it publicly.
Well, this is the, we're going through, I'm going through Bayview Avenue. I'm at Bayview Avenue now.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm listing all the items. I'm asking members of council, do you need to go in camera or not? Do you on Bayview Avenue? Anybody? No. Okay, appointment of members to the Toronto Community Housing. Do we need to go on camera on that item?
So, Madam Speaker,
Yes,
on a point of
Councillor
order,
Carroll?
the names being recommended, put forward, are public. If members wish to discuss those names and the resumes of those people, do they need to go in private or not? I think what we need is your ruling.
Okay.
None of the other candidates, if they're not recommended, they're not public either. That's the other point. Like if you want
Yeah.
to back in someone else.
If it's in their public bio, it's public. But if it's not, then we have to go on camera.
And if another candidate is to be proposed that is not currently in the public document, do councillors need to go in camera in order to recommend another candidate? It's a public motion?
Public motion.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On that same point,
So,
are there resumes?
okay, just one sec.
Is the contents of a recommended candidate, is that a matter that is not on purple paper, and is that public information? I'm just curious
The
to know.
resume?
Well, their names are public,
Well, the names are public, but not the resume.
No, but if you're
Okay,
going to have a debate
I
about
can
it,
have-
it's
yeah.
an important point.
Just
that-
one sec. Let the clerk respond to that, please.
Madam Speaker, the item that's before council contains the names and a biography, a short biography of the recommended candidates. That is now all public information. That's in the public realm.
But their
If members wish to
whole
debate-
application and the resume, their whole application that they provided is not public. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So only the part that is part of their public biography
Right.
is the piece that is public. And if you want to talk about anything more than that,
It's
this is actually
in camera.
information good for me. And then the other thing is, if there are any other candidates that you want to replace somebody with, so let's say it's not one of the recommended candidates, their names are not public, neither are their biographies, and that would also be a reason why you'd have to go in camera. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's the question that Councillor Carroll had, yes.
Yeah, okay, so it's
Madam
just
Speaker,
clear.
the substitution of another candidate, that is a public motion. That must be done in public, should be done in public, should not be done in closed session. So if a member wishes to recommend another person who they have knowledge of as being an applicant, then that should be done in public. To discuss the merits of the candidates beyond the publicly published information, that would require a closed session.
Okay, so, point of order, Councillor Holliday.
Thank you. Just to clarify, beyond what the advice of the clerk is, in that if a member places a motion with a different name, should a member of council wish to question the mover, ergo elaborate on the rationale for that name, would we need to go into camera?
Possibly, if the nature of that debate requires information which is personal information to the applicant rather than public information.
Thank you.
All right, so Toronto Community Housing, do we need to go on camera? No? Toronto Hydro, do we need to go on camera? No? Civic Theaters Toronto Board, do we need to go on camera? Okay, so that means that none of the items were going in camera, so it'll all be public, okay? Yeah, so now we'll continue on the item that we were debating. If you can put the names on the screen, please. Councillor Davis to speak.
Too late. I wonder if I could have the audio-visual people turn on the screen. Councillor Carroll is going to assist when I ask, but at this moment, not quite yet. Not quite yet.
Here you go.
Too late. Not yet.
Oh.
Not yet, Andy. Just hold on. Sorry.
Oh, you want your face first?
I want to start on something else, not that. Speaker, do you mind if I get my time back? I apologize.
Councillor Davis, you're speaking. You have
I
to
know,
speak.
I was trying to sort out...
Oh, the overhead.
The overhead. Could I have my time back, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I am rising to speak in favor of the budget that has come to us, except for the one amendment that was made at Executive Committee and another proposed amendment that has been made today. And I'll speak first of all to my support for the overall budget. One of the things I think that everyone needs to understand, and I have to explain it all the time to my constituents, and I'm sure you do to yours, that everything we do, every pipe we put underground, every pipe break that we repair, every liter of water we treat, every liter of sewage that we treat is funded when you turn on the water tap. It is paid entirely by the water rates. We don't borrow for our capital. We do not get funding, not one dime, nickel, penny, from the provincial or the federal government for our water infrastructure. Even though we are trying to do many things that we are obligated to do under both provincial and federal regulations and legislation. So we are an area of concern under the Great Lakes Treaty. Someone else will know the name better than I. But not one dime do we get from the federal government. And our wet weather flow management plan, which is a multi-billion-dollar plan to stop combined sewer overflows, we are paying for every time we turn on the tap. No big capital loan program, no grant program, the federal and provincial government. So what happened this year and what has happened every single year for the last 10 years? And I hope you're listening. I wish you would listen. We have seen reductions in water use because we want people to conserve water. We want water conservation. But what happens when people use less water? We have less revenue. This year, we had a revenue reduction, again, of 0.5%, a total of 1.5%, and we are predicting again for the next 8 years, or 10, I believe, a continuing reduction in water use and a continuing reduction in our revenues. And what happened this year? What did Lou have to do? Lou had to cut the capital program by $380 million over 8 years. So all of those basement flooding program projects that you hope you are getting, a whole bunch of them have had to be deferred. And they've been deferred to the tune, as I said, $200 million next year, $490 million over 7 years, and $380 million averaged over up to 2025 because we have to add another $1 billion into our reserve by 2025. So we are under consistent pressure. The other thing, members, we have completed 27 out of 67 EAs for the basement flooding. 67 EAs that all will have billions of dollars worth of capital costs attached to them, and we don't even know what that's going to cost yet. We probably have another $3 billion of unfunded capital projects that are not in the 10-year capital plan. So, members, we have before us, and I want to look at the screen, if I could have my slides now. The first screen shows, this is in the presentation that came to committee. Here is the capital plan and our balance, our reserve. So you see by 2021, we have $7 billion left in the reserve. That's it. That is it. And if you look at the next slide, it shows the actual dollars. The next slide, it shows we have $7.5 million in the reserve by 2022. Executive took $2 million more out, $2 million more out to do the Scarborough erosion. What's before us is another 3 million.
Councillor Ojimeri's motion.
Councillor Ojimeri's motion. If these are approved, we are down to 2.5 million in our water reserve. There will be nothing left.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Davis.
Oh, I had more to say.
No.
No, that was a good
5
place to
minutes
end.
is up. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd just like to thank the finance staff, Toronto Water, Budget Chief Crawford, my colleagues on the Budget Committee for working on this file. With very little time, I'd just like to focus on a couple of issues. One is basement flooding. And homes are where we live, homes are where we invest, where we raise our families. We not only put money into our homes, we put our heart and soul into our homes. And there can be nothing more heartbreaking than your home being flooded by old, antiquated sewer systems that are trying to cope with extreme weather conditions. Over the years in Ward 10, I have visited dozens of flooded basements, and I can tell you the damage caused by 12 to 18 inches of water that seeps in a short period of time is monumental. I have seen bills of upwards of $30,000 to $40,000 to repair these basements. I have seen letters from insurance companies cutting people off because they are in a high-risk area. Therefore, I come to one of the main themes of the increase of the water rates before us, and I can tell you I feel greatly uncomfortable supporting an 8% increase in our water rates. But at the same time, we know that this will create the capital necessary to upgrade our sewers and our stormwater system, to make sure homes are protected, to make sure that people's investments and their retirements are secure and they can raise their families without mold, without construction, and without being cut off from their insurance companies. At the same time, the real cost is not 8%. When you factor in the declining usage of water due to efficiencies within our households, the increase we are actually approving today is somewhere in the vicinity of about 7.6%. Moreover, in the coming years, as we replenish our capital fund, we can actually go down to 5% and then 3%. Not only will people get security in their home, but we will be able to stay on top of our backlog of repairs. We will be able to upgrade our sewer systems and our stormwater systems and be able to preserve the value in homes in Ward 10 and across the city. Finally, I would just like to address very quickly Councillor Layton's motion of putting on extra surcharges for many of the corporate industries that are in our city now that are getting a so-called discount. I can tell you that this motion will put people out of work, will discourage people from investing in our city, will cause business to flee to other jurisdictions, will alienate our corporate partners who have committed themselves to this city, who have invested in this city. They keep our neighborhoods strong, they employ people, they are corporate sponsors and corporate partners. This motion will take that all away, and I urge you to defeat it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have just two thoughts that I want to share. The first is I want to congratulate both the Budget Committee and Mr. DiGeronimo. Every time I see the water budget in front of us, I want to travel back in time and wring the necks of those predecessor municipalities who didn't put enough money into their water infrastructure budget so that we had to spend the last decade with enormous increases, effectively doubling our water rate to catch up on the capital repairs that weren't done those decades ago. I certainly hope that, by the way, that stands as a lesson for us when we consider our own shortfalls on capital spending in our main budget. The other thing I want to address is Councillor Layton's motion. Councillor Layton's motion effectively says to those industries that discharge above what our guidelines require and then expect the public to pay to clean up the pollution they generate and discharge into our systems, really they have to step back and do a little bit of thinking. The modern conversation on water pollution and toxic pollution is only really about 40 or 50 years old. In the 70s and 80s, this trade-off of jobs versus the environment was the way that everybody talked about it. You either have to reduce your environmental regulations or you'll lose jobs. It was known as job blackmail. The real breakthrough in thinking, though, came in the 80s when environmentalists and regulators began to realize that any input that goes into a factory and doesn't leave a factory as a product that they sell is waste. It's something they paid for that they are not making any value from. And that a better strategy was to encourage internal recycling, encourage internal capture of those materials so they could be resold, reused in other economic functions. That idea, profiting from pollution prevention, took hold throughout the 80s and the 90s. It took hold a little bit here. Environment Canada and the US EPA had vigorous programs, profit from pollution prevention pays, closed-loop recycling, the Toxic Use Reduction Law in Massachusetts, all aimed at creating a regulatory framework that sent a signal to the corporation, become more internally efficient and you will increase your profitability. Stop wasting materials and dumping them into the environment, and you will not only make things better for all of us, you will become a more efficient manufacturer. You will also drive investment into the most modern and competitive internal control equipment that allows you to outcompete other jurisdictions. And we did very well for a decade or two. Then we stopped. We stopped largely because of free trade agreements, and the Europeans became the real leaders in this notion of internal recycling, closed-loop manufacturing, profiting from pollution prevention. That's why the investments in European factories are higher. It's why the jobs in those factories are more secure and why they were more resilient in the most recent global financial crisis. As Angela Merkel famously said, the reason that Germany survived the fiscal crisis was because they were among the most efficient manufacturers in the world. If we send regulatory and price signals saying, go ahead, be inefficient, don't invest in the most modern technology, that's the strategy that puts jobs at risk. That's the strategy that makes that factory non-competitive 5 and 10 years down the road. That's the strategy that leaves people without work in our city. If you believe in having good, stable, long-term manufacturing jobs in the City of Toronto, you want to create a regulatory framework that gives a financial reward to the most efficient producers. That's the way you guarantee jobs. That's the way it's been done successfully in other parts of the world. If we don't pass Councillor Layton's motion, then we really are putting those producers at risk because they won't stay modern and competitive. They won't be forced to reinvest and be among the top producers in the world. Thank you.
Councillor de Bearmaker to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be moving one motion. I think the clerks have it. I'm moving that the City Council increase the contribution to the tree canopy reserve from the $1 million we contributed in 2015 to $2 million annually starting in 2016, with funding coming from the Toronto Water Capital Reserve. Madam Speaker, we know some of our colleagues, I think maybe even still in Paris, some have come back from Paris. We need to address climate change, we need to address flooding and erosion control. One of the best things that we can do to absorb CO2, to absorb rain before it hits the ground, after it hits the ground, is to make sure that we meet our tree canopy targets of 40%. Council has endorsed over and over again our desire to increase the tree canopy. So I'm moving this motion, which I believe is consistent, of course, with the Mayor's commitment to increase the tree planting budget from $7 million annually to $14 million annually. So I'm moving that motion. I will be supporting Councillor Ajamari's motion as well. I believe that these are indeed soil erosion control projects and flood mitigation projects, but we'll deal with that when they come up at Council. Madam Speaker, being here for 12 years, one of the good things that we've done as a council, and people might think it's counterintuitive, is we actually have raised the price of water. And a lot of people say, well, we don't like price increases, so that must be a bad thing. The unfortunate thing for us as a city council is we used to sell water, let's call it for a penny a glass of water, when the actual cost to produce that glass of water was 2 pennies. So every time we sold water, we lost money, and we created a capital backlog in the hundreds of millions of dollars. We have been able to collectively as a council over the last decade catch up on that backlog. It's not eliminated yet, but I hope that as we move forward, we will be able to do that. Price is a very important mechanism. So, Madam Speaker, I think that what we are doing is a good thing. I look forward to doing it in the future, and I hope members of council will support the motion that helps us meet our tree canopy goals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have a question by Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor colleague, de Beermaker. So if we're increasing the tree canopy reserve from 1 million to 2 million, does that not mean, and yet we're not raising additional funds to do that, does that not mean that projects that would otherwise be done to the tune of $1 million are not being done? It might include basement flooding protection or some other water main work, or something is delayed or not done at that time?
Thank you for your question. Through you, Madam Speaker. I guess the short answer is no. I'm moving the money from the Toronto Water Capital Reserve. The reserve is there. I think we just saw a chart of it up on the screen. It's ranged in my tenure from about the $3 million or so people were concerned about up to $30 million. So I have a comfort level based on my 12 years of being on this council and seeing reserve balances go up and down, that this is a good, worthy project, worthy of support.
So how much is in the tree canopy reserve now?
In 2015, we put $1 million into it. I don't know what the residual of that balance is, but that balance stays with the account. So in 2016, there was a recommendation for no funding into that account.
So how do we increase the contribution to the tree canopy reserve?
Yeah.
Where does the extra $1 million come from?
That's from the reserve, which has money left.
The tree canopy reserve has no money in it.
No, it has no. There's a residual balance, but there is no money recommended for this year.
What's the residual balance?
We put $1 million into it, so I know it's less than $1 million. I'm not sure of the residual balance. There may be $1 million in there right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I'll clarify with them offline here, Madam Chair. So how does it?
I'll ask the staff what they've spent.
Councillor Davis, question, clarification of the motion.
So, Councillor de Beermaker, you are going to take another million. Do you know how much money will be left in the reserve in 2022? Where's my chart? Where's Councillor Carroll with my chart?
Oh, I've got it. I was going to put it back on the overhead during my speaker's time.
Okay, it's okay. You can put it up.
Councillor, I don't know.
How much is left in the reserve?
I don't know what will be in the reserve, because it's been my experience as chair of the Works Committee and a member of the Works Committee for 7 years and a member of this council for 12 years, that the reserve balances changes from year to year, and what staff often predict it will be, it is not.
Okay, so do you dispute that we are losing revenue every year on water revenues?
Yes, and I think that's reflected in the budget forecast. If my memory is correct, it's lowered. No, this year in 2016, I think they predict a 1% lower volume of water being sold, and after that it's flatlined. So after this year, revenue should not go down because it's flatlined and we will be still raising rates.
No, revenue is predicted to go down 0.5% every year cumulatively for the next 8 years. 10. 0.5 loss of revenue every year cumulatively for the next 10 years. So I'm wondering, where do you propose that we get the revenue?
From the rates that we are charging.
Did you look in the bathroom?
How much is already going into trees as a result of your motion in what, 2005?
15, last year.
No. The first year you did it. Took money
year
to put into trees from the
That
water
was
budget.
2015 last year.
No. 2006. And 1.9 million every year now annualized is going into trees from water.
Oh, that's correct. Yeah, that's part of the base of, I believe it's 7 million a year. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So don't you believe that really the revenue from water should go to support water infrastructure, water treatment, and sewage treatment, the purpose of that water?
Yes, and I include green infrastructure as part of our water infrastructure.
Okay.
Every tree planted means less water going into our sewer system and flooding into
So-
our creeks.
How is the Mouth of the Don project, which is an erosion control project, how is that going to be funded?
Councillor Davis, you're to ask questions on clarification of the motion.
Okay, on a clarification of a motion that
So it's the tree canopy. That was his motion.
the tree canopy, right. That tree canopy
Okay, Councillor Davis, your time is up now.
is in addition to the erosion project of 2.5 million, isn't that correct?
Okay, that was your last question. Just say yes or no.
Yes.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
But I know we'll be...
Councillor Robinson, question. 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wondering why you chose the Water Capital Reserve?
Why I chose that?
Yeah.
Because I believe planting trees is water-related. The Water Capital Reserves helps do all things water-related, and trees, in my opinion, are water-related.
And you understand there's a lot of competing demands for that reserve, that we're dealing with many issues in the city?
Yes, based on my 12 years, and some people have been here a little longer, based on my 12 years, I know there are always competing needs. The good news for you and I and our colleagues is that I believe when I first got elected in 2003, the capital budget was about $250 million. It's now about $650 million. So by raising our water rates, we have addressed the backlog of repairs, and we are marching forward collectively.
So you're proposing doubling the budget.
That's not what the
Can you tell me how the private sector plays a role in this, and also the not-for-profit? So there's the Toronto Tree Foundation.
Yes.
And there's also another group, I can't recall the name, but Mark Cullen has spearheaded an initiative to really enhance the tree canopy across Toronto. So I'm wondering how the private sector and residents just generally can get involved in this. Or have been involved in this.
In one of my roles as Toronto's designated tree advocate, I hope that we can partner with those both non-profit, non-government organizations and with profit organizations and the private sector organizations to make sure we plant as many trees as possible. And I believe, for example, if we go to certain private sector companies and say, here's a site that needs $1 million of tree planting, we've got $500,000 to plant it, we will challenge you to meet our financial contribution and make $1 million contribution. So I'm hoping we can leverage these funds to plant even more trees.
Would you consider these organizations and partners offsetting some of these costs?
I don't, because when you look at the mayor's very ambitious tree planting goals of doubling the amount of tree planting from $7 million a year to $14 million a year. Even with that, you would plant about 250,000 trees per year, which doesn't meet the 380,000 trees per year that you would need to plant to meet the goal, mayor's goals over 10 years. So we need to increase our budget and plant more trees, as well as work with our partners in the NGO sector and the corporate sector to plant even more on top of it. So we as a city can't do it alone, but we have to make some contribution.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to use the overhead projector as well, so I'll speak from the podium. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if the issue is that councillors can't hear each other, or they can't hear staff, or one side of this room can't hear the other side of the other room. I'm compelled by Councillor Pasternak's outlining of what comfort he takes in the rates proposed over the long run, but also by Councillor Davis's comments, and I think she was right to be concerned that it was possible no one was listening to her when she spoke, because we continue to add money to this budget and we continue to raid the reserve to get there. I don't know if the lights can be turned on. I really need the light on the, thank you, Andy. These are the rates across the top here. And you heard Councillor Pasternak say that he's very relieved to hear that we're done the 9 years of having to tell our residents that it's a 9% increase, that we're going to have a few years of 8, and then we're going to move to 5, and then 3. We were all relieved to hear that. But we also heard that we're going to have to look at stormwater surcharges in 2017, and that this balance is as tight as it gets, that this chart is a rate proposal if we stick to the discipline that Mr. DiGeronimo is proposing. And what did we do in response to those remarks? And I dare say, after having a presentation from the city manager on our whole budget, that we need to be very, very disciplined, we've learned that if we only stick to what Mr. DiGeronimo is proposing, by 2022, when we're still far from being done our basement flooding mitigation projects that are, Councillor Davis is right to say, in the billions, 67 EAs, of which less than half are even done, let alone the execution of the projects themselves that are being pushed out to future years every year because of the things we add into the budget. And what was the reaction at Executive? You added $2 million more and you took it out of a reserve. A reserve that by 2022, I'm sorry, Councillor McMahon, I can't quite hear myself speak. There's a feedback in this mic. $7.5 million, and at Executive, you took $2 more million out of it. So by 2022, when you still have all that basement flooding work to do, you said, it's okay with us if it's down to $5.5 million. And then you got here, Councillor Ojamari has moved a motion that takes another $3 million. You're down to 2.5. And we all said, gee, 2.5, oh my goodness. Well, those of us that were listening anyway when Councillor Davis made that remark, and now we're taking another $1 million. Councillor Davis, you'll have to come over here with your eraser and make that $1.5 million. And then, if and only if people continue to like this city, despite the fact that we're going to let corporations continue to pollute the water and raise rates to pay for it, if and only if people grow according to the projected growth, and only if Mr. DiGeronimo does all the work he does to achieve maximum efficiency and reduce all of his state of good repair demand, then and only then we might be able to begin to grow this reserve again through the growth in population but maximum efficiency in our water service. But we keep kneecapping his ability to do so. And by 2022, those of you who expect to be in this room will have to pay for the actions that you're taking tonight. I'm prepared to adopt the budget that was proposed in the first place. I think Councillor Crawford, our budget chief, is probably regretting that he took so early in the speaker's list to speak, but we're now at a point where he's going to have an awful hard time being the chief over the water budget to the end of this term. Now, next week you're going to launch the city's budget, the corporate budgets, and you've already been told by the city manager that that budget is not going to be balanced on the day of launch. It's not balanced. So if I were the city manager, I'd be sitting in the corner of this room right now thinking, oh, this is what they do with the budget when we put it before us in the chamber? What are they going to do with a budget that I need them to find a gap in? Are they just going to keep adding? Because it looks like that's our favorite thing to do. I'm prepared only to adopt the budget that was proposed and left the Budget Committee room. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Min Wong.
So I am just concerned and I wasn't going to speak, but I was concerned about Councillor DeBeer-Baker's motion with regard to taking money out of the Water Capital Reserve Fund. I know that other members have brought this up. My first instinct was to talk to the General Manager of Water, and he says it's the wrong thing to do. It's not the smart thing to do. We don't have the money to do it. I think Councillor DeBeer-Maker's heart's in the right place, but the financial piece of it is just the wrong thing to do. And so I would simply say simply don't vote for this. This is, first of all, if you wanted to do it, it should have been brought up through the process, this spending $1 million on the tree canopy, and to just introduce it on the floor of council to blow through $1 million for trees. It may be nice, but we don't have the money for it. And I think other members of council share the same view, and so hopefully we can send this amendment where it needs to be sent.
You've convinced me not to vote for it. You really have. Okay, we're ready to vote. Speaker. Are you going to give me, you're going to give me the... Okay, members of council, I'm just going to rule on a motion. I'm going to rule the motion out of order, which is motion number 1 by Councillor Al-Jamari. Do you want to hear why I'm ruling it out of order? I'm ruling it out of order because it's a fee, not a tax, and that these are park projects and they can't be funded under the water budget. And that's the solicitor's advice. So I'm ruling the motion out of order. Councillor DeBeer-Maker, you're challenging me, right? Okay. This chair has been challenged. Recorded vote. Shall the chair be upheld?
Councillor Perruzza, please, your vote. Councillor McMahon, please.
This is upholding the chair.
Councillor McMahon, please.
I know. The speaker is upheld. The vote is 20 to 18.
Okay, thank you. Next motion is motion number 2 by Councillor Layton. Okay, Councillor Layton, just one moment, yes?
If I could please request a recorded vote.
You want a recorded vote?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So the motion is on the screen by Councillor Layton, recorded vote.
Councillor Lee, please. Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Fletcher, may we have your vote, please? Councillor Fletcher? Thank you.
The amendment does not carry. The vote is 17 to 22.
Councillor Davis, point of order.
A procedural question. I have a procedural question, Speaker. I would like to vote separately on recommendation 13 in the report, which was the amendment that was made at Executive Committee. Is it possible to vote on all other?
So you want to vote on recommendation 13 separately?
Yes.
All right, but let's just, but we're still not finished with the amendments.
Yes.
Okay, our next motion is by Councillor De Bearmaker, motion number 3, for the contribution to the tree canopy reserve. The motion is on the screen, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Mallow.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 14 to 25.
Okay, on the report, we'll separate recommendation 13. So, okay. Do we want to vote on recommendation 13 first? Yes. Okay, on recommendation 13, on favor? Or recorded vote? Okay. Yes.
Councillor Lee, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Doucette, please.
Oh my God. Councillor Burnside, Councillor Cole, please.
Yeah, for you.
Recommendation number 13 carries 28 to 11.
Okay, on the remainder? Who?
So the balance of the item as amended as it pertains to the blue flag and the blue flag program.
Okay, the balance of the items as pertaining to the blue flag? Okay. No, to the blue flag. Okay, recorded vote? Sure. Okay, John, do you want to do it? Go ahead. Yes, yes.
Madam Speaker, we're voting on the balance of the item as amended, but only as it pertains to the blue flag program to permit a member to leave the chamber. Councillor Karygiannis, please, and Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Crawford, please.
The balance of the item as amended as it pertains to the blue flag program only carries 37 to 1.
And now on the balance.
Okay, now on the balance of the item. Do we need a recorded vote for that? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, thank you. Councillor Bailao, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Layton, please.
And Councillor Barnetti, please.
Councillor Matlow, please.
Councillor Barnetti, please.
Councillor Layton, please.
Motion to adopt the balance of the item carries 38 to 1.
Okay, Councillor Al-Jamari?
Thank you. Madam Chair, through no fault of your own, what's happened is that you ruled the Etobicoke matter out of order. The same matter was voted in order, and it had to do with Scarborough. So one end of the city is getting ruled out of order, while the other end is getting exactly the same kind of program, and it's in order. Wanted to point that out.
Well, if I may then, we'll get the city solicitor that gave legal advice to me on the item, so if we can have, I'm gonna.
Thank you.
Anna?
My understanding, these are, so once you're dealing with rates, these are fees. They're not property taxes. They cannot be used for just anything that somebody wants or council wants. These have to be used for water-related projects. The general manager has advised me that the items in Etobicoke are parks projects. They are in a parks budget, whereas the other items are, in fact, in a water budget.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next item is on page 4, EX 10.24, 2006 rate supported budget, solid waste management services. Councillor Layton, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? Oh, sorry, Councillor Fletcher, do you have a point of order?
It does appear that we should have another vote on that. It's very unclear to people, and they feel strongly that Councillor Al-Jamari said, why are there two different things taking place? And I guess as the city solicitor would have to rule that there are actually two different things taking place. We know the general manager doesn't want to have that in, but it is council's prerogative to have it in should we wish. We all know that, and that wasn't clear. They are water-related projects.
Councillor Fletcher.
Shoreline restoration.
Councillor Fletcher.
So I'd like to move that we revote.
There was a vote taken to challenge the chair.
Correct.
And yes.
I
That's right.
misunderstood, Madam Speaker.
I've ruled on it. Sorry,
Yes,
Councillor
so I'd
Fletcher.
like to open that vote.
You
Like to
can't,
open the
sorry.
challenge vote.
You can't. On page 4, EX 10.25. No, I'm sorry, you can't reopen a challenge to the chair. You can't. Yeah. Because you're not happy on the results. Like,
Can we reopen the Scarborough subway?
yeah. Okay, can we continue? Moving on. Page 4, EX 10.25, 2000. If you read the procedure bylaw, council decision is final. EX 10.25, 2006 rate supported budget. 10.24, 2006 rate supported budget, solid waste management. Councillor Layton, do you have questions to staff?
Yes, thank you very much. My questions are about diversion rates and in relation to bin sizes. Do you have that in front of you? There was graphics that were presented during the budget launch. I actually can't find them in front of me here, but...
Through you, Madam Speaker, we're just grabbing that graphic from the presentation.
We don't have diversion rate for business right now. What we have is what left.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I have that slide in front of me, if those guys
Oh, great.
I've got the slide in front of me. So on a small bin, there's about 48% of the material in a small bin that could be diverted. On a medium bin, about 33% of the material. On a large bin, 50% of the material could be put elsewhere and diverted. And in an extra large bin, 77% of the material could be diverted.
Now, could you tell me the medium bin again? Medium bin.
Medium bin is 33%.
33%. Can you tell me the volumes of those bins?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the small bin 75 liters, the medium bin's 120 liters, the large bin is 240 liters, and the extra large bin is 360 liters.
Okay, so the cost for each of the bins, the annual cost for an extra large bin is proposed to go up to $468 from $357. Is that right? No, I must have this wrong here. $351 to $355?
The extra large bin?
Yeah, the extra large bin is $351.
Increasing to $468.
From what?
From $454.
Okay, I must be on the wrong page of the presentation here. So, 468. What about the large bin?
The large bin in 2015 was $391.80. Will go up to $403.55.
403. And a medium bin?
Medium bin is, 2015 is $288.49, going up to $297.14.
Has it been pointed out that on average, if large bins are half full of material that could otherwise be diverted, that would take you from 240 liters to 120 liters, the precise size of a small bin? So 50% of the material in a large bin could be diverted? That's what was on the previous slide.
That's correct, yes.
And the large bin size is 240 liters?
Correct.
And a medium bin size is 120 liters?
Correct.
Precisely 50%
right.
of a large bin.
And that's correct. And that's why what we're proposing to do is looking at having people divert more. They can then decrease the size of their bin and save themselves some money as well.
Like it's precisely half the amount. Like it's not even like 1% over, so you'd have to reduce your reuse or reduce the amount of packaging you're picking up. It's precisely half the size of the
Through you, Madam Speaker, I would caution you with how precise we are. These are estimates based on some sample audits, so there will be variability on that 50% number, but that just happened to be the number that came out of the audits.
Yeah, but some would be more and some would be less.
That's correct.
Can someone tell me off the top of their head what 23% of 360 liters is? How far down can an extra large bin go? Can it jump all the way down to a medium? I think it might. 90 liters? No. No, because 75%.
It would be a quarter of it.
77%, a quarter of it.
Yeah.
Which is 90 liters.
What? So everyone, on average, people with extra large bins are throwing out so much stuff, they could actually be on small bins. Large bins should be on 23% is what is actually garbage in the large bin using these numbers. But it's not perfect. 23% of 360 liters is?
90 liters, approximately 90 liters.
So Stephen Buckley was nodding his head.
He's right.
So that means that within the average extra large bin, 77% of it could be diverted. So if the bin was full and you had 360 liters, take away 77%, you could actually fit not in a small bin, but a little bit more than a small bin.
There's opportunity to drop the size of your bins considerably, yes.
Okay, what are we going to be doing to target these extra large bins to reduce to medium, because they clearly can fit?
So do you want to talk, Rob, give a discussion a bit about the long-term waste strategy that we're working on, and the key thing about driving essentially people to, one is about an awareness campaign, and our staff are looking at ramping up future campaigns to get people to realize that they actually can save money by diverting more, because the diversion programs don't cost them anything extra the way we've structured the program.
Okay,
I think there's quite a number of people
you.
that don't realize that. We need to get that message out.
Thank you. Councillor Fragadakis, question.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you to staff. So on page 10 of the analyst's notes for the capital budget, it reads, the project cost estimates for the Dufferin Organics processing facilities have increased by $30.7 million over the period 2016 to 2019. I'd like to know what is driving these cost estimate increases.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that is a new facility that will be constructed at our Dufferin yard, and it's to process the organic waste stream. And the construction costs are reflective of the recent tender prices that we've received. We've just awarded that contract, so that's why there was an increase. And this was a bid contract increase.
Okay, thank you. On page 18 of the operating notes, it reads, further savings of $3.5 million will be realized as a result of reducing the contribution to the vehicle reserve based on asset life cycle planning. Can you tell me a little bit more about that and why you think it is appropriate at this time?
Through you, Madam Chair, that last year we had increased the contribution to reserve to deal with a particular purchase. This year we're backing that out, and that's why you're seeing that reduction.
Okay. My last question is if you could clarify for me the situation with the sale of recyclable materials. Are you predicting a revenue increase there?
So there's a slight forecast of increase, but it's all market driven. So there is some risk with the revenue forecast that we've got in the budgets. Some commodities are going down while some are going up. And it's reflective of what the market is at today and what we forecast it to be next year.
So, I mean, how?
So some of the strategies we use to try to mitigate that, we do use some hedging strategies by putting out longer-term contracts or blending contracts, trying to manage that risk and that variability on the revenue streams, because some markets can change very quickly on us. If a particular waste stream is no longer wanted, the price can drop considerably and we'll miss that revenue forecast.
So you're buying some futures to hedge your bets?
Yes, we're working with Ernst & Young to try to come up with better strategies on mitigating those fluctuations in market prices.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask staff what they think is the best driver or the best way to motivate residents to shift their behaviors and help us reduce and achieve our diversion targets. So is it incentives or is it fees? What do you think is the best motivating factor to get residents on board? Is it education? If you could just share with us your thoughts.
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's essentially everything that you mentioned. You really do need to have a program that addresses all of those points. So you need an aggressive education program. We need to make sure that people clearly understand what can go into the recycling stream. I think that is a barrier. If they don't know or they're confused, they'll just opt to throw it in the garbage. So we need to find a way to communicate better which stream it should go in, make it easier for them. As well, financial incentives, I found work quite well as well. If you can show that there's an incentive for rewarding that positive behavior, i.e. you could save money, people typically respond to that mechanism as well. Those, I think, are the two biggest drivers. If you can get those in the right balance, the proper communication with the right financial incentive levels, you will start to see people swinging over their diversion rates.
Okay, so to shift behaviors, I think what you're saying is incentives are probably more effective than punishing people. Is that?
That has been my experience in many programs, heavy-handed enforcement in various programs, and I can name many that we've done on the water side. It typically doesn't work as well as getting people to buy in to the reasons why we're doing it. Water efficiency is a perfect example, where we did a lot of work on educating people of the reasons why, but they were also coupled with rate increases. So that's the blend of, it's a good thing to do, but there's a reward for it as well. So we're trying to mimic the thing.
Okay, that's a great answer. And just a financial incentive, you probably feel, I think you're alluding to the financial incentive is probably the most effective approach, that rewarding people.
If you do not have a good communications program coupled with that, I still think you will struggle. Because people, if they don't know what to do, will take the convenient way out and just put it in the garbage bin. If you actually make it easier for them to, and they can easily understand it, and it becomes part of their day-to-day habit, because they now clearly understand how to stream their waste, then I think people will just do it because it is the right thing to do, and they'll take advantage of the financial incentive.
Okay, thank you very
need
much.
both.
That's excellent answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, to Mr. De Geronimo. Last year, the rates went up by 58% overall. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the rates didn't go up by that amount. That was the net costs did go up higher because there was a component of the rebate, which happens at property tax time.
But that's
the rate did
what
not.
it was passed on to residents, 58%.
But you had said the rate. The rate did not go up by that amount.
In terms of apartment buildings, what's the diversion rate on apartment buildings overall? Do you have the information for the last 5 years, for example?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the diversion rate from multi-residents ranged over the last 5 years from about 20%, and has been slowly increasing to 24%, 26%, sitting at about 28% range right now.
So we started in 2009 with 16%, and we are at this point at 28%.
That's correct. So there's been a slow increase, but not as great an increase as we've seen on the single-family residential side.
Would it be fair to say that homeowners overall, they are doing a good job in terms of waste diversion?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I would say that single-family residents are doing a good and reasonable job. We do see diversion numbers that are greater. It's more convenient for them to do it, and they have a system set up for it. We still haven't met our full target that we've been trying to achieve on the single-family side, but they are much better than the multi-residential.
So on the single-family side, for example, in 2009 we had 60%, 2010 63, the year after 64, 60, 66, 68, and so on. So they've been increasingly going up. So overall, in relation to apartment buildings, single-family homes have been doing an excellent job.
Through you, Madam Speaker, they've been doing a good job, and it's because of the way the system's set up. It is much easier for single-family homeowners to implement the system. When we look at the challenges for multi-residential, the big challenge is that many of the older apartment buildings do not have the infrastructure in place to set up separated systems, and therefore they just continue to throw out more garbage as opposed to diverting it.
What's the percentage of households that are currently subscribing to each bin size, for example, from small to extra large? Do you have those numbers?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the percentage of small bin users is 26%. The percentage of medium bin users is 41%. The percentage of large bin users is 24%, and the extra large is 8%.
So in essence, we have 92% between the small and the large number of users and only 8% of extra-large users. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, with regards to Toronto community housing developments and apartment buildings, what's the diversion rate that we have achieved with them? I asked that question at the executive, but I couldn't get a straight answer on that.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's because we don't have specific data just on the TCHC types of buildings. So we don't have that data in hand.
But there has been some resolutions passed by this council trying to create a matrix and to measure up the diversion rate on our own buildings. But we haven't been able to do that yet. Have we?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we've been working with TCHC on putting in place new programs, and that's what we've been doing.
My last question. At the end, the city is looking at eliminating the rebate program for 2017.
So through you, Madam Speaker, that item is not
So
before
through
us
you,
at this
Madam
time.
Speaker, no, we have never said that we're looking at eliminating the entire rebate program for this upcoming budget.
It's in the report.
No, respectfully, no. Last year, we made a reduction of about 10%, $18 million. And this year, we will bring forward options for council's consideration, but none of the options that we're bringing forward is an elimination. I
Okay,
can
thank
assure you
you.
that.
Councillor Moser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you tell me if we make a profit right now, if with the increase we have right now? Excuse me, could you, excuse me. Are we making a profit right now? If we look at the system with all the costs in, are we making a profit right now with the gray bin system? Originally, the little one was for free. Then we're starting to charge. So can you give me an idea how much of the gray bin system is covering the cost?
Through you, Madam Speaker, there is no profit. We're still subsidizing some of those programs, that for the gray bin and blue bin programs, those various recycling streams. Some of it's subsidized by rates, and some of it is subsidized through contributions from Waste Diversion Ontario. There's contributions towards that, too.
Do we know what the actual costs are with what the residents are paying towards the program now? Do we have any idea what the costs are with just the gray bin system, paying towards the pickup and so forth?
For the total recycling. Yeah, do you know? I don't have that breakdown right now, but we do have costing for the various recycling programs, as we have to submit those costs as part of regulation. So if you give us a minute, we could try to find out the specific cost, but we do track the separate programs.
I would certainly like to know that, because if we're charging so much per bin, depending on the size, shouldn't we know what the cost would be towards, are we charging enough to cover the cost of that particular program?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the costs right now, there is no revenue generated from the recycling streams. That's essentially free, and what we do is charge just for the garbage and then fund the other. So we do have a separate costing number, but there is no specific charge for your green bin or gray bin. The charge is only on the garbage bin. So there's no revenue associated with it. Still waiting to see about the costing.
Did you discover a body?
I certainly don't understand why we wouldn't have those numbers. If we're charging so much per gray bin, and it's costing us so much to pick them up, why wouldn't we have those, an idea of whether we're covering the cost of pickup?
Through you, Madam Speaker, as I said, we are not charging a fee for the use of the gray bin or the green bin. That is free. what we're charging is an all-in cost for the black bin, which is the garbage bin.
Well, the larger bin is more than the smaller bin. When I first started, I had the smallest bin, and we weren't charging at all. Now I have to pay for it, and it's gone up again. Shouldn't we know what those costs would be related to our total amount of pickup?
Through you, Madam Speaker, as I said, I was getting the numbers on costing, but when you say that people are paying for the green bin, that is not accurate. There is no charge for the gray bin. There is a cost, and the cost for processing the green bin is $29 million. And so that cost, we then apportion when we calculate the rate that we charge for the garbage bin. So there is a cost, and it's $29 million.
So we're charging so much for those gray bins depending on the size. So do we know how much we're getting just by charging just for those gray bins?
Yeah, 200.
63 for all of our,
263.
for all residential.
Yeah. Total residential, $263 million. So we know what the revenue stream is, and in our budgets, we break down the different costs associated with the various streams for collections as well as processing and transfer.
I understand
green bin recycling.
No, I'm just
But
trying to get,
we only
I'm just trying to
charge
get
one.
the figure towards the gray bins, so I have an idea how much we're charging the general public against the gray bins. And I know we have to factor in that we pick up the green bins as well. That was going to be my next question, what it costs for the balance of the pickup.
Last question.
Through you, Madam Speaker, on the collection side, the green bin costs $24.8 million to collect. So that's collection and transfer. So the processing is $29 million. The collection's $24 million.
Sir, hold the item down. Would you like to speak?
Yes, please. I don't have any, thank you very much, and if I could get our council support to put the overhead on. I just wanted to thank staff very much for bringing forward this budget. I'm supportive of the budget overall. I don't have any motions to move. One point that came up in the Budget Committee was the money being spent on advertising and education, and I think we need to stress the importance of this. Because, and I just did these calculations, I left them over on my desk there, but if you look at them, this is a great infographic, by the way, and kudos to the staff for putting this together, because when you get calls and complaints about the increasing cost of waste disposal in the city, I think it's something you can really rely on. Because with this data here and with the numbers that we just got from staff, it actually shows that you can almost go from an extra large bin to a small bin in a one shot. If on the average here, 77% of the material within an extra large bin it can be diverted, then you actually get to about 85 liters, which is just a couple liters over a small bin. If you assume that the extra large bin isn't full every time, and you take some of those liters away, you can probably get to a small bin. You can certainly go from a large to a medium bin with some certainty, because with a diversion rate of 50%, in what's remaining in the gray bins, that's the exact size of a medium bin. So if your large bin is actually even not completely full, you should be able to fit into that medium bin. And if you're a medium bin user now, if you factor in that 33%, saying that that shouldn't be in that bin, you actually get within just a couple liters of a small bin. So if you don't have a full medium bin, you can move to a small bin pretty comfortably. And that's just by using the programs that the city's spending a lot of money putting forward in order to allow us to have this diversion and extend the life of our landfill. This is critical. This will save us money in the long term. I used to get told stories about the development of the water conservation programs, which we sadly canceled last term. But the genesis of that was to avoid an enormous expense of expanding our water capacity. And we achieved that. We saved hundreds of millions of dollars by reducing the amount of water that the water that we use. And we continue to do that now by absorbing the expansion of our city and the growth of our city within our existing water infrastructure. The same can be said for recycling and landfill capacity. If we can squeeze more years out, every year we squeeze out of this landfill means a year that we don't have to go and find another way of disposing of our waste. And clearly, our residents are not doing enough and can do more. And we have an incentive for that. It's a cash incentive. Because whatever they can get out of that gray bin, and if they can go to a smaller bin, is money they don't have to spend. And I think this graphic really illustrates it. When you get calls, don't say, yeah, I know, it was too bad, council, the costs go up. You can say, you know what, there's something you can do to reduce that cost. My household went from a medium bin to a small bin last year, and we have not had any issues with it. We have had to be a bit more vigilant particularly our bathroom waste paper baskets. You got to do a little source separation. It's not always pretty. It's getting messier, and with a growing household, this could continue to be a problem. You got to keep those so-called flushable wipes out of the toilet, though. There is other places to put them. But I wanted to just stress that it is possible for a household in this city to move down if they do hunker down and focus on what can be diverted. It'll save the city money in the long run.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to speak, of course, to the solid waste, which is the second rebate budget that's coming today for us. And again, wanted to thank all the staff, and I know Lou specifically with your entire team with solid waste. I know you're doing double duty with both of them. You're doing some great work. And the committee and all of staff on the work that they've been doing with solid waste. Solid waste fees are going towards more than just home collection. We're funding organic processing plants, recycling processing, new green bins, green lane, community environment days. And this budget's showing that we need to give the people of the city the service outcomes that they expect, which is providing efficient waste management to the residents, businesses, and visitors. What this budget is also about, and which is embedded in the budget, is the importance of the long-term sustainability of Toronto's solid waste utility in a big priority. One of the things that is before us is looking at the long-term capital project that needs to happen in solid waste. We have a number, and Councillor Layton was referring to that, which is 2029. That is when Green Lane will hit its capacity at the present rate of diversion and in what we're doing. That is, even though it's 2029, that is coming up very, very quickly. The long-term strategy that we're going to see in 2016 is going to lay out a plan of what is going to be happening. We're going to have to make a determination on where that's going to be going. But in the interim, there's a lot of things that we can be doing, as Councillor Layton has talking about, is how do we extend the life of Green Lane? If we can extend the life of Green Lane, the amount of money that we're going to be saving year over year will be extensive. And the money that we're generating through the fees, which is on the capitals or on the rate side, which is the 3%, will be able to be put into what we're going to be doing with that plan. So when you're looking at the 3%, $8.41 million is going to be generated in 2016. Now we're going to be using, a lot of money. I think the overall operating budget is $389 million. 96 million of that is going to be going into capital. But that $8 million, in many ways, is going into the reserve to look at what we're going to be dealing and how we're going to be dealing with the long-term problem, which is Green Lane in 2029. So in fact, it's very prudent for us to be taking that 3%, putting it away into really a reserve or sort of a capital reserve to really look at the pressure that we will probably realize once we see the results of the long-term strategy. And I think that's what staff are very prudent in suggesting the 3%, can we bring it down lower? Can we look at, doing it lower? Of course we could. All that is doing is moving an issue or a problem that we'll probably be facing in a couple of years. So I do support the 3%, and again, it was a 3% last year, and it'll probably be 3% until they bring that long-term strategy back. And that's the bigger discussion that we're going to have here at Council, is what do we do in the long term? So again, I want to thank staff on the work that they've done, the committee members, and I will be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday?
Thank you, Speaker. I rise simply to state that I will not support this rate. It is a 3%, which is higher than inflation. And I believe it's very important that we demonstrate to our ratepayers that we've done everything we can to achieve the most efficient operation possible before we ask them for more money. That is, we look under every rock, we look in every garbage can for opportunities for savings. Most specifically, one that's very important, and that is to go out and test the market for the cost of outsourced curbside collection. I believe that has the potential to generate tremendous savings, and I think it's important to go through that, to win the confidence of the residents of this city that we have done everything we can to keep those rates as low as possible before we go out and ask them for 3%. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Min Wong to speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to sort of echo Councillor Holyday, some of what Councillor Holyday said. Firstly, 3% is a lot. These increases can be avoided if we look at contracting out in District 4, and we need to look at that in the future. And also, finally, we probably could have avoided this if this council didn't decide to give free garbage collection to places of worship and not-for-profits. Things cost money, and the taxpayers are paying for it today in an unnecessary tax increase.
Thank you. Councillor De Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Staff have my motion. I'm going to move that we add to Appendix A, amend to increase the fee for extra large garbage bins by $10 to fund the Solid Waste Management Services Public Education and Community Grants budget, resulting in a net zero impact on the operating budget. Madam Speaker, members of Council, I think Councillor Layton showed us the PowerPoint slide that was seen around the world. You have to try very hard to achieve contaminating your garbage with 77% green bin and recyclable materials. If you just took your banana peel and said, do I put it in the green bin or do I put it in the garbage bin? I don't know, I'm going to close my eyes and pick one. You'd actually have a better waste diversion rate and recycling rate than people do with the extra large bin. Somewhere along the way, we've made mistakes in how we educate people, or we have failed to educate them. My understanding is from staff that we have 39,000 extra large bins out there filled with newspaper, cardboard boxes, banana peels, lasagna, home electronics, all the things that shouldn't be in there. So I think if you're one of the very few people, percentage-wise, it's less than 10% of the population, if you're going to have that extra large bin and fill it up with things that shouldn't be in there because they should be recycled, including your newspapers and your cardboard boxes, I'm proposing that we increase the fee an additional 10%. That money goes specifically to the public education and community grants budget, and that allows us to reach out and educate those people who, for some strange reason, put their banana peels and their lasagna and their beans and their rice in a garbage bin when all of us, I think, know they're all supposed to go into a green bin. So, Madam Speaker, I think we've made some very good progress on the waste diversion front. We have a long, long way to go, both in single-family homes and in residential. And I think we also have to focus on the people who are producing the garbage paying the freight. And with our provincial partners, hopefully we'll get to that time someday soon. I think I came to Metro Council. I think Councillor Perks back then came as well to the old Metro Council, arguing in favor of getting some of the blue box materials included. And so I was around when the Blue Box program was born, with that little teeny weeny little blue box, the size of a large shoebox. And so we've come a long way in, I guess, almost actually over 2 decades, but we have a long, long way to go, and I think a little bit of extra public education would help us stop wasting resources in the garbage cans. Thank you.
Why don't we just take away the big bins?
I think we
Thank
will,
you.
but until then-
Okay, so we're ready for the votes? So do we have the motions? It's just the one motion, right? So it's the one motion by Councillor De Bearmaker, and it's on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Carmichael Greb, please. No. Councillor Matlow, please.
The amendment does not carry. The vote is 15 to 18.
Okay. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Perks, please.
Councillor Barnetti, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Mahevic, and Councillor Cressy, please. Councillor Cole, when you're seated, please.
The item is adopted, 30 to 5.
Okay, our next item is EX 10.25, 2016 rate supported budgets, Toronto Parking Authority. Councillor Fragadakis, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
Yes, I do. Thanks very much, Madam Chair. So through you to staff, sorry, if I could just have some...
Councillor Davis?
Thank you. On page 3 of the capital budget analyst notes, where it speaks to bike share expansion, it talks about innovative approaches to provide stable growth of this program are also being explored by the authority. I was hoping that you could tell us more about those innovative approaches.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair. I'm going to let Marie Casista, who deals with the bike share, answer those questions for you. Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair. We are looking at innovative capital funding through a combination of private development funds as well as hopefully some public partnerships. It's such that we can, in the near term, we're hoping to be able to significantly expand the bike share system.
So I was just wondering what those innovative approaches were.
Well, we're still looking into them now. We have, as you know, we've received $4.9 million in funding from Metrolinx. That alone permits us to double the size of the system. You may remember that the system is about 1,000 bikes and 80 stations. We are looking at working with them, as well as perhaps working with other sponsorship groups, as well as working with developers.
Okay, great. On page 2 of the operating notes, it says the continued utilization of new technologies is expected to return a greater income per parking space in future years. And I know that you have a mobile payment app. And beyond that, what kind of new technologies are involved and what kind of increase might you reasonably expect from these new technologies?
The exact increase we don't know, but so far with the mobile app, we've improved our off-street operations, our unattended operations, where revenues have gone up approximately 5% on our off-street unattended. We believe that other technologies like guidance systems that you have in garage with the lights that you have, there's innovations there, and that should improve profitability as well, and most importantly, the customer experience.
Okay. On page 3 of the operating notes, under key issues and priority actions, in a section about satisfying short-term parking needs, it reads, leverage land values through joint venture redevelopment with private and public sectors as a mean of funding an increase in parking supply. And I'd like to know more about what that would entail and how you think other city objectives would impact your approach to that.
Okay, well, we do a number of joint ventures through the years for the last 30 years at least, and we use the funding of the air rights to build the parking spaces. We did with the Cumberland Garage, which is the most recent. We've had at Roehampton, which is Yonge and Eglinton. Those using the air rights is a way that we don't have to use our own capital dollars to pay for the parking spaces. And then whatever proceeds are left go to goes back to the city.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Fragedakis to speak.
Oh, no, I didn't.
No?
I don't need to speak.
Okay. Councillor McMahon to speak.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited about the new initiatives coming out through the Toronto Parking Authority. With well, number one, I want to thank you for Councillor de Beermaker. I'm trying to give them a compliment. So if you could feed them first and then let me compliment them. Just with the new Green Plus parking lot, it's like to think that we piloted it first in wonderful Ward 32 on Rhodes Avenue. And Toronto Parking Authority, superb team, met with my residents, met with the BIA, met with the community leaders, and helped put in that Green P. The other fantastic thing is the bike share that's coming finally to the Danny, and we're thrilled with that, and thank you very much for the 3 stations. We're hoping to have more. Thanks.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we're doing the third or the last of the rate budgets today for the city. And during the process, it's unfortunate sometimes, but I get the feeling that Toronto Parking Authority kind of, they're the smaller kind of cousin to the other larger rate-based budgets that we do. And a lot of times, we may not be asking the same kind of questions. We may not be giving them the same kind of time at budget that they actually deserve. But in fact, I just wanted to thank you, Lauren, and thank you for your staff and the important contributions that you actually do to the city. Though not to the scale of what we deal with water and what we deal with solid waste, but I think they're incredibly important contributions to the city. And when you look at some of the numbers that they do in addressing state of good repair, maintenance, the upgrades to our city's on and off street parking, they have a 10-year recommended capital plan of $377 million that balances the infrastructure renewal needs, service improvement projects, assets, and maintains the assets in a state of good repair and prevents future backlog.
They do a lot of work when you're looking at the 21,500 off-street spaces they have, the 19,600 on-street parking, and of course the bike share program that Councillor McMahon mentioned they have now. And they do that with the growing pressures in a city that is growing. When we're looking at these challenges of having on-street parking, when we have construction, and we're removing a lot of the parking or the opportunity to be able to generate money through parking. When you're looking at bike lanes, when we're when we're putting in bike lanes, one-lane bike lanes on Richmond or Adelaide, which are wonderful, we need to have those. But again, from the parking side, we lose parking. So how do they sort of maintain and generate the kind of revenue that they need to fix what needs to be fixed across the city is an incredible challenge. They do amazing work, and I think the fact that there weren't a lot of questions and a lot of debate at budget reflects the kind of work that they do and the commitment that they have. So I want to thank you, your entire division, on the work that you've done, and of course supporting these recommendations, and thanking everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the item, do we want a recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote. Since Lauren is here. It's on the item, yeah.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor Filion, Councillor Mihevc, please.
Councillor Davis, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Matlow, when you're seated, please. Councillor Perruzza, could we have your vote, please?
The item is adopted 33 to 1.
So there are a couple of motions that we have to introduce. So are we ready to introduce those? Okay. And then what we'll do is we'll do quick releases after that. Okay. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This item is rather urgent because we have a pre-hearing for the OMB scheduled this Friday, so it's important that we deal with this matter soon at this committee, at this council meeting.
On favor? Carried. Thank you. On Councillor Wong Tam, you have a second one.
Oh, yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This item is urgent because it's our understanding that the Premier and the Minister of Transportation will be deliberating on the allocation of the funds from the Huron-Ontario Main LRT very shortly. It could be as soon as the end of 2016. Other municipalities are formalizing their requests. I thought that Toronto should get ours in as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Wong Tam, you have a third one.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This item was tied to the very first motion without notice, and it's simply because we have an OMB pre-hearing scheduled for this Friday, so the matter has to be dealt with at this council meeting. Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Councillor McMahon, you're next.
Okay. So I'd like to introduce this motion. City Planning and have reached a settlement, and it's been at the OMB, and it's scheduled, as you see, January 25th, so it's been a long haul, and I'd like to get it over with.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Bailao, you have two.
Yes, after.
It's coming.
I believe in the radio biz, they call us dead air.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a motion with regards to a liquor license on Sudbury Street.
Okay. All in favor? Carried. Okay, the next one.
And the next one is with regards to the same thing, different establishment.
All in favor? Okay, let's display it. All in favor? Carried. Okay, that's it for now. So, if members of council have any quick releases, you can put your name up, request to question staff. Let's try to get rid of some of these items before we recess. Councillor Fragadakis.
Yes, I'm just trying to find what page it's on. I think it's planning and growth. Page 8, Madam Speaker, PG 8.1. I've had my questions answered, and I can release that.
Okay, on page 8, PG 8.1, Councillor Fragadakis is releasing.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote. Audio-visual recording of Committee of Adjustment meetings. Councillor Ainsley originally held it down, released it, and Councillor Fragadakis held it.
Councillor Perruzza and Councillor DeChano, we're going to need your vote as well, please. Councillor Davis, please. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please. Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Palacio, please. Mayor Tory, please. Mayor Tory, may we have your vote, please? Thank you.
We're just voting on the item, it's okay. Yeah, it was just being released.
The item carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Maybe I can knock off a couple of supplementary reports on page 10. I'll flag for clerks. I think they have the EY one ready, but I'm also going to, there's a motion to adopt the recommendations for NY 10.16. One that I think they would have ready, because they've given me a written copy of it, is just above that EY 10.56.
Okay, so on page 10, your release...
Yeah, I'll do the EY one first, because I know you've got it ready, because you've handed it to me.
Okay, so on page 10, Etobicoke York 10.56, request for briefing at Etobicoke Council on the ward boundary review.
Yes,
So-
and this one, there's an answer to the request in a supplementary report, so I'm moving, in essence, these are the supplementary recommendations, that we delete the recommendation of the Community Council and instead receive the item for information as recommended in the supplementary report.
Okay, so on page 10, EY 10.56, Councillor Carroll's releasing with the amendment on the screen. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Certainly. I'll tell you after my mic's turned off.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Karygiannis, please, when you're seated. Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor DiCiano, please.
The motion to receive the supplementary report carries 33-3.
Okay, so Councillor Carroll, on page 10, NY 10.16, you're releasing with a supplementary report?
Yes, and I'm adopting the recommendation in the supplementary report in concurrence with the local council.
Okay. .16 on page 10. The amendments on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Item as amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Bailao.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Item T 12.2.
What page? What page?
Page 13, final report at 299 Campbell Avenue zoning amendment application. I'd just like to have the opportunity to thank staff. This is a new library that we're able to get through Section 37. We're actually going from a 1,000 square feet library where kids are sitting on the floor on Saturday, and that was talked about closing just a few years ago, to through the community involvement, through our Section 37, through different projects, through a process that nobody believed we would be here today. We are doing the final approvals to have a 10,000 square feet library at the base of a building, and hoping to have shovels in the ground really soon and being able to enjoy this new amenity in our community. So thank you.
Okay, so on page 13. Oh, Councillor Pasternak, you have an interest on this, so would you like to? Who said hold? Oh, Councillor Palacio would like to continue holding it. Record it. I thought you said hold. Okay, Councillor Pasternak, you have an interest. It's a library. Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Fragadakis, please. Councillor Crawford, thank you.
The item carries unanimously, 34 in favor.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes. Pardon me? Page 15, CC 11.8, appointments of members to the Toronto Hydro Board. This is a quick release. I have a couple motions, if you can put it up on the screen, which I think have been properly socialized with members of council.
Do the staff have the motions?
Yes, do show us your vote.
All right, there they are. So there's one person who's withdrawn their name. So we're sending that back, and we're deleting Case Otis from the list of candidates, sending that back. And the second number 2 says that we'll send it back to the corporate nominating panel. And then the second motion is a shareholder direction. 2 of the candidates, the incumbents, are getting 1-year appointments, and we have to do a shareholder direction for that. And I think that most members of council who might be particularly interested in this are satisfied with this. Yes?
Okay, so let's vote on them separately. All in favor?
Oh, my.
Carried. Okay, on the other one? I didn't hear it. Who said recorded? Okay, Councillor Fragadakis wants recorded vote. Yes, on B.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong-Tam. Councillor Pasternak, please.
Councillor Cressy, please. Councillor Crisanti.
The amendment carries unanimously, 34 in favor.
Clause is amended. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Perks.
I would like to attempt to release TE 12.54, City of Toronto Municipal
What
Code,
page,
Chapter
Jeff?
918. Oh, it's page 14.
Page 14.
City of Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 918, parking on residential front yards and boulevards, dash 918-7. Oh,
It's not quick. Who said hold? I didn't hear. Okay,
it stays with me, please.
yeah.
'Cause
Councillor Robinson.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. NY 10.45.
What page?
Let me see. North York, it's North York, so it would be page 11.
Page 12.
Page 12. Thank you. So it's NY 10.45. It's the Bayview Design Guidelines. I just want to quickly thank planning staff and even more importantly, the residents in the area who helped initiate this exercise and help develop the guidelines.
Okay. On page 12, NY 10.45, Councillor Robinson is releasing.
And
All in favor?
Could I have a recorded vote on that?
Recorded vote. Okay.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Layton.
The item is adopted unanimously, 34 in favor.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Chair. Page 5, pardon me, Speaker.
Page 5.
Page 5, HL 8.2, Pharmacare, improving access to prescription medications. Simply request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Okay, on page 5, HL 8.2, Councillor Holiday is releasing. Recorded vote.
Councillor Moser, please.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
The item is adopted, 34 to 1.
Councillor Matlow. Oh, you have another one? Okay.
At the request of Councillor Doucette, if I can find the item. Thank you. Page 7, PE 8.7, options for winter public access to Grenadier Pond. Again, I would request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Okay. On page 7, Councillor Holiday is releasing.
Okay.
Okay.
May I then release? I'm happy to transfer the hold to.
It looks like everybody wants to hold that one. Okay. We'll hold it to Councillor Robinson.
Certainly.
Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 14, TE 12.104, Ontario Municipal Board Hearing 256 Chaplain Crescent. You'll see a motion before you that's been worked on with staff. It's really a minor amendment, but it really just makes sure that the motion isn't so restrictive to focus on planning rather than, if you know the nature of this specific item, there's a forestry component as well. So we just want to make sure that we get the right support that we need.
Okay, so on page 14, T 12.104, Councillor Matlow is releasing with the amendment on the screen. All in favor? Carried. On the item as amended, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Page 10, EY 10.9, I have a motion that City Council deny the request for the permit to remove one private tree located at 2 Waterbury Drive. Recorded vote.
Okay, so Councillor Doucette is releasing on page 10, EY 10.9.
Staff was to deny it. Staff said deny.
Yes. So the amendment's on the screen.
Councillor Davis, please, and Councillor Matlow. Councillor Lee, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Crawford, thank you.
Yeah.
The motion carries 29 to 5.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 4, EX 10.26, funding options for paying for Toronto Water Stormwater Management Capital Program. I think Mr. DiGeronimo and Mr. Gupta would probably like to go home, and I'd like to release the item.
Okay, on page 4, EX 10.26, Councillor Davis is releasing. All in favor? You want to hold it? Is your motion ready? It's not ready, so we'll continue holding it then. And Councillor Davis. All right. Councillor Karygiannis, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion reads that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 11th on December the 9th, 2015.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Layton, Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Bailao, please.
Councillor Barnetti, please. Councillor Cole, please.
Total, I'm sorry. That's fine.
The motion to introduce the confirming bill carries 34 to 1.
Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Davis, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Karygiannis, and
Councillor Barnetti, please. Councillor Fletcher, thank you. Councillor Burnside. Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor Karygiannis and Perruzza, please.
Councillor Barnetti, please.
The motion to enact the confirming bill carries 34 to 1.
Okay, members of council, we're recessed to tomorrow at 9:30. I believe so. So members of council, we'll see you in the morning at 9:30. Downstairs, everyone's invited.